the divider, not the separator. Well, if he was the Rizzo, that wouldn't be the Rizzo, would it? No, that's the pole god. Polyon. He said, I am the Rizzo. The separator. Didn't say I'm the life. He said I'm the Rizzo, or the horizon, right? Where the morning light came up. Light. I'm the light. Light, not life. They make up their own versions. So that's what they do over and over and over again, right? Make up their own Jesus, their own pole worship. Remember our cross we're supposed to be taking out? He is the Rizzo, not this north and south, the sun and the moon, or the tree, Christmas tree worship of their, right, all this lunatic star worship. It's a lot like that flag or the crescent that go after Ishtar. It's Mohammed and all that. Those nations, you see that that's the worship of the star goddess, lunar sea, Catholicism. They wrote the Quran, so with your 13 virgins. So I will try to continue to have this discussion about this weakened magnetosphere and the elephant in the room. That's quite obvious. That when this sun, remember back in 1859, the sun had an X class. I think it's sort of 2030. Can't remember exactly what it was, and it hit the. If we made ourselves this. Remember, I don't do this ball Earth planet nonsense. The Earth is not below your feet, and Father didn't create a new one planet. So, but we'll do their ball model. Remember, we don't talk about shapes. So, you have a southern hemisphere and a northern hemisphere where you would have a magnetosphere that would come up and out of the, like you have a left and right brain. Left and right brain, what do you know? I don't know if we can see that. You can see it. Good enough. So, notice the toilet spins this way and then it goes that way. So, but anyways, polarity. Magnetic polarity. They tell you got poles, but like a compass points to the north, right? That's polarity. That's what keeps that compass there pointing to the north. All right, so so this is what is known as the magnetos. This is a toroidal field. Toroidal. Notice the word Torah. This is how the Hebrew language was created, on this field, this line, where all these yod and a jot and remember all these Hebrew vowels and letters and all have resonance, and they all actually have a frequency and they have value, vibration. When you speak them, the Hebrew, and then it gets defiled because you can't take Hebrew and then translate it in Aramaic and then in English. It gets lost in translation. So, so the great divider, yep, the separator. So if you'll start understanding what I'm trying to show you here, of what is the same as is above, so is below, north, and then southern hemispheres, you have a magnetosphere. This is called the magnetosphere. And in 1859, we had an X-class flare that was directed right at the We'll do this ball model. I don't do this model, but we'll do the ball model. This has what is called a heliosphere, is the sun. This is the sun. There you go. Simple. The difference between these. Remember, I keep explaining to you this. As this shrinks, we're going to get closer to this sun. As this collapses, nothing's happened to the sun. All something's wrong with the sun. No, we've gotten over the last solar minima of how many years do we have with the sun's quiet. One, obviously not quiet. We had an X-class earthquake, not Earth. Moon, sun. Earth is below your feet. No, Earth is ruled, but this is the rock that we live. It's not a planet because Father didn't create one planet. And if the Earth is ruled, so what do you call this place where we're at? What would you call it? Put it in the chat. The Earth is the ruled, so this isn't Earth and this isn't planet. Father didn't create one planet. So what do you call this place? Some people call it around. About the four corners of the earth. North, east, west, and south. Give it the news. Give it the time. All right, so in 1859, the field strength of this magnetosphere, this would be our magnetosphere, like a magnet, remember? Our magnetosphere, our field strength was at 100%. 100% at this point in time. Full strength because of the solar minimum and the solar maximum. And now this has changed before. And obviously, what we're concerned about now is these last three solar cycles where the energy from the sun has continually stepped down. And in this solar cycle 25, if you went back 24, 23, 22, the sun's energy just kept stepping down. And there was talks about going into a grand solar minimum, which could happen. That happen for more than just the energy from the sun. The output of the solar maximum and the solar minimum, which is a cycle of the either not grand solar minimum, but the solar maximum is what we come into first, then we go into the solar minimum, like we're obviously about ready to go back into, and we won't see a solar maximum for another, well, where are we at on this cycle? You know, on this solar, this 5.9 years up, and 5.9 down, something of that average, you know. It's a 12-year solar cycle, or 11.9-year solar cycle is what of Jupiter is its elliptical orbit around the sun on that model. So I wonder what causes this solar minimum and the solar maximum. Caesar Borgia, there you go, your Trinity, your transgender God, the one Napoleon, the one. There's no Trinity. That's one God. Don't you fall for that? That's not the Trinity. Not a transgender Jesus. God of the pole, worship, or whatever that's. So we'll do that. Maybe we can do that after we're done talking about this maximum and minimum. That's your Trinity. You're Mary and you're. I will try to keep going sometimes. It'll catch back up with itself. The word is it's called Ruach Hokadah, or Aletheia, the truth. So that's what it is. It's that's what's inside of us. The truth that he writes on the heart of the bride. It's the word. In the beginning was the word. So I don't know. Maybe I'm in a bad flare, not actually. And let's get it all or correct to the what we call the earth here. So Logos. There you go. The Word. Thanks, Connection, for that. In the beginning was the Word, and this was all created, and He is light. Father exists as the separator, the horizo, or the divider. That morning light would come up at the horizon. He said, I am the horizo. And that horizo means I'm the separator, I'm the divider of the day from the night, the dark from the light, the flesh from an undefiled light that does not exist without. You can't be flesh and visit Father, because Father is not flesh. So we better get used to what this wedding feast of the Lambs would be. So that's what it's about. It's about letting this new body understand this new body doesn't exist in flesh. How could you go to Father? He is light. He said, I'm going to leave this place where he was at in flesh, go to where my Father's house is at. And he destroyed the physical temple. He used to come visit one day behind the year. Behind the veil, one day a year is light after their sacrifice at the altar. And their, remember, this is all of this Old Testament temple, Aaron and Levite taught you over and over. So that's what this is about. This is about a wedding, and this is about preparing our body, be in it, but be not of it. What do you think that means? Come out of her, my people. Okay, so you can't be of the body. Stay in the Word, be not of the world. The world is flesh. This is what you're here. Stay in the Word. He's the Word. He, in the beginning, He is Jehovah, self-existed. I am the creator of all things. Even the Hamashiach, He knew He would birth the flesh vessel even before He created all these things. Imagine that. He fulfilled the covenant of the Gentile nation who He didn't love. Isn't that beautiful? From the foundation of the world, He knew who were vessels of mercy. Mercy, there was no mercy under the Old Testament. There was wrath. God of vengeance, God of war, God of sacrifice, God of fine, blood, fire. People forgotten sacrifice. Take your son, put him on the altar. And then remember, all this was part of God's Old Testament. The Most High I Am. He said before Abraham was I am. So we know what we're talking about here, people. This whole Trinity too. It's that's Catholicism. That's blending the God and to make them three in one with breast. And when you start putting breast on Father that's not exist in flesh, you're blaspheming the understanding of who I am is, and Christ, the Hamashiach, who hung on a tree didn't have breasts. So who's that has breasts? It's the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, the 9/11 president, blind 11 sun god, Mr. Warp Speed. His house is decorated with. You want the motif. You need the the decor. It's a Apollyon. He ain't got the whole Apollyon. The space farce pictures on the mantle and all the whole statues and paintings. It's not. They're not hiding this. It's 58 stories. Satan Tower was. Remember the Arch of Triumph, the entrance to Nimrod's Tower. So what was going on here? Why am I getting this share button? Is this math? Well, there's some math to it because he always does it by the number. So we're talking about the Magnetosphere, the elephant in the room that they're not talking about back in 1859, where we had an X-class flare hit this Magnetosphere on this. If this is not Earth and you don't live on a planet, then what do you want to call this thing here that you live on? This rock that you walk. While you walk this rock, you tell me. So where is my water go? There we go. People don't like math. I never hear it in another ministry. It's called a spiritual calculator. You never heard that before. Might have heard the word discernment right here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries out here in High Desert. So we're higher than a hippie in one of these government drones. Remember, he said the government's watching you. Remember, if they didn't want you to see those drones, you wouldn't have seen them. Where'd they all go? I don't know how come people aren't dropping like flies anymore on it. Remember all that silly, they do this by whatever happened to spontaneous combustion? Let's not wish that upon anybody. Do me, baby. They've been doing this for a long time. Get it? Do me, baby. Maybe that's what poison. Oh, that was Belle Biv DeVoe. Now you know. You're sick. Blow. All right. Sound the horn, brother, sister. That's all I can do is try to get it early enough out so you can see it happen before the actual event, before they go lights out. Lights out in the skies, night skies. They're going to take over and control these visual voodoo in the skies. Oh, yeah. They'll tell lies to your eyes in the skies. I know they do this by spraying you with all kinds of, like if you scrubbed, aluminum, you would make it mirror. You could brush your teeth in that aluminum mirror, like if you were in prison or something, right? So, anyways, the upper atmosphere is the stratosphere. You're not getting out of here. Pretty fly for a while, guys. All right. Hey, it's nothing wrong. We'll try to make this a little bit more, since it's the Sunday fun day, Jesus. We'll try to have a little more entertaining. We're up on our feet here, so not sitting down, so it's a little better, I guess, huh? But remember, this happened. These events happened, and this triggered the wandering of the magnetics back in here, and we've continually now seen these auroral events happen without even having this solar energy to create these low latitude visual. This ain't visual voodoo. That's for real. The whole, they know this is coming. They know the event of the sun and the cycles and the Kali Yuga cycles, all these continual, not just, not the 12-year cycle, what they might want to call a solar maximum and a solar minimum. That rotation of Jupiter, it might have something to do with that, as I already told you, but it was the Lion from the tribe of Judah. Smites. Official Jesus Christ. Oh, here we are. We got one of these religious idiots in here. Schmites. Well, they scoffed at Noah for 126 years, huh? Remember, Paul warned of another Jesus. So which Jesus are you talking to? You're the official Jesus Christ. So which one's Jesus official? Which one is that? Tell me about your Jesus. Jesus. Anybody have any book? Anybody have an interlinear Textus Receptus, the original text from the 12th century, written on stone tablets, pounded out on bright scrolls? That it says J anywhere? Do you see a J in text in Hebrew or even Greek? Wonder where these people come up with their Jesus. I know Paul, if you did the translation, literal transliteration, he said two Jesus. So which Jesus? The official? Which one is your official? So how do we know which one is the real Jesus? Is that like the leotarded pokey one over here, or this one over here with the halo? Which Jesus are you speaking of? Come on. Oh, okay. So you come in with the name and then it's your cat. Okay. All right. Get this idiot out of here. So that's crazy. Wow. Hey, they're even copping the other Jesus now to get these people away from the man's nuts. Grab them. They keep him away from my cat. Oh, wait, my cat is fixed. So poor Yasher boy. He's a good boy though. So we love Yasher. He's a good kid. And Juniper's our channel kitty here. She's a split face, one of these chimera kitties or whatever you call these. A lot of people are two-faced, aren't they? I tell you, they're actors. Basically, they're putting on an act. They're being nice. That means to be stupid. So that's just the world. That's what they do. So world, that's what you can call it, right? The world. Nobody answered me. So do you live on Earth? You don't live on an Earth. You know that, and Father didn't create one. Just so you know, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but he didn't create one. The word planet is never written in the text. So what is this? What is a planet? He said don't create a jot. That's like a period in the country grammar, or punctuation, like comma or jot, and now they've created this whole planet. What is a planet? Can anybody explain to me what a planet is? I have the text right here, and I've never seen the word planet written down. So what is a planet? Like planet of the see no evil and hear no evil and speak no evil, planet of the apes or monkeys? Or if a man evolved from apes, why are there still apes or monkeys? Or how come there's no monkey fossils? You live near Lakeview, Oregon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But that's Lake County, Oregon. It's the most corrupt county in all of Oregon. So, but it is what it is. You know, the county's beautiful, largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, located right in Lake County, Oregon. What a beautiful place. You've got amazing. You got the petroglyphs. You've got go out there and go have the cowboy dinner tree out there over by the Silver Lake. Go over there and see. Go out to the dunes. Go see Crack in the Ground. A place an absolute. It's a gem. The corrupt law enforcement are absolutely horrible. The worst in the whole state and worst in the whole country. But we'll leave that out of that conversation for now. So anybody knows this county knows it's the north. They talk about the southern, and it doesn't matter because they come from north and south. This is a very, very corrupt county. So, but it is what it is. I mean, life's not Burger King. You got to take the good with the bad, and they got the most corrupt. Okay, we'll stop. But anyways, it's a beautiful place. Well, you would know if you live there. Then you got to deal with them tyrant pigs. Absolutely tyrant. That county's disgusting. Letting people's shit flap, being a jailer that's not even a medic, giving out the same food out of the flap hole and getting an award for the best jail. This is places, all those corrupt county officials down there. It's the judges in this new district and old that Michael Taylor wouldn't even get off his ass and do nothing during the COVID. So I rebuke these idiots in this county. So, all right, they're tyrants, and that's just what they do. And they have a history of doing it. Before I moved to this county over a decade ago, I knew they were tyrants before I ever moved here. The county has a reputation for it. So other than that, it's a great county. Great place to live. Some people never bothered by them. Well, I don't know. Some people don't give a crap about their country. They didn't do anything for the county at all. Just sat here and did nothing. But some of us did. So we will move on. So, yeah, it's the officials, not the people. I mean, it sucks. You know, these people are taxpayers are paying these people's public servants, and they're not doing their job. So I'm a veteran. You got to call it out, man. I'm a veteran in this county. I care not only about the county, I care about the state, and I care about the country. So I'm going to stand up for the county, whether the people in this county like me or not, until it don't matter. I'm not concerned. Let's move on with the lesson. Like I said, I can't worry about things that can't change. Father will, when he's ready, he's working on doing all these. Judgments will be put upon all people who do things under their own measure, because he pours out a just measure on each one of us when we return. So we're not going to get away with nothing. Even these people, they think I'm going to get away with this lifetime. The problem that I have is nobody wants to talk about this corporation anymore and how this is not operating, you know, as a constitutional republic. you know, I let Father fight all my battles. It's okay. Whatever. You know, Jeff, if you're in the county, man, they hit me in the face with a grenade. They could do this to you. I don't know if you're married, your wife, your kids. I'm a veteran with no prior, no criminal record. And I've got, this standing up for the county since the COVID. I was one of these people up here in North Lake. They're not going to take this crap with this stand down. And, there were business up here wanted to stay in business. And they're all those businesses now are not even under the same ownership or gone. That's what the COVID did. Not the first time, flatten the curve, but the second time we made a kind of a stink up here and didn't want, to do this nonsense. Yeah. So they're not all, look, guys, we have if you look, and I don't want to go off on this state, but if you look at the voting, and I don't do voting, so I don't like none of this crap, but go look at the voting of the Republican governor and the new Democratic Kotex or whatever. It was Brown. You had to flush it down. But I ain't doing the politics. Look, either way. But look at this, how this map is laid out of this state and this electoral college. It will show you how this county is, truly how it works. But these little voting over here, that's how they get all the vote of the county. There's even a huge movement in this state to move over to Idaho because they're tired of this whole, Multnomah and up here in the other, Clackamas and Portland, and all these people get the massive vote. Lake is the second, Lane is the first. There's a lot of these. See, we're out here in the desert and to the south down to the, this is the second largest county. The Lane goes all the way from the I-5 to the coast over there. And, but anyways, most of this vote is coming from this I-5, west corridor, this small area, and that's most of the state is not like that. They are much more much conservative, and I don't do this because people have lost um, ideas on what is liberal and what is conservative and what is Republican and what is Democrat. People used to not give a crap. They didn't fly a stupid flag, red or blue, on their lawn and didn't even care. The kids didn't suffer because they could have a barbecue and bring, their buddy over and have hey, grab your wife and get the kids, and we won't care about the fewer things. I'm not saying sup with vipers, brothers and sisters. He tells us not to cast our pearls before swine. Okay, those are pigs, so I'm warning you about swine. Low energy. But anyways, we could put these things to the side. It was a deal breaker, and the kids could jump in the pool, and little Jenny learned how to do a backflip, and Johnny, and they actually had their first little kiss under the table, and they became high school sweethearts. And now you've taken all this from these kids because you act like a kid, and you know what I'm saying? We couldn't even get along because, I don't like that Trump does. Oh, you like Biden? Well, what if I don't like Biden? You like Trump? No, I don't like none of them. I don't want to do this red team, blue team, Democrat, Republican. I'm a veteran. I know I serve this beast system, and we're not supposed to be partaking in unfruitful works of darkness. And we have 1,000 military bases in over 180 countries. Enough as we've done, rocked this world for over 50 years and forced everybody to pay for oil with the U.S. dollar. I've seen enough. 22 of us veterans, every day, because what you see on television is not what's going on in these banksters wars. George Washington, I'm not advocating war. He said no foreign entanglements, but he went out on the battlefield. These supposed mass murderers in chief, whether they're Democrat or Republican, I know they're over the armed services, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. These are the ones who outrank a 5-star general during war. And we're at war right now, whether you realize it or not. They started this crap back as a veteran during this whole VidCo, trying to take people's rights. As a veteran, I didn't care about freedom. Get out of here. There's no such thing, free will or freedom. There's self-will if you learn the actual scriptures, but freedom is gone. This is a non-constitutional republic. This is now a corporation, but it had a constitutional republic where we had the voting of a democratic process like red and blue, but that is not what a constitutional republic. We have a House, a Congress, and a Senate. This country was very unique to any other country had ever been. This is not serfdom, merchant law. Yes, it is. Well, we'll go back to that by executive order, still not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. See, this voting, this judicial, the Congress makes the law, not presidents. People have lost their whole life. See, I took a note to this Constitution. So whether people even like me in this county or like me in this state or like me in this country, I don't give a rat's. My AATS date didn't stop serving the people of this nation. If they've lost sight of we the people form this Constitution, we are the ones who govern and say, hey, you have this job here to protect our inalienable God. I don't care if you believe in a God or not, rights. These were rights that were protected and supposed to be protected, not make laws. The federal government's not there to make laws. They're here to protect the right of the people, the Constitution. And people have forgotten that. And that's why we are where we're at today. But I haven't lost sight of what I took an oath to. So you may have, and I haven't. And it doesn't matter what they have done to me out in this county. That it would, if they wrote a movie out, if they just bring some outside agency to stop being so afraid of these thugs out here in Lake County, they could probably get something done. But they're all PIG, pigs, people in government. 40% of this populace in one way, either through federal contract, state, county, all works for some way, form, shape, or another for the government. That's a sickening. I'm a statistics guy. I like to pay attention to the numbers. I was a pig myself. Prior veteran is a 95 Bravo. I understand traffic control. I understand things during war. These are the first ones in the battle and the last ones to leave because prisoners of war. You're not going to tell me that I don't know war. And when I tell people we're at war, I'm like, are you that ignorant that you don't even remember? There's not a single war in this country, American, there's never been started with a single ordinance or bomb falling. It's always been with a tariff, sanction, or embargo. And Mr. 45 already did, and they're all in and on it together. This tariffing China, and washers got $200 more back then. You ain't seen nothing compared to what has just happened in this country. I already told you, subscribe to China Observer, get off some of these lamestream media platforms and actually find there's some sources out there where you're seeing boots on the ground, right there. So you'll know what's going on, not trusting these lame, alphabet soup, whatever, MSLSD and their faux news or their ABC always broadcasting crap. Or I don't do none of that. I mean, you might take a look, but you're just going to get the same parrot mockingbird news is what it is. And I don't hear this fake crap with Chump and all his fake news. This man decorates his house with Satan. If you ain't figured that out by now, then the spirit's not hearing what the say unto the churches. His house is decorated with Apollyon. If you know who Apollyon is, then why do we have Apollo mission 1, 2, and 3 to the moon? Please stop it. Some people, they'll do whatever they want. Go do your own blog or something. Go fluff somebody else. But I know what I took an oath to. I took an oath to the Constitution. It was a God-given. And even before now, I discovered, because I was a child when I joined the military at 17, that I'm a soldier of God. That's it. Before I left all this beast war machine, what we have done is an apostasy, and we're not the only nation. All these nations that go outside their borders is not under this covenant. George Washington don't agree, a 33-degree Mason. He said no foreign entanglements, okay? We were having a revolutionary inside our own walls, and we're not even supposed to go outside our own doors. Property lines to be causing vengeance and seeking it across anybody. We can protect ourselves under this covenant. He said meek. They didn't let the land lie fallow for 490 years. And that's why we are now under this 7x7 gospel that I call this 490 gospel. It's not being taught anywhere else, brothers and sisters. We are to be meek and turn our cheek and give the chance. That's why I didn't do anything to these stupid pigs out here who have now literally kidnapped my daughter, gone. And now, I've called these other counties involving, and they're all in on it in this state. It is not just this state, though. It is a corruption that is happening. When they corrupted the Act of 1871, they turned this into a prior very unique House, Congress, Senate. Once again, not some democracy, red, blue vote. This was a very unique place. Why not king's order or executive order or serfdom or this was a place it's not a duality democracy either, get it through your head. This was a constitutional republic. And what made this place very unique is we had a House, a Congress, and a Senate, a judicial, a legislative, and an executive branch to make sure we had checks and balances so things didn't get out. And in our Constitution actually warns about these banksters who have taken over. We've got one as a pretendant right now. Mr. 45 plus is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11. Are you that blind 11 that you can't see they do this all by the number? People think I'm crazy. Well, whatever. You just move along and let's just do your red team and you'll do your bloodbakin, and we'll just fall for that for 4 years and we'll get some hopium up and then they'll flip it back and then we'll get record numbers for the donkey, and then nothing will ever get done. And as this underlying agenda, they'll keep driving this system to their final cycle because they know what's coming. They're privileged to this information. That's why they worship this sun. They know this celestial abyss that people are not, they're hiding. This people think they're in the year 2025 spinning around on a ball, and that's fine. That's the world, brothers and sisters. The world. The whole world's running off a cliff. And you're the only one going in the other direction. They're going to call you crazier than Noah. He was crazy too for 126 years. It never even rained on this rock. Some people listen to that voice, still voice inside their head. They go to a beautiful place like you're in Lake County. We can have enough property out here to not have a neighbor, and you can spend time with the Most High and pray with him daily, talk to him and have a relationship with him. And you can hear that through his word because you have that time. It is a very unique place too, because of, again, the celestial firmament above our head. I don't live in the largest dark sky sanctuary on this rock for no reason. So anyways, what a blessing, like I said, to have this, this, that we're not on some spinning ball, and it doesn't align with scripture at all. Anything these people say of these, they think heaven is above their head. They think earth is below their feet. They don't read the book. So you can't help. A book is a Bible, and that's not what it was written on stone. And he pounded that out, and Constantine made the Bible, this modern day version. And Yeah, I wish that wouldn't be gang stalked by. Yeah, it is what it is. Father will protect me. Father will protect this channel. Father will create all things. So be not anxious, he says. Thank you for that. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. I'm going to get some more water here. My coffee was not very warm. I didn't do much coffee this morning. Better get that some more ice going here. I need some more ice. I can move you back here and got you guys here, right here next to the ice machine. Hold on a second. Yeah, how much water we got in there? Let's pour water. Oh my goodness. Well, it's a nice day out there today. Got some stuff done. I got to get some more done for the end of the day. We're going to have a long summer, I don't think. You look at that almanac, we'll see. I normally get it right, both of them. I'm going to make us some ice. You can hear the ice machine going. Get it plugged in. No. We're off the grid and we're making ice from the sun. All right, we got solar and wind and all that good stuff out here. Okay, we want to make large ice cubes. It's going to beep for a second. You'll hear it go. You hear the low warning on the solar system. Oh, man. Love that Berkey water. It is. I've had my Berkey for going on 11 years or something like that. Maybe longer. It's been a while. So, anyways, all right, let's go back into this, what we're showing you here again, what I was showing you about this, talking about this what if scenario. It's nothing wrong with asking yourself what if, or nothing wrong with being prepared and having something for a rainy day, making sure you're not being a burden to people in your community, people around you, because you don't have any mindset to, you know, he said, have your loins girded in my service, have extra oil, and be burning bright. So, I'm not, does anybody know about this particular event that I'm talking about here, this Carrington event that happened in 1859? Anybody know anything about this X flare that hit this magnetosphere, this protection from this solar energy, this plasma that comes off the sun that, you know, is directed, if it's directed right at us, if it's pointing and it comes in it, you know, this flare. We'll use that. better find my other pens here. Hold on. Send them down. Send them down. If we have one of these that comes directly, like that's what happened, that this energy came and hit this portion of the magnetosphere. So let's redo this live chat here. Live. All right. What do we got here? All right. So anybody know this event? That started the migration where the polarity shifted to the west, and the migration of what they call the magnetics of this, what keeps your compass pointed to the north, right? Your compass, north, south, never eat soggy waffles. You ever seen how to do that? Anybody ever teach any navigation, any land nav or anything like that? Anybody know of this event? What happened? EMP. Okay, so there we go. See, they could do this, induce this type of event either as well. This could happen with, an explosion of a satellite or, right? An ite. I want to talk about that too. I think that's a lot of what they're getting ready to do with this big show in the sky, their big sky daddy worship of their sun god, and their, they know what they're doing. The elite are not stupid with the cycles. They just like to play people like a harp, a false, they get them they get strumming them, getting, oh, my little pretty, I guess. I don't know that's cosmos. It's an orderly arrangements, huh? Careful. So when this event happened back in 1859, it started the migration, the wander of the magnetics of what is people calls the pole. Okay, and there's no such thing as a pole, like ho ho ho, candy cane, North Pole. That is called polarity, and that has to do with magnetics. But for sake, you can say we have a northern and a southern polarity. Like that's why in one part of this hemisphere, the toilet spins one way, and in the other, it spins in the opposite. That's called magnetics. That's called polarity, like a right and a left brain. There is a sun has what is called a heliosphere, and this rock that we live on, this walk on this rock, the world we live on, has a magnetosphere. It has many layers of our atmosphere, but that is the one that protects us for when that energy, this plasma, because that's what's coming from the sun, is plasma. It's an electric sun, and it's ionized and deionized gas, electric. You ever know what a plasma cutter is? You ever heard of a plasma cutter? You can cut like butter, you can cut steel. So let's see. Probably get somebody made a comment here. All right. Light out to bring out new system out. That's what I'm thinking is coming, Jeff. You know what I'm saying? I just think they're going to use this as a big sky ritual to bring in I think that's what this obviously is showing us here on the deck calculator too. This is what it's showing us. This is part of the 3 days of darkness. This is the Revelation 12, where the dragon will be there to consume the child on 9/23. Executive orders 11004. Everything I keep telling, I'm not going to get this wrong, brother, sister. Some things I might get a little off on the details, but these millimeter camps are coming. These $5 general camps. $5 general. You've heard of Dollar General? It's $5 general. I think it was Lion who said that. We got to give Lion props. I think you said that. Who said that in the earlier stream? Were you in here, Jeff? That was awesome. The $5 general. Hey, inflation, baby. Might be 50 next week. Like a cheeseburger in Venezuela, it went from 5 to 500. Bolivar. Might want to use that as an example of what could happen right here. It already has happened. Eggs, if any farmer ever would have thought they could get $1 an egg, they would have sold every other hog or cow or whatever and invested in birds, baby. The age of air, here we are. Like a bird, he said, water. Go to the man pouring out the water, the vessel. He said the eye is the lamp of the body, the vessel, brothers, sisters. Christ in you. Okay. There were error. It's pouring out on Fomalhaut, the age of deception. That age is over. It's washed clean in the blood of the Lamb. Hallelujah. What's going on with the Simpsons episode? I didn't get into all that in the last episode. They're talking about on tomorrow, 26th, the Mayday. They're the whole grid's going to go down. And I'm not saying that the Springfield, Oregon's over here. Is that the Springfield they're talking about? There's a lot of Springfields, but anyways, it's a great study tool, and people are like, where do you come up with some of these? I mean, the Simpsons have never let me down, and I've never watched a single episode of that. So, I'm just saying as a study tool. There are many people who decode these things and give you all the work, and you see multiple decodes, be like, damn, you see what this person pointed out. And it's so good, as I told you, brother, sister, sometimes to use these comment sections as an exploration of even more eloquent ideas and theories, and some of them with hard link and fact. And these people are really amazing in a lot of these comment sections. And although the blogger might be pointing something out, and I'm telling you this, you guys are that comment section, so you better start making us, rain in here with their shower this with that living water, pour it out, on these people with this age of deception. We're here to, Father's watching you. He's inside you. He knows what you're doing. You're not going to run in the closet and do something that he don't know about. So either way, this is definitely something that they are ready for. In my eyes, they have been ready. They're just waiting for the solar cycle, and know that there will be if you've been watching, that's why I'm trying to make a larger, again, and I've done this for a long time. I have talked to you about this wicked magnetosphere that now it is at, more than 40% of it is degraded. And that means that our field strength is probably somewhere in the 50s, 9%. What the? Of the time that it hit in 1859, it hit our field strength magnetosphere was 100. Started the migration wander of the magnetics to the west, and then in 1900 it turned around and started coming back to the way it came, and that started when it was at 100%, that degradation. And since that day, and you can see all this, I told you, Maverick Star, he's not plotting it anymore. He's been on the channel for so long. I was actually looking at the America Ever After channel, and I was giving Gene love back then, that the guy is always just living on a thread by funding. And so I guess he pulled all the actual pole shift because he has that magnetometer system that he built. He built a system. He's a scientist. Gene is a scientist. He is the best tracking system that it reports back like every 3 seconds of the location by pinging it through the magnetics through his system called the Trimag in multiple locations, and places these in areas where he knows these magnetic field locations are weakening or strengthening, like they're strengthening in Russia as it's moving towards Siberia, and weakening in Canada over our northern region where it has up to the North Pole. This has all been degrading and moving since the 1900s back towards and moving towards Siberia, where this has done this before, like a ping pong, back to its same locations. And that is not a pole shift. That's why I rebuke the word pole shift, because a pole shift is when your compass that was once pointed to the north this is going to be now pointed to the south. And that does that every 11 years on the sun. And it does it every 22 years on the moon. The magnetics, not the rock itself, shifts like a crustal or the moon, because notice we only see one side of the lunar phase, nor does the sun change. It's the magnetic polarity of the sun that changes from positive to negative. And it's a phase that happens. And we're in the middle of one of these right now where this is changing, that is changing, and this lets energy come in and from behind. And so this happens every 11 years, the magnetics goes from north to south. That means this used to actually happen every 300 to 360,000 years, like on a clock. Ding, ding. We haven't had that happen in over 780,000 years. So we're well overdue. And now we're in the middle of what is called, see, a magnetic excursion is when this doesn't completely shift. That's a magnetic excursion. A pole shift is when the polarity completely changes. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? I know, Kevin, I'm trying to give you an idea of this. I use the scientific method. I've studied all this science, and I'm still studying, and I've been doing it for 3+ decades. And I think I'm one of the better versed, not better than anybody on this subject of magnetism and polarity, because it has everything to do with this magnetosphere and this heliosphere, which is this pinching and this closing in of what is our toroidal field. If you took a magnet, like a round magnet, and you wrapped it with copper and you spun that around, it's going to put out this same toroidal field and create electricity. The sun is electric. We live in an electrically linked system to all the connected stars are all connected. They know this. They're not, that's why they prayed to Saturn and they did all these, but people have taken this and turned something to theory where, again, back in time, not history, but back in time, astronomy is the location of where these celestial bodies are at in a particular time. That is called astronomy. And it's equinox around, whether it's heliocentric in this model, as you might see here, meaning this is we are going around the sun, or geocentric, meaning the sun is going around us. I don't care which model you speak of. I know both models, and I don't care about shapes. Because then people start talking about shapes, then they start getting all confused about, oh my God, Fraggle Rock, and start being like a puppet on a string. I can't even have a conversation with them. They get pulled in one direction, and I can't, I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep, but I do know people that can't pay attention enough to take notes and put these things together. And there are scientists out there, such as Gene at Maverick Star Observatory, who has a tri-meg system who he built that pings the magnetics. You can find these things such as in pottery at our regions like up there where it passed over the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. These areas will spew magma out, and during that time, it's going to capture the magnetic polarity of the time. You can go again in pottery. They go through the isotope data. There's the gold standard with the ice core data, and all there's strata data that you have with the paleoclimatology records. And I don't know how well versed you are in this rock and these compression events when how these happen, but this is explainable. To the average person, oh, you can't talk about that. You're not a scientist. Well, okay, then goodbye. It's quite alarming. But okay, back to this magnetic excursion. That would be meaning that it didn't completely its full flip of a pole shift. Polarity. The pole or the magnet, that compass is pointing to the north because of the magnetic polarities keeping that. You actually have two polarity positions in the north and two in the south that's keeping that compass, and one is dragging that over towards Siberia. They've had to repaint the runways, brothers, sisters, over and over. This is not a new thing. What I'm speaking of is something that has been happening since the 1800s. So I'm not speaking about an event that I haven't had plenty of time to study. It's not a new thing. Oh my God, it's a new theory. This isn't a theory. Again, this used to happen every 360,000 years on this rock. And you could see it in the strata data of the layers, like a pancake or an ice cream sandwich, right? Or whatever maybe chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. I don't know. Where it's not laid out this way. It's vertical generally, and we get some slant, things like that, because there's some shift in the magnetics too. Okay, again, you see these at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. You can find this again in pottery at the time of the old. They can go test all these things. I don't like this carbon dating crap, but this CO2 is plant food. All right, they get rid of CO2, they get rid of you. It's not CO2, it's not you, it's the sun. David Devine, Adapt 2030. Get out of here, you idiot. Pole shifting. I just said there's a pole shift is when the actual magnetic polarity. Get some sleep. What is wrong with these people? Why do you think you're going to tell me to go to bed? Who you? You to my daddy? Pound sand, get out of here. I don't know what your language, I know that's, is that Chinese? I don't, I'm not fluent in, I know Donald Trump loves China. He said that, I love China, and then he sanctioned him. So if you're talking about pole shifting, there's no pole shift. I just explained it in here. You're an idiot. Look at you. You came in and made yourself look so foolish. You don't even know what you're talking about. And it's already obvious because I already said that there's no such thing as pole shift unless, all right, get him out of here. It's idiots. Okay. Anyways, so this happens, brothers, sisters, and used to happen. You could find this actually in the paleoclimatology records. If you just went through all the layers of the dirt, you would see that they can find out that this magnetism rotation of a complete pole shift used to happen again, kind of like a clock, every 360, like a circle, 1,000 years. And we find that over and over. Now there's times that it will excursion and it'll go back this way. That happens a lot. Boom, back to the, to see this is either a full magnetic rotation shift or excursion where it rights itself back. That's called a magnet. So we're currently in a magnetic excursion, not a pole shift. If you're talking about pole shift, I don't think you know what you're talking about. So again, now this happens once again on this sun right here every 11 years. That means the north becomes south, not the magnetism. And then that changes again on the moon every 22 years. That happens like a clock. See? So there are things in this that are known constant cycles, and we can know that what's happened didn't happen on the regular cycle, and it's actually been 780,000 years since we've seen a full pole shift. So we're not in a pole shift, so stop telling anybody about pole because they don't know what a pole is. We have 4 poles. Yes, we do. The one that pulls it this way in the northern hemisphere, and the one who pulls it, that's why we have auroras down here and auroras up here. But not auroras at mid-latitude, and we'll talk about that. Why is that happening? Well, obviously, it's the weakening of this magnetosphere. Absolutely, it does kind of have effects because every time this energy bombards our atmospheres, such as our heliosphere, or the top of is the stratosphere. You live in the troposphere. The thermosphere is underneath you. Okay, there's as and above. There's below currents like there are above currents. That's what Tesla was trying to explain. Oh, the secrets of the universe are 3, 6, and 9. It's not. This is not that complicated. It's about polarity, magnetic polarity. So there are 2 poles in the north which are keeping that compass to the north. You can realign your compass. They have these programs that do it for systems on, actual, looking out at the firmament above your head. They can. There's going to be changes, brothers. So they've got something pretty heavy in store. They're about ready to do. Again, I know because they know that this cycle of the sun, that you guys have forgotten that right now we are in, and not to scare you or anything, but we are in the sixth extinction event, which is known as the 12,000, not a half cycle like 6,000 years ago, where he flooded this rock up the bottom from below and above with water. Okay, his promise is the rainbow. He said, I've seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around. I'm bringing the fire. Remember Sodom and Gomorrah? Well, he'll do it with this, his favorite weapon of all, his greatest creation. That's this gas fire giant above your head. It's not fire, it's electric, baby. How do you think he marred this Sodom? He said, I've seen enough. Think about the precision that it took to pinpoint. So you don't think he said all, as is above and below, this time by fire. Electric is how it's going to happen, because these whole currents, as they go into our upper atmosphere, are a link. If you watch Bend Over Harley Davidson, he talks to you about how this will arc discharge, and that's what's created these valleys, like the Grand Canyon and the ones that are off of each one of our near continents that make the Grand Canyon dwarf it in size because it's an electric discharge from this rock right here. A compression event makes these flat top things that you see that were cut off during a time, and then we've had a bunch of, you know, ice ages to go over the top of them. These squirted out and hit the upper atmosphere and looked exactly like what you would call a tree, like Jack and the Giant Beanstalk, baby. How long? That's 180,000 feet above your head, the top to hit the stratosphere. So if that squirted, that liquefaction event, 1800s, brothers, sisters, these were compression events because of how this sun, this creates a more nuclei, the saturation of the excitement of that water molecule attaching to that particle to create a whole nother layer of moisture, brothers and sisters. And if you'll pay attention, in February 15th of 2022, after 3 days earlier, they had killed off Honga Tonga, had a ceremony. It's extinct. It'll never go off again. It's dead. Bam! 3 days later, it rose right out of the ocean, like the resurrection of Jonah out of the belly of the whale in the ocean. And it spewed 146 gigarams of ocean into our upper atmosphere, which froze, not like Easy-E, like an on-hold skeezer, but like an on-hold freezer. It's still sitting up there, and now it's just starting to ring out, and that's why we see these atmospheric rivers above our head now, because they pump this, whether it was a induced event by this wave of energy that hit it potentially days before. That wasn't announced, but it did pop that 14% of moisture that was never there. And it's stuck, and we're just starting to see it ring out. So the hydrological cycle is a normal cycle. This is something that is going to continue to look. They knew this was coming too. I'm sure they said that Renaissance dam, because the changing of the monsoon and the driest place on this rock, they start building a hydro dam. Oh, it'll be filled in 10 years. In 2 years, it was full. Now they got 2 or 3 of them downriver, creating energy right over there. It's happening. They're already starting to use all these things. They know what exactly that they're doing. And I do think that that event back there is going to have a massive effect, because if you put that layer of water protection over us, over this atmosphere, look at where it's at. Does anybody know where that is suspended? It's a dry layer of our atmosphere. Does anybody know of this event? Well, Iceman, there he is, right on time. That ice wall, hashtag ice wall, they got one all around you. And now they've got this big on-hold freezer stuck up there like like strawberry. She's the neighborhood. Ho, ho, ho. What goes up like Santa must come down. You got it. I've seen that a little bit, Rum. I've seen that, and they can't get it back. I've seen that. I don't know if that's validity, but I know what you're talking about. Project Nanook and all these things, and Project hashtag ice wall, and beyond the ice wall, let's go to outer space. Okay, yes. So, yes, I know what Rum is talking about. Not red rum, but blue. Ham Solo. All right, ham radio. Like Han Solo or Ham Solo? That's pretty funny. This guy's got me going ham like a freaking Muslim. All right, careful. The Quran was written by Catholics. Don't kitty touch me in here. Stay away from me with that leotarded devil Jesus of yours. Whether the white one over here with the halo with the serpent and the crown, or the leotarded red one over here. We're like the Borgias, baby. Oh, that's terrible. That gay homosexual pope, huh? There we go. Yeah, good stuff. I'm not religious. I rebuke all your religions. Are you one of those? Some of these people are the Anakin Skywalker religion and the Han Solo, right? All right, it's ham radio, baby. Be solo, be independent, right? Be set apart. Be in it, but not of it. That's what it said. So definitely not a religion to me. So back to this magnetic excursion, because if you would understand, brothers and sisters, this started the migration of the polarity, or the pole wander, or the actually magnetics. Again, it's that magnetic compass that points to the north. So you got 2 of them up here. You actually have 4 what you would call polarity or pole points, where pull the polarity, and it's been pulling since the 1800s back towards Siberia. So let's go X flash left, bam, hits the magnetosphere, starts wandering to the west in 1859, 1900, up out, haste. it did a 180-degree turnaround, brothers and sisters, and it started going back the way it came. And then since then, that 100% field strength of the magnetosphere, which whacked us back then and caused a mid-latitude at like the equator, like Ecuador, down here, Ukraine and Texas, and at the lower latitudes, not up here at the North Pole or the South Polarity poles. People are idiots. They're going to believe in candy cane, whole cane stripes. Hey, you want to know where all the hoes are at? Ask Santa. Sorry. All right. They the bells. That's where they cheat on the words. So, all right. So this magnetic excursion started. It did a 180-degree turnaround in the year 1900, and our field strength at that point was 100%. 100%, and that started degrading, mean negation. It canceled. Started melting off because of this cycle, too, where this energy from the sun, whether it be coronal mass ejections, because we can have a solar flare and it not release a plasma event. We can have just a coronal mass ejection off the sun. We can have a solar filament release off our sun, which is just a massive, like a coronal mass ejection, rope of plasma that comes off. We have coronal holes, which are just basically a solar wind that just constantly streams and smashes the solar wind is like 750 kilometers, 1,000 miles an hour without any energy coming. These people, we went to the moon, we got out of here. The average wind speed, like I said, is like 700,000 kilometers. That's like if we have one small solar flare, it can reach over 1 million to 1.5 million, miles an hour. The solar wind coming from the sun, the energy, the sun. So if you can think about what keeps us from getting blasted, because they tell us that if we were any closer to the sun, right, we would fry. And if we were any further away from the sun, we would freeze. And I think it's a bunch of nonsense, because this sun's atmosphere has collapsed in and out on cycles. And this is what has created solar minimas, grand solar minimas. And we've been much warmer than we've ever been now. It's been hot now. You know nothing about the medieval period and all these periods past. Again, there are so many different minimas that this rock generally that we walk on is frozen about 97% of the time. We're actually in the longest calming period that we've ever been. And anybody who's studied these cycles knows that the longer the calm, the harder the storm. So it's just a cycle. You're not going to stop this. This sun is going to do the cycle it's going to do. And that's what these elite are ready for. They have all their things in place. And when this lights goes out, they're going to take this whole system and exchange it for a new one. And they're going to be able to create all these. They already created this Alice symbol over the U.S., which I've shown you, which was blasphemy. The sun does not go the wrong way. And in 3 separate occasions, 3 created the 3 days of darkness. Yes, we're in the apocalypse, because that's the age of Aquarius. We're in the age of air, A-I-R. Get it? Water, go to the man, pouring out the vessel. The veil is lifted. There's no deceiving the nations. For 2,600 years, there was a veil put over the nations, and in order to be the apocalypse, that means the veil has to be lifted. Grow up. We're there. We're in this very last book that it speaks of, and it says not to add a jot or a tittle in this book, that we are in the last actual revelation, is to lift off the cover, to remove the veil. So we have left the age of fire, the age of deception that was put over by the churches. Remember that deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture? Remember, they had outlawed all this paganism of this pole god that they birthed, right? They birthed in the winter. This is their modern day Jesus, that they don't know what it is that they're doing. And he says, my people shall perish for lack of this. They celebrate their sun god. This is this Big Dipper going around the North Star. This is their Jesus. This is the one Donald Trump, 9/11, has his house decorated. President, 4 plus 5 is 9. Skip Joe, 4 plus 7 is 11. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper. This is your Christmas wreath or your Yule wheel worship, where they thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper. And at the equinox, they thought the sun was dying, so they prayed to Saturn on 9/23. That's why this 9/23 date is going to be the most important date in one of the historical events ever. They do use 9/11, but they have been using this symbology date of 9/23, as I is the only one exposing this. Not another man, and that's okay. I don't want no glory. My treasure will be after I pass this rock, but this is 9/23 right here. This is the date. Notice the action. I mean, there's action here because you can see you're going to follow the yellow brick road to your straw man work camp under Executive Order 11004 as my son, the second born of 3 children, and he is John's, Tracy John's son. I am John's son, the second born, the Alet, the leader. My son is the second born. He has his place on 11-4 in this space. He is a Scorpizzo, as I is Scorpizzo. He has his, again, I remember, you know, I got a lot, but he knows of this straw man, the yellow brick road, and because of the wonderful things he does, you'll follow the yellow brick road to your straw camp, your Walmart $5 general camp, and you'll get in there, your megalithic city, and you will revel in the wave of lightning in the skies to bring down the power dome and to power up their Helios death ray, like a ray of sunshine over this horrible. I am the divider. He said that, remember? He said that right here in Matthew 10:34. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. I'll divide the straw man from those that are set apart from the Americans. There are some that are in their own bubble. Father puts them and sets them apart. They're not in this bubble. Uh-oh, I'm losing my power. I better plug this because we're going to need to use this for the lesson. This is part of what they're doing. I'm telling you. Oh, notice over here. We've got clear blue skies. No, it's lightning over here, boy. We got lightning that's raining in the domes. And over here, what do we got? Well, it's cloudy. Wait, that's not lightning, is it? Oh, that's clouds. That definitely, I am the alpha, and the ending is going to be the omega. It's going to start clear blue skies, but then we're going to have rain coming out of the skies, which will bring in their millimeter domes. And if you're set apart, and you American, and you are set apart, they'll be given the wings of the angel, they'll flee to the wilderness, they'll be given safety. I don't see any camps over here. Looks a little cloudy, but that's not lightning. Where are the camps? I don't know. We set them apart. These aren't straw men. The straw men go into the work camp. The Americans, they go into the work camp. They're millimeter Walmart work domes, mega domes with their megalithic technology, structured domes. They'll build them. They'll have the people build these. Oh, they'll be such wondered and reveled after they'll build the megalithic 15-minute. It'll probably take 15 minutes to get from one side of this dome, from the center, to the other side of this dome. Maybe they're 30-minute cities. Oh, it's 15 minutes from one side of the city to the other side of the city. Oh, okay. Megalithic Super Bowls, like the stupid bowl they had at the halftime show. Halftime Super Bowl show. Halftime. Separator, divider, not but division. Don't hang out with swine, people, government, low energy pigs. He will divide this. There will be a divide. Oh, he will separate these people, won't he? But remember, this sign that he's showing you right here, as he spoke of over 2,600 years ago, nobody cares about. And it did happen. This Jupiter exiting on 12, right? No, 9/23 of 2017, starting this, again, red dragon eclipse, starting in 7 Salems. It took 7 years to complete this stand on the X
XX, triple X, Aleph symbol to create the negation of the corporation. XXX, va va va, to unleash their beast system under the dome. Under the dome. So I see it plain as day. Plain as day. Get in your straw, man. Follow your yellow brick road, because this is what they're telling you. This event will happen because of this weakened auroral magnetosphere. This is what I'm going to explain to you next. What is happening? They're not hiding this because they can't hide these aurora events anymore, brothers and sisters. These auroras are caused when this, dome over our rock, like there's one over the sun, right? There's one over the sun. Is that a reflection off the top of the dome? Watch out, they're spraying us. Look at that. I got a chemtrailer. I don't know nobody else why this is so important, but why would I put this on my body? How about that day moon? What's that moon doing out during the day all the time? Nobody cares anymore. So, I don't put this stuff on my body like this union, this marriage, this ring, this horizo eclipse. This is not an eclipse, brothers and sisters. This great red dragon eclipse, this diagonal eclipse, not horizo eclipse at the equinox of our nodes are happening. These only happen they put these things out of order. And that's why we're told to be wise and look up. Some of us are magi, and we are going to pay attention to what's going on in the celestial firmament. They know what's going on under this super cycle of their straw man, like they talked about on the television, where if you had no heart or brain, you would follow the yellow brick road, and you would, and that's what this straw camp is about. America can't go into their encampment of the saints, the straw camp. They did this during World War II. It was Walmart that did this. Walmart is the government, in case you hadn't figured it out. Walmart is in cooperation with Department of Homeland Security. Walmart. It's all Walmart, whether you understand what's about to happen. 9/23 was the date of the exit. That's right. Everybody's all encamped in their box, their Cabra. It could be the X, it could be the PlayStation, or it could be this black mirror that everybody loves to look into so often as we're both looking. And bam! Remember that? They could do it with the cell phone. They could do it with your solar. Everybody forgot about that, huh? Just trigger that with the directed energy. In your lithium battery in your phone, enough to blow it off right in your face. Never forget what they already did. That was Israel who did that. That apostate nation. That's not the Israel in Scripture. That should be tried for genocide and crimes of humanity. Breaking Geneva Convention laws. I am going to expose that fake nation, fake Jew, Israel, not some physical place, until the day they either throw me in a prison or whatever, till Father throws me in the dirt, till I go back to where I came from. I'm a man of the land. I took an oath to the Constitution of soil. I'm a man of land and soil. That's what I took my oath to the Constitution, and I'm a soldier of God. I will come from the soul. I'm an organic man, a color law, natural law, organic law. Dirt. I came from the dirt, and I'll go back to the dirt, but I will stand 10-toe until I do. I will not be a slave on my knees. Nope. I won't go down like that. Some of us going to go with He will lift us every day, carry us, pick us up, and heal us at an ending point. That's the word sozo, salvation. So to be saved, you got to endure, but he will carry you. So that is what we have, the armor of God. Remember, he tells us that in Paul's writings in Ephesians. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might put on the whole armor. Not this Anakin Skywalker lifting the thoracic Jed spine. This is all television, brothers, sisters. This Star Wars or Anunnaki are giants, not something in the air. Giants are real. Now, where do you get this word alien from? Alien is a tongue, foreign dialect. It's not an entity. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Unskilled, unforced, unlabored. The force is not with you. You're an idiot. You don't have any training. You've never even known, and because that, we won't hold you against the. Put them up against. We won't hold them against the wall. We'll just let it be. Speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. All right. Hey, you got to be meek, not weak. I let God fight all my battles for me. Hallelujah. I got a commander of the ship. He's not steering this ball. What is that Star Wars thing? I can never remember the name of that ball. Never mind. I more was into the, remember? Yoda with the snake. Little yellow green booger guy or whatever. So, but anyway, yes, use the force. The force is strong, right? Hey, the force. Put on the whole armor of God that you be able to stand against the wiles of the devil, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Careful where you choose your battles wisely, but against principalities. That's what he did. He stood up to the principalities, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the perverted, broken law, the halakha, powers, rulers of the darkness of this world. They were, remember, who hung him? Oh, it was the church. You hunt people want to hang out in a church, huh? Spiritual wickedness in high places, and heaven's not above your head. That's the ruling class. Spiritual wickedness in high places. The heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork. Space farce or space balls? You tell me. Warp speed or God speed? These people want to play with balls, brothers and sisters. Let's talk about what's really going on in this rock, this walk right here on this rock. It don't matter the shape or time or place or space. I hope you're not spinning on a cube, like the Mecca, going around a Mecca, right? You know, they say they're in the third dimension. That's in a box, right? Third dimension. Hey, you ever been to the fourth dimension? You ever thought outside the box? Hey, welcome to the fourth dimension. Now you've been to the fourth dimension. Some people can't think outside the box. They have to be schooled. They know what's in the box. Leave them alone. They don't want to learn what's outside the box. They're third dimensional beings. Some people are actually kind of one dimensional, like a piece of paper, just one sided. You know, most people are actually two-faced. How do you know there's a third dimension, like 3D? Like there's really this other side of my hand, right? Let me teach you a little bit about simple dimension. See this hand? How do you know there's another side? I gotta have well, it's the difference between the time and the space. Time and space, get it? All right, moving on. Hey, whatever, guys. These people believe in all kinds of believe. It's not a thought in their head or your head or my head. That's not the word. You said girded in my servant. That's an action word. It's a verb. Basic English. Hooked on phonics worked for me. Actually, I didn't even listen to school, but they didn't have phonics back then. It was like, pass your class or I'll beat your. My dad was into corporal punishment. I got whooped a couple times, but I deserved every whooping I took. He didn't beat me. I know what it's like to be beat. So there's a difference between being meek and weak, and there's a difference between beating the snot out of somebody, and defending yourself. Okay, right? That's how it works. Save your hands for the very last. Never throw hands. Never throw hands. All right. I should have warmed that coffee up, but I didn't drink my coffee. So does anybody, again, know about this week in Magnetosphere? Because this is what this government, I'm telling you, governance, they have this Hadron Collider machine that they all cooperate in. We are going to war with each other, but we're all going to pay for the Hadron Collider. Smashing atoms, huh? Atom like dum, da dum, dum, dum. You know what a circle is? That is the gee whiz, boys. That is the patent military grade by the Navy weapon that takes and depletes your saturation in your blood, red blood cells. 50. Anybody 51? Anybody 52 and a half? Anybody 55? 55? 57 and a half? I get 60 gigahertz. Yeah, 60 millimeter wave. That doesn't go up. That's a paddle. Remember I told you, my dad's a paddle to me. It is. It's not that, Mr. Stinky Muskrat with the satellites. Ites. We're going to have that conversation. I didn't have it last time. Think about an ite. Hey, we got to just do a demonstration. So we can get rid of some of this here. So I can show you what I really feel as if this is what they're going to do. And in my humble studies,
If you say ite, like satellite, ite, like hypermite, or like a meteorite, right? Meteorite. How about a satellite? If you think that the first time we've ever tried to get to the sky and technology above our head and try to get out of here, this first time with this Star Wars member system, we're going to go to space and we're going to build this system that's going to protect you. We're going to start the Panopticon Ethernet over your head, as is above, so is below. Well, you realize what we're going to do. We're actually going to do it. Well, here's a little demonstration of what is going to happen right here in good old Chimerica. Mr. 44 is in on this. Mr. Walmart, Mr. Happy Berry. He's very happy. This is a picture of the Ethernet, and they'll do this. That's the Walmart sign. No, that's the Ether. Ether, or the sign of light, is these 4 triangles that point in this direction, just like this, and then the 4 that go point in the direction like this. This is an ether sign, the sign of ether. And that's what this, whether you understand what they put this, it actually goes this way. Well, I've got these pointing the wrong way. Ether. You recognize that? Probably not, but they put it in front of your face all the time. This is this 4 up, 4 down ritual that they did to create the One World Trade Center. Same 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down. The 44 Vomit, who signed the top of the World Trade, One World Trade Building, 3 into 1, 4 into 1, 44. We know what Mr. 44 and Barry and his man shell Obama and the whole introducing that to society with the first ladies, with the Adam's apples, as I've showed you. It's not new with Barry. I encourage you to look at Ivan. Or is it Melina? You tell me. Maybe it's Melini with Mr. Gates. Careful about the Broadway. Leads to the wide gate. Remember what he said. If we do a good job, we can... Does anybody understand? That's why they erected this, dropping 3 steel buildings. Building Trade Center 1 and 2 and 7 to create One World Trade Center, which is 444, where Barack Obama, the 44 setting up this ether of this word camp, of this millimeter wall camp. He's in on it with Trump too, just so you know. He signed the top of this tower, WWW. Now, I said I was going to take a pause and not move on until last time. And what are you going to look this up so you can see what they did? What did it say? Barack Obama, the 44th, Mr. Vomit, Mr. 923, you can call him, okay? He's part of this 923 ritual they're about ready to pull. They do all these by the date, and everybody's wondering why they do what they do. Remember? 9/11, they have a king over them. They have a king, and that is the king of the abyss. Correct? That king of the abyss is Apollyon, the one that Trump has his house decorated with. So why do you keep talking about Trump? I don't care about Trump. Can do whatever Father created him to do this, the final trump. So that means shofar or ram's horn. So that is the Lamb's Father, my Father, our Father who art in heaven, not above your head, but where your treasure lies under this testament of new. So this sun god, Apollyon, Trump, Satan means adversary, right? There was 2 horns. There was a little horn of scripture. There was the beast out of the sea. That's what Mr. 44 represented. That's why they had him being born in Hawaii. In Hawaii, when we know he came from Kenya. I'm not hiding it. His name is Barry. Barack Obama was his uncle. They're not hiding this. They've done this. Remember the unlayering of his birth certificate? How many layers it had? It's quite, they're not hiding it, okay? If you'll do the decode, and and you'll stay in the game long enough, you'll know that they dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 towers. Oh, 2 airplanes. That doesn't add up. That's like telling me 3 buildings with 2 airplanes. That doesn't add up. How do you do that? See, these buildings didn't fall even on top of this building. There's never been a fire. They said it was a fire where these buildings were actually any kind of tower. Like when they built the One World Freedom Tower, there's no such thing as freedom. They're just mocking you. No such thing as free will. So does anybody want to look that up on their computer? Let's do it together. We need to do this together. We need to take a pause and make this happen. What did it say? What did Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama, 44th pretendant of this corporation, divided American states, the undivided states of the corporation America, what did he sign at the top of the building? It was WWW. What did it say? Somebody look it up for me. You guys got to pass the test, man. You got to know the details. Nobody knows Blind 11 better than me. I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody, and I don't know anybody who studied it like I have profusely and not has done this ever. Only one who's done this, Deco. I'll put some ice in. Got Berkey ice, baby. Ice, baby. WWW. There was a WWW at the top of the One World Trade Center. What did Barack Obama put? Because he signed the WWW. He said 3 things that started with the W. They do all this by the letter. They do all this by the number. They do all this by erecting buildings and building them to be dropped so they can make a freedom tower, a trade center, One World Freedom Tower, huh? Freedom? All right, better be better. I better answer. You guys are slower than Christmas. You guys are being sent good puppy dogs with dad inside. All right, I'm gonna eat some pretzels. Remember, you rebuild, you come back stronger. Thank you, Iceman, Ryan. What does that mean, guys? What does that mean? Who's that referring to? Is that like build back better like Joe Biden? Oh, baby. Oh. Berkey water is the best, guys. With Berkey ice cubes. We remember, we rebuild, we come back stronger. This is the resurrection of their phallic, brothers and sisters. An ode to their transgender tower god, Trump, decorating his house with this pole god, Apollyon, the 7th king, the one that's locked in the pit, that will come back as the 8th king in spirit. What did they do during World War II? They put American citizens in work camps, brothers and sisters. The Waltons, Sam Walton, Sam Walmart, $5 General, same thing. It's going to happen whether you realize it or not. this Ethernet they're putting over your head, whether you realize what they're doing or not, they're going to lead to where they have made a spray, whether bottle flat, round, or whatever bottle you go by, they will be able to project a screen using the Musk satellites, ITES. Again, I want to keep you into this you know, how easy this will be to pull to people. If there's been old technology before, and we've tried to get up to the sky in Babylon, how many times do you think we've tried to do this? No doubt, Walmart is definitely a strange encampment place. Yeah. Go hang out. So, an eye is old technology. And I have studied the firmament, and I have looked at this system, closed system, all electrically connected. You're not getting out of the Van Allen belt because of radiation. So we lost the technology, said Musk, to go to the moon. Musk said we lost the technology to go to the moon. Do you think that's true? And the seashells. Nice. If our constellations continue to scrub our atmosphere, it actually looks like owl's eyes. They're very similar. If you look at the way this works, it forms these in the southern hemisphere. You ever take a picture of the celestial stars, you'll see they form this same owl-looking eye. If you continue to spray this atmosphere with aluminum, it would polish itself to where it would be a near mirror finish. Put a little nickel in some, that'll become stainless. But in steel, but if this scrubbed art, because you can see this every night, go over the top, come around, we know how this works, right? I would create a mirror effect where they could project holographic images up and down off of this. That's an image off the top of the top of the firmament, brothers, sisters. We can see this. I know what this is. They know what this is. I don't have this image on my body for no reason, brothers, sisters. But wind's howling out there. They're going to project a whole new world. That was bad. Father didn't give me no pipes, man. But, you know, hey, under the dome. They're going to bring in fake alien technology.
You getting this? This is the Red Dragon eclipse, brothers and sisters, of 2017, the diagonal eclipse. Why did I mark my body way back then and not cared what anybody thought? Because I knew what I seen was not an eclipse. That didn't ring out. I've studied this for long before these events ever happened, starting with this tetrad blood moon event where we had a super blood moon. Long started this cycle. Long. Been doing this for a while here. All this has been on my there you get it. So you am I projecting about how do I do this? I have events that not even have happened yet because they're going by the book of Revelation. It says every jot and every tittle will come to pass for the great and dreadful day of the Lord. So they have to do exactly what this book says. And they're going to try it if they don't get it right and do it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Right? Absolutely. They're going to do their 9/11 abyss pit ritual of their air and water ritual. Uh-oh. We got a crackhead again in here. A barrel of monkeys. Well, a whole barrel of monkeys going in here. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. No. If why would Elon Musk say he's going to go to Mars and we have not completely colonized the moon? Remember, the moon is its own separate source of light. I know, because in the day moon, I've seen the day moon illuminate, right? And the sun be underneath it. See how that's lit up above? I knew something wasn't right because I grew up watching, and the day moon was not out but maybe one time a month. And it was always in the same spot. Notice this is in the day. This is the night. Obviously, you got your stars over here. You got the, right? But this is the day moon, and this is a sundog during the day. This I'm spraying are obviously me paying attention, knowing this has everything to do with what's going on as well. But this day moon is not something that, again, it's been lined up. People have seen now that illumination of the moon, the sun, it will be the sun itself could be underneath, and that, so they're telling us that the sun is illuminating the moon. That's not what scripture says. The scripture says that the moon is its own source of light. It separates the day from the night. The horizo, remember the divider, it is the source of light at the night. And we see now that the sun's down here and it's lit up on top of the moon. It's not matching anymore, which confirms scripture is correct. Even if we look at people looking at the lunar cycles of how it is, it's all tilted. It's all, this is not the same. We have gone amok because of this star. And it's moving to opposition. And then this star, the second largest Jovian gas giant, and then the first largest Jovian gas giant when it triple conjuncted in Aries. They knew the Star of David was coming, brothers and sisters. They knew they would see this enemy footstool sign when Jupiter was at the foot of a ficus. They knew they would see the Revelation 12 sign. The greatest sign ever I've ever been to a witness is a Magi. Oh, was it not brilliant when it stood at the high priest of the church as the time of Christ in 2 and 3 BC, and it conjuncted with the morning star, but when it severed the head of the Father, and he became the high priest, when it actually moved to opposition and pointed at Shiloh, Leo, in the celestial firmament. Disney mocks him, calls him the Lion King. He was the lion from the tribe of Judah, from the house of David. David was from Bethlehem. Christ was from Bethlehem. So we know who we're talking about. The Star of Bethlehem, the Star of David. This conjunction right here. A star upon a star. That these Magi were pointing up at and watching and paying attention and not falling asleep. After it conjuncted with the morning star, Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. Christ is the bright and morning star. It's out the longest, and it is the brightest. Jupiter, the king. So, that conjuncted with Venus, that made which is known as the Star of David. This celestial marker brought us from a whole age of fire and sacrifice and blood and war. Have sex with your sister and be fruitful and multiply, and eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth under a physical covenant. The wages of sin was death. One, mortal or venial, it didn't matter, sin. Under this salvation, forgiveness, repentance, baptism, the logos, tribulation, the walk that we must go through, the crucifixion. Deny yourself daily, take up your cross daily, follow after me daily. The disciples, take your cross up. Follow after me, do what it is that I did. Paul, conform to his image. Those that conform to his image, do what he did. So anybody put holes in you? Does anybody want to put holes in you? Does anybody want to stripe you? Hang you from a tree? Throw you in jail? Because you're not going for their perverted law, or are you just doing their perverted law being a corporation? So, this event is coming. It's coming. They're ready. Are you? You have a water filter? You have a way out of the system yourself or your own supply chain? How many days could you go without water right now? How much water do you have? I need any breakfast. Got these little tiny little mini pretzels. These are the best. Should be eating bread. Can't wait to get it out of this country. So I can start eating some star fruit, some mango, papaya, and aguacate, and $3 carne asada plates. Maybe the Father will unchain me. I don't want to make any plans because it'll probably just make it worse. So, if you look at this solar cycle of this 11.9 year solar cycle, brothers and sisters, we have ever only had in historical record 2 events which took massive X-class flares to create these low latitude auroras at like the equator, or not at the top of the rock or bottom of this rock, where there are normal equatorial. This is where our BZ, all the energy comes in to the, I don't know if you ever go on solar ham, but all the energy is coming in through the magnetic poles. Although this can arc discharge anywhere, the electric from this is coming in from the sun. So this would actually be turned and you would face it, but it would still come in from the sun this way. Ran Shop Boo on YouTube. No, I haven't. Nice. Huh. So that energy coming from the sun is going to penetrate inside of this top where these auroras take place. Now, equatorial toward the center is very rare. Let me write that down. What was that? Fran shot. Is that, I got hit in the face with a grenade in my eye. I can't see it in my right eye very well. FRANCHOT. Okay, so this event started the migration of the magnetics, and then started the degradation in 1900, brothers and sisters. Since then, again, to get this auroras, all these are pretty auroras over the top of our heads, is not actually something that it's showing the weakened magnetosphere. Huh, interesting. So during this event, they saw
auroras at mid-latitude, okay? This took down all the technology at the time, brothers and sisters. The technology at the time was telegraph. Now we're all hooked up to the grid, right? I make my power. I know. Talk to you about the sun, okay? But seriously, hold on. I sort of worked on the charger there, but what's going on there? We were giving you some props the other day there. Church of the Only Begotten Son. Thanks for coming in. Been a country minute. Same thing on my end. So during this event, brothers, this bombarded this magnetosphere, and we saw auroras. It took out, at the time, it took out the graph. That was the technology. If we have kind of these events, man, I'm telling you, every one of these, yeah, it should be around. Any one of these, transformers, these things are lighted, like the grid's just going to melt. I think anybody inside a city is just going to be turned to near dust. Have you ever seen one of these events when it starts electrically discharging down one of these telephone pole lines? I've seen these events where they have these events where these telephone poles, these transformers will go off. It'll and you'll see all that electric move down the line. Any of you guys seen any of these events when these happen? These transformers pop. Move this down. Maybe we'll see a little better. Oh, I can. It's darker down. You can actually see that. Okay. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Seeing all this energy travel down this line? Imagine how every one of these cities hooked up to the 5G whiz, the millimeter wave, yeah, isn't that crazy how that stuff at night? Normally it happens at night, you can just see all that energy traveling down. Imagine when that starts toasting everything at one time. You guys, I don't need to go there, but like they spray the hell out of everybody. If you can imagine at the time when this happened, everybody's literally set up on this grid system. And I mean, they have been stacked and packed and stacked in neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood into this system where how many one of these transformers are throughout the system. Once this system goes, man, I'm telling you, it's going to be like, poof, I don't care what's there. It is going to be so massive an event because if it took down the telegraph, and even at the time, that telegraph system that sent it over the wire, sisters, they were taking and they turned off these machines, these operators that were wearing headsets. Some of them were burnt. Their hands were burnt, and these people would turn these machines off. The machines were turned off, and they were still sending out telegraph, sending it out, and the machines weren't even plugged in because the lines were absolutely charged with this electric charge from this proton event that hit the magnetosphere and rocked the technology at the time. It took down all of the technology. So this event could happen very easily. And again, if you look at what I'm saying, that took down the telegraph. Imagine when this whole grid system gets locked in and it pops. Brothers and sisters, this is going to go fast. I don't think this will last very long. I think these cities will literally be piles of dust. I don't care if there's steel towers there. The actual flame rate of combustion of electric, look at one of these lithium batteries. How many lithium batteries? You see why everybody went over to these smart cars? How many Teslas are there out there? How many of these cars that got one of these lithium batteries throughout these cities? Super popular in the cities. They can't even put these fires out on these lithium batteries, brothers and sisters. We got lithium in our phone. Why do you think they don't let you take the battery off your phone anymore? Hello? Bam! Remember that happened in Israel? There we go. Right on time. Spray. There we go. So, guys, they can use... I don't care if it's an Android or an iPhone, they can take that satellite, Musk satellite, directed energy pointed at your phone with directed energy you can't see. I guarantee they can blow that phone at you or me right now. We already saw Israel do it. They did it with the solar systems. I don't even have, but the lithium batteries, this
You know, it's a very, caveman type system, but I still charge what I'm saying. But they even hit CBs because they had a lithium battery in it. I've been studying for 30 years. Don't type in all caps, please. Say that for the moderators. So, whether you got an iPhone or you got you got this bite out of this Apple phone here, or you got an Android, brothers and sisters, which is an Android is oh. There you go, puppy. No, it's no worries. I just save it for my moderators. I get going lots of conversations sometimes, and they'll try to grab my attention. I don't always even pay attention to my moderators. So, sometimes I cover a lot of subjects at one time. So, brothers and sisters, they can hit this directed energy at this one. I want to bring something to your attention. I don't want it to start happening again. But remember how all these sports heroes during the COVID were falling out? You notice that a lot of people, if you went and watched these videos, which are very hard to watch, but the people who are passing, they'd sit there and they go. And they twist. Because that's what that's what 5G whiz is. That's what 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. Millimeter wave is like microwave, like radiation wave, like fission, pulling and pushing together atoms like a hadron collider, right? Careful, brothers and sisters. They are very deceitful at how they work this. This 60 millimeter wave was the same technology that John Trump was given to look over, as Tesla was said crazy, but a revered man. They revered Trump, John Trump, Donald Trump's uncle, as an Edison, as an Einstein, as a Tesla. Actually, that's why they asked him to go over his patents and review them. Because remember, at the time, back there in the 1800s, remember, you took a magnet and you wrap that magnet with copper, and you spin and rotate that around. It'll create what's known as this toroidal or electric field. It will create electricity. That's what a generator is, okay? That's basic 1800s technology, a generator. And they don't even use the neodymium magnets. They're using this older magnets that if they use this type, look, there are at the Tesla Museum overseas on the other side of the drink, there are machines from the 1800s, perpetual motion machines that are still running today. They had a car, Mr. Stinky Muskrat. Notice he took on the Tesla. I rebuke this Stinky Muskrat and his boring fission boring company. They're all going to get out of here while they're all digging into the ground, huh? All right, so Tesla, remember this technology, and he is the one who said, as I can tap into these Hall currents and I can transfer energy, you guys are messing around with alternating currents. I can directly tap into what now they have, what is a grid in their ley lines with their ethers are setting up, because they know exactly what they're doing. But this below technology would be below the ground. He said, why the hell do you guys have all these power poles and got all this copper technology? You know, wind can come and just blow that down. I can actually build a system, again, where it can grab energy right out of the ether. And I already showed you what the ether sign was. That's that Walmart. That's that 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down. That's why they built this One World Trade Center that I put up here. This is why Barack Obama was the 44th president of this corporation. They're not doing this by chance. Every single thing matters that they do. Just like you see in a B-rated movie. I'm telling you, everything that's on the wall, to the clock, to the little, it all has meaning. You don't think it does, but to them, this is called symbology. They speak in Mountain Dew, me baby. Why come people aren't spontaneous combusting anymore? What happened to these people just dying? Some of the most elite, people on this rock during the COVID. Remember what happened? They turned this on like Kim Jong-un, or ISIS is going to get you. When's the last time we heard about that? I thought Trump took out all ISIS. Oh, ISIS. Come on, guys. These are paid mercenaries. We got a whole bunch of them in the U.S. They're called the state police, the county deputies, sheriffs, the city cops, the FBI, all the way up to these Department of Jackasses and every one of them in between, these alphabet soup agencies. They're a thug. They're the law. This is the most dangerous place to be on this rock, so be careful. Don't sup with vipers. You better have a good plan for what's coming. Then they know. They're going to negate this corporation, turn it into a digital communism. World digital communism. You heard it here first. I don't know if anybody else saw this. So, Tesla said, what are you idiots doing? I can grab energy right out of the ether. I can take and transfer energy, direct current, and transfer power to a completely different site over here. This got all these things could get blown down. And remember, this is JP Chase, Henry Ford. They were already invested in copper and all this wiring and combustion. And then Nikola Tesla comes along and says, now look, you want to see what got Tesla whacked? It wasn't even that they had a car back in the 1800s that could go 1,000 miles, over 1,000 miles on one single charge. One charge. And Stinky Muskrat can't get one with his little dustpan sweeper to go 500 miles at rust. It's a little rusty dustpans, street sweeper, one of those stupid looking things. You know you flip them off when they drive by. Admit it, you do. You flip them off. Come on, everybody wants to just... Why are we so aggressive towards that car? Because as people are sporting this freaking Muskrat, Stinky. They don't like it. They know this dude's a sham. E-God, Mr. Doge, I warned you of him remember, in February. I warned you back in what? December, January. They're going to release this E-God Doge, and they did. The Department of Government Efficiency. Didn't get that one wrong, did I? And then what happened when was war in Mars on? Here we are. It's May. April Fools, and now we're in May. So careful, this time's ticking by, but Nikola Tesla, remember, he was the one who had these messenger pigeons. Messenger pigeons. That has a lot to do with something, brother, sister. You pay attention as well. So, that's right. Power of the air makes no money. Free energy, anti what is called gravitics or electrogravitics. You want to see what got Tesla whacked? It wasn't that J.P. Chase Morgan was invested already with Henry Ford, invested in power poles and copper, and they love these oil wars, brothers and sisters. It's the fact that he said, and he wrote the New York Times about this, brothers and sisters. This is not being hidden anymore, okay? I don't know why people, some people can't even get time off work, so it's okay. So people go, how'd you learn this? Man, I've studied for 30 plus years. Nikola Tesla said, look, I could build a ray, a death ray. He called it the death ray. This is what he called it. This is what it was called, the death ray. And they took it as like Star Trek, right? Like beep, 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 handheld, a pea shooter, the ones they took away from me because I'm such a crazy guy, because I'm pointing out all this information and I'm a threat to the government. I'm a homegrown terrorist. So, this death ray that Trump's dad has the technology to the millimeter wave, because this is millimeter wave, is what Tesla was. I'm going to jump the gun here a little bit. Get it? Jump the gun. I'm going to give you this. This is what they were messing with, this gigahertz or millimeter wave. So was John Trump. So was Nikola Tesla. Now, Nikola Tesla said, I can build a death ray. And they thought he was talking about some handheld Star Trek beam me up Scotty, device. And he wrote the New York Times, brother. So I think this is in 1912. You can find, maybe I'm confusing this when they found all the gold.
at the Grand Canyon. Okay, it was right around this time. Okay, we'll look in the 1900s, first part of the 1900s. Remember, this has been in 18 to the 1900s. So he wrote the New York Times and said, look, you guys, I'm not talking about some handheld device that you can beam me up with Scotty. I'm talking about like I could build a death ray, remember, a ray, like a ray of sun, like a millimeter ray over any city that no military could penetrate. And that's what got the old man whacked, because they already were invested in oil and they knew they were going to do these oil wars. They're not stupid. Just like somebody said, you know, free energy doesn't fund oil wars. Oil is the lifeblood. No, silver is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. But they already were invested in this combustion and oil war. They knew where they're going to head into eventually. So they whacked this old man because, look, he said, Nikola Tesla, could build a ray over your city that no military could penetrate. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's why the Trump is Mr. Warp Speed has held on to this technology and is hiding it from you. Anti-gravitics, free energy, electrogravitics, millimeter wave, dome cities. Oh, when they create this big alien invasion in the sky, and oh my God, when the lights go out, and oh my God, we're all gonna die because all the ites are falling out of the sky. You guys ever seen a satellite fall out of the sky? And when that re-enters and breaks up in our atmosphere, how beautiful this looks. It just literally shreds itself. It just like, wow, wow. You ever seen one of these satellites bust apart in the sky? These ites is what I'm going to call them, a meteorite. That's old technology. I'm telling you, that's all the shooting star is. That's all these things that we see over our head. We're in a closed system. I was really wondering, because I thought for a long time, and they just wish upon a star, make a wish on a falling, like a fallen angel, like a falling star. They call them falling stars. What direction do they all go? So what do you think a meteorite is? What do you think a meteorite is? Ite. That's all I. What's up, man? How you doing? Whatever, man. I'm pretty silly. I had to go there, guys. I had to go there. What are you doing? Guys. Meteorite. Shooting star. Shooting. Like a millimeter wave. A shooting star. Are you seeing me? Are you feeling me? Is anyone there? Drew Bueller. What do you think a meteorite is? A meteorite. You think we put something above our head before ever in history? All glory to Jesus. This is happened. Okay, this whole thing is a little bit of a theory, and I'd like to stick to fact, but you know, I do pay attention and I mark my body with all these celestial markers and do all these things not for no reason. Father, give me this blessing. I live in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole entire world, 2.5 million acres set apart from light pollution. They're not letting anybody else come out here. They want to protect this place. You want a view of the stars. I've got the spot. 4,500 feet sitting at the rim of the edge of the Great Basin, higher than a hippie in a government drone. So, heck yeah, maybe higher than a hippie in a copter chopper, baby. Maybe a Black Hawk. So, this is a little bit, I want you to just pull your mind apart for a second and think about why they call these meteorites.
You think this is the first time that we've tried to get up out of here and put this canopticon system? There are megalithic structures on this rock, brothers and sisters, right now, that with combustion, we cannot build. There we go. Megalithic structures that today, our technology, because we don't use this millimeter wave sound frequency technology to lift or elevate or to hover. If you cancel the gravity, something will lift off a spaceship. Gravitics, rotation, brothers and sisters. Where is Jesus coming? We're going to take a break here. Hippies, I got no time for you, hippie. Okay, goodbye there, Grizzly Adams. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you there. It's all right. Sugar smacks. Here. Oh, wait, that's Tony the Tiger. Never mind. Yes, which Jesus are you referring to? And where is he coming to? Tell me where he's coming. The Son of God. Who is God? I have the books right here that just never have O or you don't start trying to force your peg in any eye hole. Wait, it's O holes or A holes. So which Jesus are we speaking of? Because there's more than one. He actually warned of many. Will come in my Shem, many Christ, many Jesus, many orgy transgender birthed in the middle of the winter Jesus. Apollyon, the one with booby Jesus. Oh, booby Jesus. Booby Jesus. You know who booby Jesus is? Marinated sex biscuits in Jesus. Thank you, Ryan. This is the Yule Wheel transgender biscuit ritual called Christmas. You think you have wisdom and you don't. Wisdom? Who? Ryan, I think he's talking to you, man. He doesn't think your marinated sex biscuit transgender Jesus is real. Booby Jesus. Their Jesus has boobies and has sex with beast, man, and woman. There's the king of the Yule. Remember? King. This peasant, he got to live like a king, man. Imagine that. Hey, king, you want to live like a king? We'll whack you at the end and eat you. Well, hell. How did he volunteer? Come on, guys, let's have that conversation for a minute. All right, who wants to be the king of the Yule? We'll let you sleep with all the finest sheep. Hey, we'll get you lay. You can lay with all the finest men, and we'll marinate you in veal and caviar, and you can have all the finest cheeses. Oh, they don't do wine. We'll do meat. It'll make you hallucinate. Oh, yeah, we will suck and pump and dump you so full we won't even need to put barbecue sauce. You'll come out like a pre-marinated rack of ribs. You'll be ready to eat Jesus. Oh, baby. Ready to eat Jesus. You microwaved, we didn't have a microwave, right? So they microwave them. They marinate them for a whole week. Like skirt steaks, baby. Get some boots for them goats, huh? Back that goat up. No, that's a sheep. I'm sure they laid with sheep too. Probably just to mock Christ. They probably did sheep and goats and probably poor sheep. Poor goat, man. Hey, he's horny. Never mind, guys. That is a sick, twisted mass A. Oh, think about it though, guys. How did they appoint this guy? How did this guy decide to make, all right, this year we're gonna throw in straws in a hat, right? We're gonna do a lottery. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about this. Somebody please talk about this. Let's talk about this Sky Daddy Jesus. Their Sky Daddy God. Birthed in the middle of the winter. They're Caesar Borgia. They're known homosexual pope lover, the Borgias, right? All that's why. Remember that? What was that? Christina Aguilera?
Freedom, baby, I'm
No. So, who wants to be the king of the Yule? I love the straws. You know what I'm saying? Well, how did they decide who was going to be the king of the Yule? Because he was a peasant. He wasn't from the heavens. He was an earthly ruled being. Remember? They were Jezebels. They were not. They were deities. Even the ones that were here were deities. Little g gods, demons. Not the Most High. So, all right, we're gonna do a number. We're gonna do a lottery. So I got a number in my head. Here's how he did it. Here's how they did it. All right, there's Shetty. I got a number in my head. Whoever guesses the right number gets to be the king of the Yule. Only one of you gonna get it right. Don't ever even pick the same number. This is great, guys. I don't mean to laugh, man, but how has this gotten on this long? We're not even supposed to celebrate anything. Self, birth, Christmas, New Year's, Labor Day, Martin Luther King Day, Valentine, any of these days. We don't do any of these things because we're going to end up doing this. We're going to do the Sex Pistol Cracker Jesus worship, right? Guys, that was 2,600 years ago. 2,600 years ago, he made this covenant. So it's been a long time, millennia now, not like we just came out of this deception. Now, wait a minute. You're an idiot. If you have that's stupid as hell, mister, because if you have under MK mind control, you don't need a chip in your head. That's stupid. Go over there and visit Mr. Stinky Muskrat and go get your conscience uploaded to the interweb in the cloud because your head is somewhere else, obviously. Some more Dorito chips for you. I think you've been eating too many Doritos. Too much corn, man. Stop eating corn. Corn's bad for you, especially genetically modified corn syrup. Okay, Joseph, then thank you. Obviously, this must have been it. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you, Joseph. Seriously, I mean, they must have had a lottery or some kind of, I don't think, well, we'll draw straws. That's kind of like a lottery. Hallelujah. They had red team, blue team back then too, brothers, sisters. They did a lot of these similar things on the people back in Rome that they're doing today. This is where I came out with yesterday. It was very Romanesque. Is that a word? Has anybody ever heard that before? That's Yule Brenner. That's good stuff. All right, I like Joseph. Got a little humor too. Yeah, I have a little humor in this stuff, guys. But obviously, it must have been some kind of lottery, where you had to put in a draw, and like a straw, they picked it out of the hat. It ain't no different. That's a lottery, anyways. A short draw or whatever So, if God was not with that, in that movie, Jesus Christ, you guys, that's good stuff. And I don't watch, my Chuckley's Bruce Jenner fluid. You got a leaky piston? Oh, so that's good stuff. Farmer's daughter. Uh-oh. We all know what happens to the farmer's daughter out here. I'm a farmer myself, so I ain't got a daughter, but no, my daughter is kidnapped, so let's not go there. Brothel. That's why they kicked that out of there. What's this one here? What's somebody else said something? 33. I don't see any question. All right, I missed your question, so I don't know where it went. How about a chip on my shoulder? That counts, right? Yeah. What's wrong with you, Mr. Chip on your shoulder? Why you got such a... Why don't you go over there and take a deuce and take a load off, huh? Stop being such a pain in my neck. But okay, let's go back over this one more time. A satellite, guys, a satellite, a meteorite. We have technology, brothers and sisters, that we could have used for hundreds of years. Would you support an all? Who didn't recognize the base? All right, there, Kit Kat. Yeah, whatever. The beard's gone. You'll just have to deal with it. Since I was a child, pretty much 17, I shaved my face. You envy everyone who hasn't met you. Well, envy is a sin. So block out of Dodge there, Mia. Dustin knocks it out of the park. We don't need Transformers more than meets the eye. Dustin, there's one race, the human race. You're not supposed to take Jack's button and sew it on Jill, and Jill wants Jack's pocket, or Jack wants Jill's pocket, and Jill wants Jack's button. There's one race, the human race. We're not supposed to be dressing up as Baphomet. Jesus doesn't have boobies. Father doesn't have flesh. So take your booby Jesus somewhere else. XYCR3PO R2D2 Nano Shazbot. High priest of the Satan Church, Maca boys. Dustin for the win. Boom! Out of the park, home run. We don't have Transformers. Listen here, Bumblebee. Or fruitcake. But no, listen. It's called righteous judgment. It says a man is not to put on woman's clothing, all right? That is an abomination. A woman is not to lie with another woman. That is an abomination. A man is not to lie with another man. That is an abomination. These things are written. You don't like it, take it up the word. In the beginning was the word. There we go. So I don't think you are created as a man and you buy Benderfy and put on a pearl necklace and a chainmail purse, and you identify as a woman today, and they dig you up 1,000 years from now, they're gonna be like, hey, that's a dude. Look at his pelvis. Let me see your pelvic bone. Keep your pants on. All right. The man's nuts, grab him. Quite silly. All right, give me 1 second here. Get some more ice or what? Sneak out some more ice here. More ice. Mo ice. Got Berkey ice. Oh yeah, it's cold now. So, Mystic, mushrooms microdosing in here. Must be on some kind of PTSD medicine. They say it works really well for depression. I don't do those things, but I know that Church of the Only Begotten Son is into some of those. Bishop Stoner that was in here earlier, he does that side of the. I don't know, these people have got, remember they drank of a mead that made them hallucinate. Not grapes, but anyways, so I'll stick to flowers. I like flowers. Not peace. Like, it's my favorite plant that grows about the dirt. So bring a field home, save a trip together. Good stuff. Oh, we were talking about the magnetic excursion, and then we were making some kind of, a little assimilation of a satellite and a meteorite being technology potentially before, where we have megalithic structures that we can't build. This is not the first time they try to get up into the sky and get the block out of Dodge, get out of here. So they've obviously set up some kind of grid system over the top of our heads, an ether, if you will, before in history. Because have you ever seen a satellite break up in our atmosphere? It's stunning. When you see Elon Musk with some of his rockets and some of these other, obviously, Boeing, and you guys think that they're, this military is expanded out to every single Lockheed Martin. It's in all the aviation. We see some of this stuff hit these spirals. These are all part of these ites, I'll call them. Even what I now have, I can't think of what else it would be. These shooting stars have to be old technology that we're seeing re-enter and cross across the upper portion of our atmosphere. and this is part of this firmament system. This has been raised in lowers before, and there are certain places and spaces you're not getting through the Van Allen belt. We supposedly have two, belts of meteorites. I don't know necessarily if I'm into all that. You can look through some, like I said, you can look through telescopes, high-powered telescopes, and there are certain things they say we can't see because of different spectrums and angstroms of light that we only see in a tiny color, but they do have filters that they can use in these things, so we've had a pretty good view of what's above our head, but they've had a lot of time to manipulate that, those time markers above our head with spray and scrubbing our atmosphere with aluminum. And, I think the lights out is what they're planning on, to go ahead and re-illuminate some of these constellations. And obviously it says they've already done this in scripture, but it says that the distributive fortunes are lies, or the demonion or the devil is allowed to change times, right? Times. And so there's a celestial clock above your head. Well, of course they're going to play with this time clock above their head, and you don't know where any of these markers are at anyways. So even if it was just a little off, you wouldn't go out and get a tattoo of it to make sure everybody knew what the hell was going on. If you saw something different than you'd ever seen before, would you go mark your body and everybody think you're crazy because this star marker that you saw was nothing like you'd ever seen before? Remember this great red dragon eclipse of 2017? I don't know anybody else has this star marker, or the revelation. That day is a day where it represents the 923 executive orders that Mr. Obama, Mr. 44, put out during his selection, the 44th administration regime, if you will, not this 47th regime. So no, I'm not sitting in a sauna. I'm in a cabin and I built, you idiot. It's the composting Nature's Head waterless toilet on the wall. I got some paintings. Down here we've got the wood stove. Move over easy bake oven is the buck stove. We make all our power out here. So I'm not going to sit in the sauna. No thanks. Not good for my back. I got some issues with crushing my back before. Interesting, Joseph. Interesting. Maybe they kept a map of these things again. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I appreciate your theory. Like mine is more theory. Obviously, no, because they already plot that. They know what you're talking about. Like I said, that's not what you're saying. It's not true. That's true. They know when the Pleiades and all these different, meteor showers are coming. They can tell when these are coming. So that's a no. Thank you. Absolutely. They've been able to do this before. And when they come back, the Perseids and the, all these different meteor showers come on a cycle. Like such things too as some of these comets, again, are things that I think that are technology that's been stuck and looped out there in this system that's encased. And I think we see these things move around above our head, and sometimes they lower into our, like you're saying, at a certain time, and bam, we see them ripped off across the. They've already done a, showing all the different elements that create green or white or red or orange, that will make these burn off. With the Terminator, nice. So I have a pretty good sneaking suspicion that many of these things we see over our head that do these movements, such as satellites, meteorites, shooting stars, are what we would call tech. Well, it's just still kind of a theory, BMG, but if you think about it, sometimes if you see one of these satellites can re-enter into our atmosphere, man, it is a stunner. So I want you to think about something for a minute. if one of these look like this, now how many satellites do you think are up there? Because all they talk about is space junk. You ever seen the grid system that's above our head? And how many satellites Elon Musk has been shooting up there into that atmosphere? On balloons. Most of them are on balloons too, brothers, sisters. Most satellites do not go. Who is the largest purchaser of helium on this rock? Who purchases more helium than any other agency on this rock? Who is the largest person? Okay, so there we go, like American Express. Yes, I love the Toyota. Nothing beats a Toyota. Don't even try it. Not a Tundra, a Tacoma. Or maybe a first or second gen. Why do they steal them and bring them down out of them to South America? There ain't many of them left in the U.S. You ever see how much food they can put in the back of it? 10 feet over the truck, under the trail. I love the Toyota, man. Got a 97 out there with a 3.4. Kevin's got the 2014 4.0 double cab Tacoma. Good truck. Good, amazing 4.0. That motor is amazing. So, I'm old school. I'm used to the 22R, baby. So, okay. So I want you to think about this day, brothers, sisters, that if they had an event where they could turn the lights out and they start shoving satellites up there, they're getting what I consider their payload ready. Like a game of war is not some simple checkers, back and forth, maybe a couple jumps, man. It's a 5D chess game above your head. Yeah, awesome. We got a surf, dude. That's a right-hand steer. Those things are awesome. You got that. Which diesel you got in that one? I know not all of them have, but I hear that all the diesels are good. That's a man. I was gonna buy one, but yeah, I know. I told you. So, what is it? A lantern that attaches to the horn of your saddle is a satellite. That's brilliant. I like that. The horn, right? The trumpet. So, how many satellites, guys, do you think are in our upper atmosphere right now? Because that's where they say space is at. It's just our upper atmosphere. It's not even what you would call space. Yeah, it's just nothing beats the Tacoma, guys. There really isn't. If you were to get off the grid and blaze your own trail, you better start thinking about this. You should have a vehicle right now that you already have your go bag in. You can get in and get the flock out of Dodge. I have talked about this at great lengths now for more than a year or so when I was even trying to get this Tacoma 4Runner that I have. Well, we're doing the discovery on the Magnetosphere. And that eventually our grid is going to go down. It's either going to be from a sun cycle. It could be from some nefarious satellite being imploded in our upper atmosphere, which could take down the grid like an electromagnetic pulse. It could be like if you watched during 2024, how many times was thank you for, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's a grip load of satellites. I mean, there's ones up there too that have not been repurposed or something. I think, again, that's what we see a lot of the times are these older ones that are coming in and stuff that's been decommissioned and they just burn back up into our atmosphere. That helium, I don't know how long that lasts. A gas engine, nice. Okay, yeah, they're good. They're really, I don't know what, so that would have the 3.4. I think you'd have the 3.4 in that one. That's what I got mine. That 3.4 is a kick butt motor. That's a good motor. So, it has a substantial kind of math are you doing here? Sure, let's do some math. But if all these satellites, brothers, sisters, if it's 10,000, if it's 20,000, if we had an event that discharged, okay, Chris, PMG, now listen. Chris, I want to talk about this. We shattered the low latitude auroral event record between, this event in 1800s, okay? We never only had two equatorial, not above from the top of the poles and the bottom, auroras. We have them on top and bottom. That's not unheard of. Okay? Yes, absolutely. You can do that because you're only talking about learning a formula, some of these basic things that you probably already know and have a base math of your basic. Come on, go back to the beginning, even algebra. It's still just plotting a graph on a line. These missing equations are just literal finding the known or the unknown by using the known. So should cruise right through a lot of things. I had to do a lot of my math, redo all my math, and I took obviously a high level of math being a traffic crash reconstructionist as a law enforcement officer. So I had to have, some of the higher math, but I tell you, it's trooper boss. But what I can tell you in testing, I don't want to try to take too much from you. If you don't know what you know a week before you test, you just don't know it. There is no reason to try to cram your brain full of something if you don't already have it. I've tried to tell people I have a 3.8 in college. I did that in my 30s. I went to college when I was young. I'm not saying I'm smarter than anybody or give what my IQ is, but you have to have known it a week in advance. When you actually try to push yourself in and like in a marathon, you do have to finish the strongest. You don't learn anything why you'll actually confuse yourself even more. Oh, you can cover that. But I just want to say that with anybody that's any schooling, formal education, man, I'm not saying you shouldn't study. You should just be reviewing in your last couple of days and week. And you know what you know, man. I've found that's how I score a whole lot better. Actually, I love math because any math, you can check your work when you're doing it right. I don't care what. Geometry, physics, quantum. It's not that you can check your work. It's beautiful. Math tells you the truth. Forwards and backwards. That's why I don't want to say totally that math doesn't lie, but it's the closest thing I've ever found to the truth. It truly is. Now, higher levels of math, because remember the letter zero, the number zero didn't exist in history. There's no such thing as 1,000. No, there's not. So I wanted to make you understand. Maybe you don't know math like maybe I know math. I don't want to confuse anybody, but zero is a placeholder. It's not what people have. And that's a big change in math that they've made too. So you got to be careful with this modern day math that they do, because it's quite, some of it's very explainable. And I love the way they've obviously been able to look at the Indian people. Some of the Hindus have disclosed how this old math system works. All I'll tell you, I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to overdo it. All right, so, okay, moving on here. So, if there is 10,000 plus satellites sitting in our upper atmosphere, and there was a compression event from the sun, which there has been before. We had what was known as a literal liquefaction event from a compression event that happened in the 1800s. They just disappear our 1800s technology, our 1800s history, our 1800s. It is buried. Literally, a lot of it was buried. Like you take a toothpaste tube and you unscrew it and you literally fold out. It just, from the inner portion of the lower compression event, that sent, and even during that time, that increased again. Somebody asked about, well, that's not a good word to say. You could say it in here. I know it, but they call it liquefaction is a better way, because that's like somebody will say, oh, you're one of those. Well, yeah, that's what happened, because the compression from below pushed and it squeezed that liquid. We have more water under our feet than we do up above, and it literally pushed that water up out through any of these rifts or opening, I don't want to do subduction zones or going into these models, but there are obviously lots of evidence on this rock that there has been holes or relief zones or valves. When these compression events happen, it will literally shoot this stuff up into our atmosphere. So I know this event has happened before. I can see these. I live right next to one. It's called Table Rock, because at one time this rock was compressed and it sent that liquid all the way up, and it electrified what you would call a global, right? Global, an electroflood fusion, where it electrified. The Hull currents, arc discharged, hit that little flood of mud and rock and dirt and elements and electrified it. And when it hit the top of whatever atmosphere, it created these like river-ish branches off the top. These used to be all over this rock, brothers and sisters. They were cut down. They were here. I don't talk out of Enoch, but it talks about those where they were cut down, and we've seen all these events except like 6,000 years ago with the flood. We have had ice ages, many ice ages, Dalton minimum, Maunder minimum, to scrape off a lot of what you see here today. Is not, we're looking at things that you probably don't have any idea what's been on this rock before. I do study these cycles, and I know that we have things that are much larger today, or in the ground that were larger today, because our CO2 levels were a lot larger. And if you want the plants to grow bigger, the animals to grow bigger, and the people to grow bigger, you're going to have to raise the roof. You're going to have to pump this place full of CO2. You have to clean it with fire. You have to burn it off. And when you come back, well, there might be trees that have reached the upper stratosphere of 180,000 feet with a top, just like the top of a tree, that would liquefy and electrify. Notice path of least resistance, both water. Show you what I'm talking about. If we have a stratosphere, which is 180,000 feet, and we're sitting on this rock, no matter what you think, whatever, and there's this stratosphere, and we have one of these relief zones, and this water and mud pushes out from underneath. It's going to come up like this. It's going to hit the top of this. It's going to come off and spray off in electric discharge off the top. Notice a river, like a tree branch or like a root system, does the same exact thing. Water and lightning both take the path of least resistance. So we already have these all over this rock. These were all just cut down. And we see evidence that all over the place. I really don't like much to talk about too much of this, because this is a little bit out of the gospel, but it's not hard to see that these were here before. We see these events where this compression event happened, and it shot these waters below and above, and it locked off, and it literally, that's what was here. This literally when you look up, these trees, when we come back, could actually be 180,000 feet. Some Jack and the Giant Beanstalk kind of fairy tale, if you will. So you see what I'm saying? How this event could happen? This liquefaction could shoot all this water, mud under our feet. Jack and Jill went up the hill. Good stuff, Train. Same thing, kind of a mount or a horn. It's a similar. I think that has a lot to do with Jack, Linda Giant, and Jill. I think this is a similar thing. They're talking about this. Good call there. That's why I love it to have these people in here. People are seeing it from another side. But I don't know if you understand what you've seen here. Just like a river, it's going to take the path of least resistance. And so water takes the path of least resistance, and so does lightning. That's why they smart meter some of these houses and disconnect their ground, and it finds its way up into the house and burns the house from the inside out, like Paradise, California. Remember that? Whole arc discharge from underneath, like fingers. Some houses burnt, some houses didn't. Well, the ones that were on the grid onto the smart meters get disconnected from their ground. They don't need to be grounded because they can check and read your meter from the office. They're like, hey, we don't have to get bit by the dog anymore. We'll read it from the street. They can read it from the office. So when we have something like this, brothers and sisters, I feel very comfortable. Before something like this happens, they're going to hold an event that's going to involve this same dome. This same dome where they're going to be able to project. Now, if there's thousands, potentially 10,000 satellites above your head, and all these start coming down with the compression event, before we actually have our final compression event, you're going to look like what people are going to call Armageddon. And they're going to think it's the end of the world, brothers and sisters. They're going to think this is the end of the world, because when these thousands of satellites start coming down and looking like these beautiful streams of different light, and I'm telling you, they packed each one of them with a payload. So it'll look this color or that color or do this or do that. They're not stupid. You do weddings. That's pretty silly. Yeah, wedding crasher. So do you see how this could easily, this whole general public can think it's the end of the world, and all you're seeing is a bunch of satellites fall back into the atmosphere. Oh my God. And then they're going to send some spaceships, and there's going to be two factions of aliens. I'm telling you, I already see this as plain as day. Look at how much of this. Guys, it was not that long ago that these freaking robots were on strings. Now they got them riding bikes, dancing and stuff, doing the A minor. I can't do that crap. The Kendrick Lamar, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? They've got to, seriously, they can dress one of these up, make it 40, 50 feet tall, put some neoprene oil suit on it. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, guys. They're going to release all this at one time. Build these megalithic cities. Oh my God, there's good ones and bad ones, and these ones are here to save us. Go get on the boats. Get on the space boats. Get on the space boats. What do we got here? Somebody's, I heard of, used to fly a rod with the satellites and grease them into the wheel. Baron then would stay orbiting and not free, all because it had been very nice. Thank you for that statement. How do you get there, right? So they're going to tell you that there's good ones, brothers and sisters, and these ones are here because they love you, and these are the bad ones, and that's going to allow Elon Musk to release he's got literally factories of these robots, brothers and sisters. They're about ready to release all this stuff. You thought you're going to be flying around like the Jetsons in 2000? Remember, they released the first flying car, the FFA, in 2023. this 2000 thing, it is now. Yeah. Check. So look at where we're at right now. Isn't that when the central banks bought more gold than they had ever bought in the history of the central banks? Anyone? Bueller? You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So you can see how they could stretch this event out, brothers, sisters. And, well, that's what I'm saying. They're really starting to advance this technology, guys. What was coming out in they used to drip this out in year increments. iPhone, you got the new iPhone, 55 million or 8 PlayStation. Now they're going out in like 5 and 10 year increments. Yeah, and the funny thing is, guys, the funny thing is somebody asked if they were good at math earlier or whatever. Look at this. Oh, we got to go this way with this one, huh? Make sure we go the right way so people get all offended. They don't know what the hell they're looking at. Okay. Remember, they thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning this big dipper around the Yule wheel. So, remember this term, right? AI. I'm telling you right now, you can unsubscribe to my channel if you think AI is a living organism. You're out of your mind. Harms ozone, okay? And we know what ozone is. Ozone is 3 parts what? What is ozone? 3 parts what? I know exactly what the elements of are. Tell them what ozone is, then they can understand what ozone is and how this is created. We have an ozone, that's part of our atmosphere. And what it does is part of our, it's a cycle. Like to freak everybody out. Oh my God, the hydrofluorocarbons in the 80s. We're all going to die. Stop. There is no such thing as AI. This is bullshit. AI is an antichrist idiot. That's what AI is. AI is 010101. You goddamn been programmed. You know that? Tell me some freaking computer it learns. Time to leave. Time to go. Time to go. I don't hang out with children. I have a high level of understanding of computing, quantum physics, quantum computing. I'm a high level math, prior law enforcement, reconstructionist, crash. I have a high level of math. You're not going to tell me that a computer can learn. You know nothing about a cycle or an algorithm. This algorithm is all your bullshit that you guys keep thinking that this, what do they release this, ChatGPT. This is called a hive mind. Like an Oculus, like a stop sign. You have just been sold on the idea of a computer is a 0-1. The computer is a math problem. So you're not going to tell me there's any such thing as an AI. Leave now. Get out of here. Leave. I'm not going to sit there and have somebody tell me a computer's alive, because then they're going to give it rights, and they already have. So a computer learns. No, a computer takes a cycle through an algorithm and it computes it mathematically. Is a hive mind. If you put in crap, you're going to get out crap. Hence Mark Zuckerberg. Hence the metadata. Metaverse already here. Police state already here. Little B.O.B. Bob for you. So if you're one of these antichrist idiots who thinks a computer is alive, you can unsubscribe to the channel. I don't need you here. I don't hang out with children. There's no such thing as aliens, and there's no such thing as AI. If it was anything, it was called, before you freaking idiots change everything, like there's no such thing as Agenda 2030. You've been hijacked. They hijacked this same freaking word and changed it. The Hebrew word is pervert. You're a pervert is what you are. You perverted. It was called advanced. Advanced intelligence. Not freaking artificial. Shut the... You people are stupid, man. You let them take over everything and change it. Like, oh my God, it's Agenda 2021.
Sustainable development for the 21st century, you freaking idiots. And then you let them hijack it. Oh my God, it's global warming. We're all gonna die. CO2, chlorofluorocarbons, greenhouse gas. We better put some backpacks on our cows because they're farting, and we're gonna track you for carbon, which is the lowest and the smallest of all the trace gases in the elements. Is the smallest. They made you afraid of the smallest trace gas. You're an idiot. CO2 is plant food. I've grown cannabis before. The more CO2, the better the flower. So this nonsense with global warming that you're gonna die. It's been warmer in the medieval warming period than it has been today. So these are these people who fell for this Michael Mann hockey stick of 150 years. 150 years hockey stick, or their what is this? They got their what's that one that comes up out of the water? It's the that's called a hockey stick. I got 400,000 years of ice core data. I've got the strata data. These people took 150 years and said we're all going to die. So these are the idiots who falls under this global warming nonsense where they took 150 years of history and told us we're all going to die. I mean, it's been warmer back here in these periods than it's ever been, here. And actually, it's the longest calm. So this whole idea of greenhouse gases and CO2, and we're all going to die. CO2 is plant food. Have you ever looked in history, the higher the level of CO2, the greener this rock gets. They want to get rid of CO2 because if they get rid of CO2, they get rid of you. You lower the CO2 levels, so not enough plants, the bees will not be able to pollinate. We're already, have seen that they will take us down. What did Mr. TED Talk, Mr. Gates talked about how they're going to get the CO2 levels to zero. Yeah, nothing will grow on this rock. There will be no plants on this rock, brothers and sisters. These people have fallen again for the smallest trace gas. The most abundant is hydrogen. Yeah, bees are getting crushed. Get the out of here, bacon. I don't eat pork. So get out of here, you swine. I don't sup with vipers or cast man or my energy before swine. Get out of here, bacon. I don't eat pork. Disgusting. Pork is filthy. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. So anybody who's you can eat pork if you want, guys. Okay, I just don't. It's just foul. Okay, you can eat whatever you want under this covenant. I'm not just some religious nonsense. Eat pork, eat bugs. Eat the bugs. You already do. You get your fruit sprayed with that waxy coating. That's bugs. So, all right. Anyways, guys, this advanced intelligence, they hijacked this Agenda 2021. Now they've made it Agenda 2030. They took global warming, and now they've turned that into climate change. And the climate's always been changing, so stop it. You know what I'm saying? In cycles, it changes, but the climate has always been changing. You're so easily fooled. So don't let them fool you with this antichrist, idiot, artificial intelligence bullshit. There's no such thing as aliens. There's no such thing as fallen angels. God is not in the sky. There's nothing ever been in the sky, once ever come from the sky. God's not in the sky, and nothing's going to come from the sky. As a matter of fact, Scripture tells you, it warns you that's going to come from underneath your feet. Cool. Yeah, cool. I mean, I raised pork the last time I ate it, but I just not prefer to eat it. So, hello from Germany. What symbol was in the right corner? Oh, this is the symbol of the Yule Wheel Festival that they celebrated not during Adolf, who inverted this Big Dipper going around the North Star because they thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning this around the equinox of the
3. Tesla said these secrets to the universe are 3, 6, and 9, and then 12 position. This is a perversion of what is a peace symbol, who was inverted by Adolf, who was Time Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row, and put in office by the United Corporation. So, fuck Donald Trump because he sanctioned Germany. So, I have to say that right now. You don't sanction your allies. Once again, fuck Donald Trump. You don't sanction Canada. What the hell is this guy doing? Sanctioning our enemies. People love him. Get on con. He can't do nothing wrong. All we do is win, win, win. It's just people are idiots. So I love it. He decorates his house with Satan. When you sanction our own allies, brothers, sisters, and you still follow after somebody like that, you have been had. You've been played like a deck of cards, like 52 pickup, like weeks. There's not 52 weeks in a year. There's not 12 months in a calendar year. You're an idiot. It's not 2025. Stop it, child. Go somewhere else and play your little silly reindeer games. You heard me right. Donald Trump, lock him up. Hillary for prison. Hillary sat at his inaugural dinner 3 bodies away from him. How many hundreds of millions of dollars was funneled in this man's bank account? Donald Trump is Hillary Clinton. And remember, Mr. Warp Speed, you knew I was a snake before you let him in? Before you let me in. Remember? You're on the YouTube. Remember, they like to play lightsabers with their ice holes in their ice holes. Yep. He played that. He got the sticker. Remember? Scratch and sniff, Jar Jar, bow to the altar of Jabba. Yeah. And then he put the bite in. You want to come play poker so my buddies can get rich still? They're all on the same team. You're an idiot. So, seriously, guys, 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon, whether Democrat or Republican. Which lollipop are you licking today? The Astro Pop, right? Get it, Mr. Warp Speed, Spaceballs? All right. Never mind, guys. We'll just move on. I pay no mind or matter. Jimmy Crack Corn and I don't care. You might want to, that's an idiom. You might want to search that and do some research on what that means. And maybe stop eating corn, by the way. Jimmy Crack Corn syrup. Get away from the corn syrup and stop eating sugar. You might feel better if you eat less sugar, eat less bread and starches. And diet's everything, man. Let me tell you. You're on the diet? I don't know. What color is it now? No, not that kind of diet. Berkey water for the win. I don't have any guns in the house because the state police swatted my house, and then I got menacing charges for menacing the police and harassing the police because I told the police that they're losers and they're pigs and they're tyrants and they know where the hell my son at and my daughter who was kidnapped, and I still can't find him. So I don't own any guns because they used the bad man orange red flag gun law to come take them from me because I was an extreme risk because I told the headlight Josh Bezel, the pig in this town, said, "Hey, you fucking tyrant. What the hell is my son at? You've had a whole year since you guys SWAT raided my house, and what the hell's going on with my son's 180 hours? You know where the fuck he's at. Tell me, you pig tyrant. I got dirt on you, dude. You've been going, you're a dad and I'm a dad. You're the only one who lives in this town. The fuck are you doing? You've had a whole year, you tyrant pig. Where the hell is my son at? I know you guys know something. I got dirt on you, Josh Headlight Bezel. You've been going around harassing people in this town. I got stacks of complaints against you going on people's property and going in their house. He turns around, puts a harassment charges and menacing the police charges against me. And guess what? They know where my fucking son is at. But they won't go get him. I don't know if I believe him. So you ask, there you go. Shark is good. Yes, shark steak. Yeah, let's not go tonight on this. Like, no, don't open up that can of worms. So, all right, let's go back to this. Trace gas called CO2, where we're all going to die because the cows are going to fart and your cars are running, and you should all buy electric cars because the government loves you. And now they get a 48-hour jab because in Warp Speed, they were going to give you the greatest, economy ever, and that collapsed in 2.5 weeks. You were going to audit the Fed. Instead, he blew Powell's bubble. I told you, they're all wings to the same dragon, pumped the economy for 10.5 years, expanded the debt, larger than any other pretended in chief, commander in chief, or whatever these mass murder in chief. That's what it is. The Uniform Code of Military Justice, even more than a 5-star general, right? These people are the leaders of the free world, right? Dum, 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 dum. There's no free will. Stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve. Does that sound like freedom to you? How about the right to choose? This country was about You'll be fascinated by being a universal symbol of peace. Yeah, see, that's kind of crazy. I think your line chart is an unfortunate image of the right after the second. My line chart? Uh-oh. Yeah, somebody's paying attention. So like orange juice, like concentrate, like Simpson, like Jessica or OJ. Like Silly Rabbit, Tricks for Kids, like Roger Rabbit. Good stuff, guys. All right. Let's move along here. Somebody tell me about this Carrington event. Does anybody know about this event? Because that's what they're waiting for. You guys remember, in 2023, we shattered the low latitude records where we'd only ever had two, auroras happen at the north and south poles, but they don't happen at the equator. That's not normal. And we'd only ever had two in a 12-year cycle, a full solar cycle. In the year 2023, we didn't have two. We crushed and shattered the records with not three, not four, but five low latitude auroras where they saw like pink auroras in Texas and yellow in Ukraine and red and yellow in Mexico. And brothers and sisters, we didn't even have an X-class solar flare to put off this massive proton event. And we were seeing auroras. We saw 5 of them in 2023, crushing the 2 only ever in this since the 1800s. Have we ever seen 2 events at low latitudes, which took massive X flares to happen, 20 or 30, X20 or X30. This was a massive proton event directly Earth, at the facing at the rock, right at us, directly at this world, right at our magnetosphere, coming and hitting us directly. That actually, again, in 1859, when that happened, it took down the tech, excuse me, which was the, sorry, I ate 5 tear gas canisters and my lungs are hash. Sometimes they fill with fluid. So that's what happens when you eat tear gas. So don't eat tear gas and don't eat grenades for breakfast or in the 3 a.m. in the morning. They're not good for your face. Silly rabbit, tricks for kids. So in 2023, the sun only put out like M class or smaller events, and we end up shattering, and they were seeing auroras. They were seeing auroras in Texas, New Mexico, Florida, Ukraine, yellow, pink, red. These are massive. Some of these colors. I lived in Alaska. I lived up here, brothers and sisters. I've been to dead, or I've been to the top of this rock. And I've seen some amazing auroras displays, but the colors that we are seeing now are just unfathomable. So this magnetosphere has weakened. You can see this field strength has weakened by over. The U.S. Navy, the one who patented 5G, that's kind of ironic, a military grade weapon, right? 5G is not anything to do with internet. It's 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. It's an oxygen and absorption wave. So the U.S. Navy came out and said in the last 400 years, which is stupid because I already told you since 1900, our field strength was at 100. So whatever, take this with a grain of salt. They said in the last 400 years that the field strength has weakened by over 40%. And I have hundreds of hours of videos on this live stream. If you go back in this live stream on TikTok at Silver's Like Gold, I have channels I've done about this over and over and over again. I have covered this even probably up to 1,000 hours plus of this particular subject of this weakened magnetosphere, because they say we're in a pole shift, and a polarity again is what keeps the magnet pointed on your compass to the north. And again, the sun's magnetics changes every 11 years, meaning this is positive becomes negative. That's not a very good. Let's do it this way. This will look better this way. Let's go. Oh, how come we did that? We need blue and red. There we go. All right, so red and blue for positive and negative. If you look at the actual, like on SolarHam, you can look at the different, like on the you've got a ton of ways to look at the sun, brothers and sisters. On Solar Ham, they're going to have an image of each one of these sunspots. And you're going to see that the magnetic mixing is that when this blue in the sunspot touches the red, like in a spark plug, if you touch these together, it's going to arc discharge. That's what happens on a sunspot. This becomes beta, gamma, or alpha, beta, again. These will come together and touch. When these touch, that's what causes that solar flare or that release of the plasma from the sun. Okay, so each sunspot, okay, has its own, right, magnetic mixing, and they don't always come together and touch. And they'll move around the sun, and so they'll come back. And then, but when they do, that magnetic polarity mixes, that's what causes that arc discharge, and that sun will release. Either that can take and be touching a solar filament, touching this, and that whole rope of plasma will discharge and come off of the sun. Okay, so the sun has a magnetic canopy on it the whole time. Sometimes on the sun, you'll see, like here, you'll see big dark spots. That's like a sunspot. No, the spots, if this was the sun and there was like a clouds of canopy, this would be the blue skies. So when we get, like right now, there's some pretty large coronal hole streams on the sun. They're similarly shaped like this. They're very dark. And what that is, that's an opening. Like if you went outside and there was a cloudy sky, that's where you'd be able to see through the blue sky. So that is on the sun. We see these coronal hole streams, which would literally push just a straight solar wind and directly hit this magnetosphere. This will bring the solar wind speed from 700,000 miles an hour to sometimes over 1 million miles an hour, just from the solar wind alone. And people think we went to space, you know. The constant solar wind speed is 700,000 miles an hour. And we got out of here on a little soda can and it's going to penetrate through 700,000 mile an hour solar wind. If we get one small M-class flare, that can reach over 1 million miles an hour. The solar wind coming from the sun. We went to space, huh? The Van Allen belt, huh? See, it's all right. I'm not going to sit there and argue with people. Believe that God's over their head and heaven's above their head, and there's nothing above your head. Nothing comes from up there. These people hoping that something will come and trying to get up there are just idiots. They did the same thing in Israel, Babylon, and God divorced his bride for the same thing, and they're doing it again. Well, there you go. Get ready, Mr. Lowe. I hope you're ready. What is he? Uh-oh, somebody's message is helpful for review. Wiggs has got a stick up his butt. They won't allow his comment to be. You can show me everything come to Huntsville, Alabama. What the hell are you going to show me in Alabama? Now, there's two words that do not go together. NASA and Alabama. You know they don't let those people in that state fly those things. Those people, they don't let them people fly there. NASA and Alabama. Hey, get out of here, child. Yeah, Alabama. I did all my training in at Fort McClellan, home of the military police. Well, the chemical corps. That's probably what's wrong. This guy must be from Anniston. He's been breathing all that chemical core. Got a twig up his ass, stick up his butt. All right, moving on. So this coronal hole stream, brothers, sisters, this magnetic canopy, this is an opening in like if you looked at the sun, right? If you look at our sky and there's an opening in the clouds, that's what you're going to see. Okay, so this is an opening in the canopy. So a lot of people think a solar flare, and that's all they think that comes from the sun. That is, we can have a solar flare. I'll do a live with you. Come on. Twigs, what the hell are you talking about? Alone are hilariously unconvincing. Why would I do a live with you? What do you have to add to the chat here? This ain't even any value. I might do a live with you. Hell, nobody's had enough balls, space balls, to do a live with me. So you can't handle the truth. I used to do a live on TikTok where I'd have 1,500 of you in a room and I'd have 8 people in the live talking. So I think he can handle Twig up his butt. What does he want to talk about? Uh-oh. Somebody's licking me right between the eyeball sockets. Scientific question. People are the one who is not the same person as well as the people. Scientific question. People are the one who is not the same person as well as the people. With Von Braun, huh? Uh-oh. What's my last name? You're not from the government. Oh, shit, guys. We got the feds in here. Twig's a fed. He said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cash your pearls before swine. Twig's a vine. They're on to me, guys. If you look at my last name, you'll know why they want me so bad. So, but remember, I'm not all a capital letter name. I'm not a corporation. I only operate in a private capacity. Even at the time of arrest, I did not give a name of capital letters. I've already subrogated that attorney, power of attorney, subrogated, exercised my right of subrogation. Look at all these people from Germany. Fuck Donald Trump, right? Who the hell sanctions our ally? Americans are the stupidest people ever to walk this rock. They are. I don't care if they're from Huntsville or they're from Georgia, if they're from Oregon or they're from California, they're freaking lost in space. The president of the corporation sanctions Mexico. You know, it's one thing to sanctions. You know, sanctions are an act of war. Tariffs, embargoes, and sanctions are war. We went to war with the world, and everybody's like, "Ah, right, Team America." You know, he's like, "I'm going to just sanction everybody. Fuck all y'all." Switch, you know. If I had a way, I'd have all of you shot. Remember Pinky and the Wall, the movie The Wall? Who do you think that's representing? There's one who's got spots. That one don't look right, right? Remember this, if there's one with spots, and if I had on my way, I'd have all of you shot. So, hey, look, I'm just saying, why in the hell you sanction Mexico, Canada, Germany? Well, I think you like guns in general. Don't you? Yes, everybody should be able to own a weapon. I can't own one, but you can. It sucks, huh? I can't even protect my damn dogs. That's right, Seven Crows. Thank you, hallelujah. Because the heavens are the ruling class, and the earth is the rule. You don't live on a planet. You don't live on Earth. This is insane. Yes, that's what's going to happen, obviously. We see that. Right, because there's no such thing as aliens. There's no such thing as rapture. They're going to be a fake rapture. Watch, let me show you how they're going to do this rapture, guys. This is going to be awesome. Everything is awesome when you're part of the team, America. 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 America, boys. So, we're going to take this word right here, R-A-P-T, and why I know they're going to do this, I'm going to show you why they're going to do this. Rapture, like they did here. Now, keep in mind, so you see that I'm crazier and I'll get out. Where'd my phone go? Here it is. Boop, there it is. Shaka, laka, shaka, laka, shaka, boom. All right. Boom. Remember, that's Diamond from Oppenheimer Ranch. This is Rapture, Indiana. There's no such thing as luck, Twigs. God created all things. No such thing as free will, and there's no such thing as luck. This is Rapture, Indiana, brothers, sisters. They'll receive twice the judgments under this Ark, Texas, and this Salem, Oregon. Okay, Salem, X. They don't want me to this is Ark, Indiana, Ark, Texas, and this is Rapture, Indiana. So look, On April 8th of 2024, I don't know how many idiots went and stood on the line of Rapture, Indiana, thinking they were going to get the fuck out of here early before tribulation. They're idiots. There is no such thing as this word rapture written in Scripture. This is not ever a thing. There's no pre-trib rapture. There is no. This is not a word. This word is like Easter Bunny. Okay, this doesn't exist. But yet this word, believe, right? Believe is what's going to placebo those people into this effect that's going to happen to them. I know they're going to do this. I know they're going to do this. I know they're going to do this, guys, because there is no word rapture. And if you ever heard the word the placebo effect, guys, the placebo effect is one of the strong, not the Mandela effect. Come on now. Those were the path of the eclipse. Those were the sun going the wrong way. And this was the sun. Obviously, why have I marked my body with these same star markers? This is that red dragon eclipse of 2017. I'm the only man. There's not one other single man on this rock that has this red dragon, the great red dragon eclipse of 2017, to start the 7-year symbol, right? Where look, if we do the U.S., we'll do the U.S. right here. Okay, not a bad United States of America. We're just on the fly there. So on August, remember in August, this is why it's very important. In August of 2017, this started. It went. Actually, there were rooms that were booked. They declared a national emergency. They declared a national emergency or a state emergency. Because in on the coastline and in Oregon, they had rooms that were already booked for this eclipse. Because remember, they did this again on April 8th. They had rooms that were booked for like $50, $100 or something like that. And they came in and they re-rented and price jacked these people's rooms for like $300. So the governor, Kate Brown, flush it down, Kate Brown. I think it was Kate Brown back then too, wasn't it? Came in and declared a national emergency because they were changing hotel prices. So what happened is the sun that day, I was sitting in Springtucky, Oregon, Springfield, like the Springfield, like in The Simpsons. Okay, and then I watched the moon hit the side of the sun. Like it should. Everything seemed normal to be that day. Obviously, there was a very strange ambiance about just the day. It was a very trying time for me in my life, but it is what it is. So I'll watch the moon. See if we can move this down a little bit more. Oh, better. So I watched the moon hit the side of the sun. Now remember, on an eclipse, this is what an eclipse looks like. I have marked my body so you know that an eclipse will ring out. You see that first light at the horizon? These actually happen at the nodes, these eclipses. So these eclipses were all off. They were not happening at the right time either. So I'm very well versed in this. I have just studied this profusely for decades. So you see how this first light over here makes what they call the ring. It rings out on the horizontal plane. Because that first light, when that first body passes past that next body, okay, it makes that ring. Because if this body was going to pass, see, now they tell us in school that an eclipse happens because the sun and the moon are the right distance. Or what they taught you in school, basic, come on, junior high school, or they call that, like I said, what do they call that now? Middle school or even high school. They teach you that the sun, eclipses in the moon, and these eclipses, they come right at the right time. They get the right distance and the right part, right? This is all makes this eclipse, right? Because they got to fit. That wouldn't work anyways, but we'll go ahead and go with it. The moon hits the side of the sun.
I watched this with my own eyes. You know, I've got the whatever. I actually took a piece of glass and I burnt it with the lighter. And I got all that so I could have a really good view. And I had an excellent view. I watched this moon hit the side of this sun. And then what I was a witness to, I knew something was right. And I started trying to tell everybody, you guys are freaking not understanding what is happening here. I watched, which would have had to happen. That meant that the moon had to leave our atmosphere, come from the top down. When I saw it hit directly the side, and the eclipse started coming diagonally, just like this, just like this, just like this, just like this, just like this. And I said, what in the is going on here? This is not an eclipse, because it was going diagonal. And then I noticed the path of the sun reversed, and the moon and the sun started going the wrong way. It hit Salem, and it went through seven Salems. It went through seven Jerusalems, like Jerusalem, right? Seven Salems that it hit along seven Salems, and it came out on the 33rd parallel. And I tell you, this is the most fucked up thing I think I've ever seen in my life. I apologize, for my cursing here, but I'm trying to explain people. This is not an eclipse. This is not how this works. This is not how an eclipse, this is in the wrong time anyways. And now the sun and the moon are going the wrong way across the corporation, America. I can't. And I said, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the path. Now the Masons make these Masons are the ones who have actually made these names. Now, what's the chance? What is the chance that this path on this eclipse, brothers, sisters? Let me show you some older, clips of this too, because I have covered this in great detail. Okay, look. Here's some more work that I did before, because a lot of this, I did this stream for 1,000 hours on this same subject. I'm sure of it by now. Okay, here's your Rapture, Indiana. Okay, I'm trying to show you again. I've done a ton of work on this. Here it is. This is the 2023 black hole sun. It showed you this is going to happen. Exactly right here. And it did. All the work I did on this thing. I can't believe how many years now I've been put into this thing. Well, 7+ years now on this same subject. Trying to keep you guys in the loop so you can see exactly what they're about to do to you. So here's your path through Oregon. It starts here, and it goes through 7 Salems, and it comes out on the 33rd parallel. How in the hell is there 7 Salems on that line? Now, Salem is not obviously because there's more than one, but this darkness, this path of darkness, because see, this put a path of darkness, it's shadowed, like Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days as Christ was encased in the tomb in darkness. It put a shadow of darkness over the U.S. right here, where the sun went the wrong way. I was so enthralled with what I had seen as a magi that I had tattooed this on my body to show people, like I said, apologize for the cursing, but fuck you, I'm paying attention to this. I ain't gonna let this slip my mind. The sun doesn't go the wrong way. And that's an eclipse on a horizontal plane, and this is going diagonally, just like the eclipse. So I went ahead and marked my body. It was known as the Great Red Dragon Eclipse of 2017, starting the first of a 7-year process where it took to create this Aleph symbol, which negates, because again, in the Greek, the Aleph symbol the aleph, or the leader, or the ox, is the number of completion, right? Or like the number 7 is the aleph. It negates, right? It negates. It cancels. It cancels. It's completed. To be 7 is to be matured to the aleph symbol, like the word abyss. Abyss.
This person thinks I have mind cancer, but can't even define the word hell. Can't define any words that come out of his face. Daniel, what a shitty name what to have for this person, because I guarantee you this person has no idea what a magi is. What a horrible, horrible thing that your parents named you something. You don't even know who Daniel is or what he did when he was on this rock. I rebuke you. You know that? I think you have cancer, and maybe if you use some medicinal cannabis, and I'm not giving you any medicinal advice, that might help you a little bit. Okay, you might look into that. I think you've got too many boosters is what you probably. How many? Did you take all 5 of them? Did you get the greatest bow to the altar of Jabba, Daniel? That sucks that your name is Daniel. You know that? Because Daniel, I as a magi have mad respect, and I know I'll be with him in the end. And it's not you, your name. You wear a name that you don't even know who a magi or what a magi or who the wise men or any of that. You're an idiot, I guarantee you. You can't even define anything that comes out of your face. Tell me what abyss is. I already just gave you the definition, so tell me that you're not a brute beast and you don't have some hearing problem. You already heard me, and now I know you're listening. So come on there, Daniel. Your name, man. I'm totally offended that you'd wear a name with such a beautiful name. I'm not a patriot. I rebuke patriotism. MAGA is high priest of the Satan Church. I rebuke America. I defend the constitutional republic, long gone and now a corporate, and all you MAGA idiots got sucked up with that hail, Mr. Stinky Muskrat, Mr. 58-story Babylonian tower decorates his house with Satan. What do you got to say with that, MAGA idiot? MAGA is the high priest of the Satan Church. Did you know that? You can say, oops, I fucked up. I didn't know that, and then I'll accept your fuck up. Do you know that Donald Trump decorates his house with Satan? Oh, you're a fuck up, aren't you? They scooped up all you patriots. Isn't that hilarious? Scooped up all these patriots. The most unpatriotic act ever, the Patriot Act. After Blind 11, President 4 plus 5 is 9 and 4 plus 7 is 11. Look at that. This Blind 11 idiot right here. Can you do math? 4 plus 5 is what? You skip Joe, and 4 plus 7 is what? President Blind 11. MAGA, his house is decorated with Satan, the high priest, right, of Satan. Mr. Crowley. People falling for this idiot. Okay? And it's Joe Buddy Biden Stein, or put the Biden. So what about the CIA surveillance device located within my wall studs? I found 7 so far. Or are they spying on me? What do I do about it? Should I tear it down the rest of the drywall? No, just leave your house alone. Christ is in you, and who cares about these? Why do you guys keep mentioning the Central Intelligence? Those are central idiocracy and asshole. Imbeciles and assholes. The centralized imbeciles and assholes. Fuck cares about Building 7, right? Let's just drop it. We decided to pull it. CIA headquarters, Building 7, Tower 1 and 2. I American. Take this flag and burn it. Every one of them, burn them. I don't pledge my allegiance to a flag. I pledge my allegiance to the Father and the Word. Vegas. Uh-oh, that's not Nevada. There's a Las Vegas, Nevada, right? How about Mexico? I think there's a Las Vegas, New Mexico, too, isn't there? Hey, what's in Vegas stays in Vegas. Remember that. So get out of Vegas. Go up there to Pahrump or something. Get out of that city if you can. Try to get out of the cities, man. Cities are a tough place to be. There's a lot of people who are not very prepared for, I don't know, they think it's a casino. Everything's a game, like the stock market. Henderson, all right, nice.
All right, let me turn my ice maker. I ran out of ice. Oh, baby. Oh, we've been standing up for a few hours. No worries, BMAC. We'll be back. Give me a minute. I might take me a break. Pause for the cause. But no worries. We'll do a recap. We're just kind of cruising through this. I'm not trying to asbestos, baby. Or you want to go outside, Gus? You want to go outside, my guys? I love you guys. Are my best puppy dogs I ever did best. Ever did best. All right, hey, I gotta check my messages, guys. I forgot I have somebody coming over here to work on the truck. I haven't they missed them. Oh, I did. Darn it. Oh. Right, guys, give me a minute. I actually, if you want to go see this property, I listed the 5-acre parcel up there on Christmas Valley Highway. I've got a homestead property that I own, and I'm trying to sell this property to obtain the funding for the other portion of the ministry. Today I sold the propane tank. Got a little, head start, but I'm still a considerable amount of dollars that I need to come up with. So I don't want to sit here and grift you guys. If you give me a minute here, I need to answer a few things, some questions about this land. I still got my motorcycle up for sale. If you're interested in a motorcycle, I've got a Honda Valkyrie, a 99, beautiful bike. Gosh, I wish I could ride it more often, but I've got to purchase this land for the ministry because I've already entered into a contract, and if I don't pay them all, I lose all the money I put in. I did it that way to make sure I put myself on a very short timeline, kind of like when I bought the property over there, the other 20 acres that I'd sold to Kevin to pay this $47,000 ministry off here. I have now purchased another couple acres that has a house and a well, and it's not a well, but it's on water, septic, and sewer. Well, I can put up the freeze dryer out here. It's very important for me to have a food source, storage, and being able to put my own food store away. I plan on doing a tremendous amount of eggs, organic eggs and duck eggs, and I want to go ahead and continue to put away protein as much as possible. So I need to take a break for a minute and check these messages. I will be back, but I've got to take care of this, guys. If I can sell this land, it'd be the funding that I need. Now, I sold that propane day for $900, and I'm going to need another, $7,000 by the 15th of June. So I got to get this, show on the road here. And then I'm going to turn around and donate it to the ministry. I apologize. I don't have a Venmo. I should sign up for one. I have a Cash App and a PayPal. If you want to make a donation, somebody donated $5 yesterday, and that took it down to remember, it isn't 7, it's 69. And wait, we did the propane tank, so it's $6,050. See that, or $6,095. So we're plugging away. I mean, it started because that actually gave them 1,000 before. So I am. Let me take this message and check my other messages, because I may have some other messages. I had put up some other, what else did I put up there? Oh, I put that ski lift chair up there, because I actually put this antique dyno bench up, which I didn't want to, but the Sinclair bench. But, well, let me ask you too, guys, before I go, does anybody know anything about games? I don't do games, but I have some of these older game systems, and I'm sure I can look on the internet. And I did a little bit, but maybe there's a better way to do this. I have some of the Sega Genesis. No, Game Gear is what they're called. And these are the older, they were really advanced in their day. I didn't really play them too much, but they were a handheld, like a DS, or I don't forget what they call these things, but it was pretty advanced in its day. But this particular, let me show you, because I got a couple of them here. Let's see.
it's got a little dusty, but they have their own case and carrying. This particular one, these ones work. This one works really good. It's got like an extra viewer, right? You put this, it's got an extra larger battery. It's this particular model right here. I know that some of these games alone, this is this Sega Genesis, our Game Gear system. It does work, you know, like here's Mortal Kombat in there. I don't know if I have any batteries. I think I keep the batteries out of it so it doesn't go bad or keep batteries out of it. So this one has this also this viewer, which makes it larger. So you hook this onto the screen and this makes the screen larger. This one has the, actually look at this. This one has two large batteries. It has this size, and then it has this size, and then it does have, you know, I don't know how many games, but there's a ton of these games in here, Pac-Man and some of these games. I have this one. Yeah, see, there's baseball, X-Men, and I know that some of these people look for something like there is Sonic and some of these other, I think there might be some Sonic, and I looked at some of those were pretty popular. But I don't know. I don't know if I should try to put this on eBay because there's always fees and stuff like that. But, you know, this is a neat little system, you know, all by itself. I don't know what, what exactly, but I know that's got to be worth a few bucks, guys. And I don't want to hold on to it if somebody will use it, you know. But this one has the viewer, the extended battery. With these games, I know some of these games were bringing $50 and $60 per game if they were like Sonic, and some of these ones actually were really sought after. So I have that one. And then I have this system too, which is basically the same game system. Well, this one got a little dirty. I could probably clean just the cover on it. But this one's got a ton. This one got a ton of games, and this one's a double, another double, and this one's got two. I think one of these had some issues, but it's probably just something small. And this one had two of them. There's two of these. So I figure somebody might want to buy them all as like a package. You know. That's not showing up very well. So I don't know what they're worth, guys. And you know, like I said, I need to try to start getting rid of some things that I'm not using. And I actually, back when I did a lot of this survival stuff, I put stuff like this away because I figured, you know, it'd be really a tough time to be sitting around and things like this, you know, not sitting around, but it'd be, you know, tough. It'd be nice to have the kids or the teenagers or anything like that. That's why I bought a lot of this type stuff. You know, I didn't buy it for me. I bought it so that I could, you know, have it for later. So again, I don't know. You know, some of these games are worth 30 and 40 bucks a piece. So I don't know. Is it eBay? Maybe eBay. I really need the money as soon as possible, you know, and I can wait a little bit because I know eBay, you got fees and fines and all that other stuff. And I mean, some of these and I don't have them for all of them, but some of them got the books with them and some of this stuff. I know this matters to some of these people. I've done collectibles and stuff like this. But I don't know. I don't know what they're worth. I think this 7 Game Gear, it is really actually, it's a nice system. It actually has super advanced graphics for its time. It was very well ahead of its day. I don't know where to start. I mean, I could put it on the marketplace, I guess. You know, I do move things through the marketplace. That's what I've got some hits on the marketplace here. I might have to get off here, but like that, and like as much as I don't want to, I think I'm gonna go ahead and sell this sample stove, which is a full working replica that they would bring to you. I mean, this has the full vent in the back. It's got, you know, all the drawers. This is a little working stove. You can light a fire. Like I said, move over Easy Bake Oven. This is the real deal. This is called a buck sampler. They make a lot of versions of this. I mean, this one even has the little, you know, so it's pretty neat. It's complete. I know I paid a lot for it when I bought it, probably overpaid, but I've been thinking about selling this too. You know, I'm not using it. It's more of just sits there and looks pretty type of deal. And so I've got some ham radios, some high-end ham radios from Canada with the 5th band on them. I've got some Geiger counters, things that I probably could use later, but, you know, I need to get this ministry paid off, and maybe I can repurchase some of these things at a later time and date, because I was really super preparedness mindset. Like, actually, I'll show you this here. You're sitting on this, guys, but I'm going to show you. I bought this that you're sitting on right here, and this is from Canada. Actually, this is a very, very rare stove. This is really tough to find this particular model that I have. I actually looked it up, and I can't find another one anywhere for sale. And this one is just neater all get out. But this is a kerosene stove that I drove, you know, a couple hours away to get. But this is it's new, and this fills up. This has got a glass globe on it. I have it. It's taped on here, but it says Coleman. You know, it is a Coleman glass globe. It's a Coleman stove, and you know, it's a kerosene. These are kerosene. It's brand new. It's never been used, and it's an antique. It's very unique stove. I can't find another one anywhere on the internet, but it's never been used. It is brand new, and it's a Coleman model. This model, let's do a little dusting on it here. Ooh, dusting. But you know, little things like this, I'd love to keep them, but I'm just not using them. You know what I'm saying? I bet you won't find another one of these anywhere on the internet. It has a glass globe taped on there. It's got the wicks. Got these wicks taped on too. You take like a candle wick, and obviously, but never been used. Brand new, antique. Never saw one like it. Probably overpaid a little bit at the time, but I just never seen one. And this actually works as a functioning kerosene, you know, kerosene stove. What do you think something like that's worth? Coleman is the brand. I know it came out of Canada. This is where this model was built, or, you know, and again, it has this Coleman. You can see it says Coleman on here. Coleman glass globe. What's that worth? So I'll probably, Monday, I'm going to probably start getting much more of these things for sale. You know what I'm saying? Some of these things I'd love to keep, but I'm just not using them. And, you know, I don't want things to just sit around when I need, you know, $15,000 to pay the rest of this contract off so that I can get this, start cleaning this house. And I need to get this house done before the winter hits. And, you know, not winter, but, you know, I've got some really good weather. So I need to get super motivated to get this thing paid off as quick as possible. So I'm willing to take some hits on some things I have that are unique, and some of them are pretty rare or whatever, a little harder to find, but whatever. Life's not Burger King, right? You know, sometimes you gotta roll with the punches. So what would you give me on the stove? Anybody start me out with $100 bill? I paid 3 times that for it when I bought it, but we'll do an auction. Maybe we should just auction everything off out here. Somebody start me up with $100 bill. Anybody want? I got $100 bill. Anybody? Ben Franklin. Come on, guys. Give me somebody $150 bill. I got 101. Anybody 2? I got 102 and a half. Anybody 5? Anybody 5? I got 105. Anybody 7? I got 7 and a half. I got 10. Anybody 10? Who's raising their hand there in the back? I had 20, now 30, now 40. You guys all get your hand up back. 50 and a half. I got 100 and a half. Anybody 1? All in. That's halfway what I paid for it. All right. I'm just kidding with you guys. I got to go. Let me check with these people here.
I'll be back in a few and see what I did on this land, see if somebody's interested. I had somebody actually ask me a question, so I need to answer them. Go take a pause, take the dog out to the bathroom. If you got to use the bathroom been holding it or something because you're just hanging out and whatever, just go use the restroom. Smoke them if you got them. That was a military term. Get a refresher course if you need to remedicate or something like that. Get a drink water, lots of water, and I'll be back like John Connor in the movie Terminator. No, that was Arnold Schwarzenegger, huh? So, all right. Give me a minute, brothers, sisters. I'll be back with you. Much agape. And if you want to hit me up now and give me a Cash App or a PayPal, $5 yesterday brought it down to 95 instead of the other. I don't want to grift you. If you don't have an abundance, please don't tie to the ministry. I'm not trying to. Last time I said I only wanted one big, person that could tithe all in one time because I don't want to take from people who need it. So go ahead and thumbs up that while you got a minute, and then I'll can 5 minutes or so. I'm gonna have to answer a few questions, and I'll be back. So much agape. Give me a minute, and I'll see you guys in just a few. What do we got here? Somebody offering to buy the kidneys. This. All right, we got anybody left in there? We still got 6 of you left in there. Wow, I appreciate it. We got puppies right here. Get up here. We got the puppies hanging out here. Hold on. Oh, hey, do not come up early. Look at this one. Weasel's way up. Would you get out from underneath me? Got her? No. All done. All done. You're a silly boy. I love these boys. Oh, I want these boys. Oh, we're playing with the kids. This is, they gotta get, you can't pay attention to one without the other one coming up and would you, Mr. Pan? Listen. Yeah, boy. Him was a dad. When you scoot back here, all I can get you guys back. Okay, all done. All done. All done. Okay. Oh, would you get out from behind me? Go over there. Scoot over here. He loves a dad. He was his dad. Oh, it was a dad too. It was a dad. So we had spent some time with the boys. They wanted to, go hang out with the dad. This is Bone. Bone. He's quarter dingo. I love Bone. And this is Tango. They're my boys. Oh, no kisses. No kisses. Oh, let me get the live going here. Hold on. Live chat. Oh, okay. What do we got here? All right, there we go. All right, we're back. All right, would you scoot over a little bit, guys? Scoot over. Let's get over. Get over. Get over. All right. They're so silly. You're good boys. All right, well, I had to sit down. We were standing up for a few hours. We'll continue to talk. I didn't get to cover that Rapture dome. They're going to do this, lift you into the sky because you're placebo affected by the word rapture. And it says he is the snare. He's the petra. He's the rock. So he's still supposed to keep you grounded. But these belief in a word that's a verb and not a noun. Faith is a noun. And remember that placebo effect's very strong. They have all these effects. Remember the old butterfly effect? What are you doing, boys? There's water right there, kid. He's hanging out with the dad. We're live streaming with the dad. Mr. Pants, Mr. Bubbo. His name is Yotter. He was bone in his old body. And now he's Yotter Pants. And this is Tango. Tango thinks he's a puppy.
He's 13 years old. He's only ever been on the diamond, lamb, and rice. Proof if you feed your dogs good dog food. What you got right there? What you got in your eyeballs? I don't have a tick, do you? Out there playing in the bushes? I'm going to have to check him after we're done here for a second. Yeah. Oh, my boy. He's a big, large size puppy. He thinks he's a puppy. He thinks he's seriously just still months old. That's what happens if you feed your dog good. Oh, my dog. It's my Tango. And Mr. Pants. Brr, Mr. Boy. You're such a good boy. What to do without this boy? What do I do without this puppy? Huh? What do I do without this boy? Get on the side of your face, huh? Oh, you got something on the side of his face. Not a tick. What is that? What is that? Not a tick. Mr. Big Guy. He's a large, extra large puppy. He's not a small breed, and not a medium, and not a large. He's an extra large boy, but he still thinks he's a puppy. 13 years old, this dog has figured it out that he's not a puppy. So they're good boys. They got lots of room to run out here. Mr. Good boys. All right, all done. Well, 2 + 2 is not 5. I'm not on that Common Core math. How about that? Is that an answer? You didn't answer your question, did it? He always sends, he said he would send. Dos is a contract, remember? Not under the law, but under contract. You can't put me under the law. Your Common Core math and your corn syrup. Oh, never mind. Whatever is another common, remember? Core, like 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. How about that? How's that add up to you? How about that for some math? All right, well, we won't get off on that trump or chump or thump or silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. So their Ishtar Samaramis worship, they're lunatics, and we're not supposed to be supping with lunar. So lunacy. You know what a lunatic is? A lunatic is somebody who thinks it's 2025. Are you a lunatic? Going by that lunar pagan Gregorian calendar celebration. Oh, we won't do that. I'm going to start singing. So, all right, I had to sit down for a minute. Apologize for the pause. I had somebody had some questions about the land and potentially honor a land sale contract. Thank you. Oh, hallelujah. So some work was done here right in the chat section. Hey, listen, I want to make that conversation. You ever read the comment section? You know, Jesus Christ loves y'all. No, Jesus Christ loves y'all. He doesn't love everybody. Christ is a pagan term. Jesus, who's Jesus? Which Jesus do you speak of? Which Jesus? The other Jesus? There's 2 Jesus. Somebody asked about 1 + 1 = 2, and I talked about 2 thieves. Oh, wait, I said 2. He said 2 witnesses. It was about a contract, not law. Remember, I'm not under the law. You can't put me under the law of flesh. That's a stupid question. A boy. When were you a boy? As a boy, I joined the military. How about that? As a boy, as a minor child, I joined, but I don't have any regrets. I made a mistake lied, cheated, stole, been a pig, prior law enforcement officer, veteran, tyrant. Probably the most disgusting thing to walk this rock are veterans, especially United States Army veterans like myself. So let's remember, this is a corporation, and there are no crime, criminal. That's a term of accounting. Criminal code. Code is that's a corporation for a business. So this is a corporation. It's open for business, and you're merchandised through your merchant number. You're been capitalized with their corporation. You've been corporatized, sold out on the stock exchange, your labor. You guys are out of control. We got a bunch of trolls in here today, huh? You guys fishing? You'll know them by their fruit. We don't sup with vipers. I'm sure I have a moderator in here. I'll moderate you out of here myself. We're just talking about the comment section. A blog, you ever watch a documentary out of, if you have the chance to go through the comment section, you'll know them by their fruit. Man, it's amazing. I mean, getting one side, obviously some people are just one-sided, like a piece of paper is two sides, maybe third dimensional in a box. Like their black mirrors are always hooked to the box, but that's all right. It's a tracking device. They don't need to track or chip anybody, because everybody, oh, I left my tracking device at home, honey. Oh, wait, or what? The little Apple phone or your iPhone or whatever, your Android, your cyborg, you're hooked up, right? Here I am. Boom! Remember, that could happen at any time, Israel. Wake up. Do you, baby? And lithium your battery in your phone and just interface you with the front of your screen. And Israel already did it, remember? So not some Israel in scripture. That's a nation committing genocide, as the American nation is genocide. And still to this day, with 1,000 military bases outside the covenant of the new, even the George Washington, that was within inside the borders, said no foreign entanglements, and now we have outside our borders. That's not, I rebuke my service, any service or any military. We have the right to protect ourselves. Under the Fourth Amendment, you have the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. You have the right to warrantless search and seizure. Remember that? Your right of protection. You can use the Title 18 under the original Title 18 statutes, not these revised statutes. You don't understand. This is a corporation. There are revised statutes. Those were added. They're revised. They weren't adjudicated, legislated, or through the executive branches of our government. Makes this a very unique, or was, used to could. You ever heard that term? I haven't said that in a country minute. Used to could. Who said that? Who was that? Was that one of the Foxworthy or one of those Fox? Or maybe it was, I used to could. Well, there was laws that were blotted out of flesh. This is what people don't understand by religion. They're blinded by religion. Australia, do you know that's a pretty amazing place where you really saw a heavy hand during their old CV ritual, where they did their crowning like a woman at birth, like a crown. He said, I come quickly, Revelation 3:11, let no one take your crown. Two kings, two crowns, but one has the key to the abyss. Abyss is hell, knowledge. That's what a hell is, a place of no knowledge. It's not a place. It's like aliens, not a being. Aliens foreign. People love words. Defrower, that is a Hebrew word to twist or change or warp. Speed or God is a title. Or Godspeed, you tell me. You got a vision? Got a vision, uh-oh. Tell me what you saw. I see, said the blind man to his deaf uncle as he picked up his hammer and saw. Tell me what you saw. See. Maybe I'll see what you're saying. I've got ears. I don't, deaf ears, he only gives, remember, those who enter by any other way, any other, as a thief and a robber. You're fooling yourself if you think you can cheat. There's no such thing as free will and no such thing as luck. So you're just cheating yourself. Will is the Greek word porneia. Latria is idolatria or porneia. Speak any Greek? You'll know them by their fruit, right? Workers of darkness and those who work in light don't hide the light. He said in a basket behind a bush or a bushel, and a bushel trying to hide that stack of 12 over there. 12. There's not 12 months in a calendar year, not 52 weeks. I smell a religious idiot in here. Oh yeah. So, wow, where are they coming from today? Who's moderating in here for me? You'll know them by their fruit. The bad apples, one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So we don't sup with vipers. Thanks for doing the work in here. JW, long time subscriber to the channel. Appreciate your work here at the ministry. So we're doing a preparedness kind of deal. We're talking about this rapture moment in time where these idiots, because there's no such word as planet, no such word as God, no such word as devil, no such word as Jesus, all these words they add to scripture. It's a book, what they call a Bible, but that's a book. It wasn't written on a book. It was written on stone and tablets and tables of stone, pounded out on the rock. And we use the rock, the Petra, not some 33rd degree Mason like George Washington. I don't know who you pledge your allegiance to, but I'm a veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution, not this. It was a constitutional republic, and unbeknown to me, was changed back in the 1800s. So much before longer, they took us off a bimetallic standard. And they've robbed us, about debt. Money is not the root of all evil. It's the agape. It's who do you love? Who do you go after? You get up every day and all you think about is that old king mighty dollar. Most people don't know what dollar is. They pay in paper. No, they're plastic. I'm a plastic man. That's a classic. It's what the song says. But anyways, you eat plastic all day, breathe it all day. They've talked about how much oil is plastic. So I rebuke oil wars and unnecessary wars when we could have used the Tesla tech that has been hidden from us, and nobody else is talking about that. So all glory to the Shiloh, the one who's the divider, Horizo. He said, I am. All glory to Horizo, the Father Most High. Aries, the Ram. So he said, before Abraham was, I am. And that's David called him the Lamb of God. So that makes him the Father. Aries, the Ram. Isn't that beautiful? It's in the celestial firmament, but nobody will pay attention. They'd have no concentrate, like orange juice, like OJ, like down the highway, or the guy who tried to go get his crap back. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I rebuke your religion. Somebody smells religious in here. I smell religion anywhere. I rebuke them all. Their insanities, their isms, their Catholicism, that's Satanism. Catholics are Satanists, Christians, Satanists, Mormons, Satanists. Satan is the adversary. They add jots. You're not supposed to even add a jot. Don't drink soda. That's carbonic acid. That's bad. That doesn't allow the whole proteins and your gut bacteria to be separated. And that goes in, becomes toxic in your lower intestine. You are what you eat. Haven't had a soda in more than a dozen years, but yeah, I'm a tyrant pig. I already said the most disgusting, filthy thing are veterans, because we serve a beast system where we're serving banksters, not wars for people, but war has been taken away. We're not supposed to war. Father used to require war. He had heavens, his favorite Aaron and Levite. They were the tribes of Israel. That book they call religion. It's about 12 of a family of 12 tribes, and that they were lived up against the great sea. And they were the heavens, and they destroyed all nations, the earth. These people think heaven's above their head. So heaven and God, and well, I'm just saying, by definition, you got to use the book. You got to use by definition. Only the book by definition. He said, I am the Hokadesh, Ruach Hokadesh, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit. The Word, in the beginning was the Word. He created all these things. There's no mistaking. This was all created with the Word. So he said, before Abraham was I am, and the Creator is the Ram. The one who required war, sacrifice, blood, ritual, fee-fying. If you remember, he got pretty upset there about, you've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Turned over the money changer tables and whipped the people selling the doves. Remember, they require 2 doves. They require 3 times to come to Israel, but most people make it about a religion. So I rebuke these isms. Remember, Calvinism, Mormonism, Catholicism, all their insanities. They're Baptist and they're Christianity. They're all vain. Why do you think Father allowed the destruction of the pagan, Satan, pole worship Native Americans? They went after pole gods of like Egypt with heads of birds and beasts. This is paganism, Satanism. Now, Satanists, they eat meat of cannibals. Those are religious idiots. They follow this ism, Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. I won't tell you that, no house made by hands. That's why he said that the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He fulfilled that with the destruction of no stone would be left upon another. Ishtar? Well, Ishtar is Semiramis, the goddess of, remember, sex and fertility, and the one who had sex with her son. So expose that. Not supposed to touch children and not supposed to have sex with children. So that's, remember, kitty touch Catholics much, but the Quran was written by Catholics. Might explain Muhammad. They wrote about Christ in the Quran, but it was the Catholics, remember, that wrote the Quran. Interesting, isn't that? Yes. Now listen, Fernandez. Is that Joaquin Fernandez? Because we shouldn't be going outside our borders under this new covenant. It said, let vengeance be mine. You have the right as a military to protect your own. And I'm not into war. I'm a prior tyrant, pig, veteran, police officer, prior military police. I've done this. SWAT and reconstruction, investigation. Look, it hardened, it's hard on my heart knowing what I did, but I know now that I can rebuke that and come out of that. Paul was a mass murderer of Christians, and he was a Pharisee. And it was the Pharisee that hung the Hamashiach from a tree, not on a cross, and he didn't carry a cross. That's that religions and isms and insanity. They go after this. It's defiled. That is called idolatry. And he warns us of changing even a jot or a letter. These people want to change history, make him birthed in the middle of the winter when Satan was born on December 25th. Their cracker ritual with celebration of Masse. That is, Masse is the term of eating of human flesh. M-A-S-S-E. You lop an E and an S and smash it. The Christ Mass, Christo Mass, the Masse is the eating. You can go, it's Sunday. It's happening today. Hasn't stopped. The insanity, these Christians who follow these communion, this crackers and grape juice ritual they do at their celebration of their orgy Jesus, their booby Jesus, what we call him in this ministry, because he has boobs. They're transgender Jesus. How about that? You ever heard that term? That's the one they birthed in the manger, right? The one Trump has his house decorated with. These people are idiots. That's what religion does to people. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches, remember? In the writing of Revelation, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Welcome to the new age. This is not new news. North, east, west, and south. You might want to get with the times. We're not on a, are you on a ball? Planet? There's no such thing as planet. Where'd you get that word from? Who told you planet? Who told you live on a planet? See, you're adding. He said, don't add a jot. Now you've made up a whole word that's a planet. Where's that at? Where does it say planet in scripture? Uh-oh. We got one of these religious isms in here, or insanity. Thanks for coming in. Like free from control. Oh, question. Are the ones who is not the same? Oh, he's still saying that. All right. Are you guys getting any of this? This is not religion, is it? That's how you rebuke religion. You rebuke it with the aletheia. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. He said, no fiery darts will penetrate your armor. Paul told us twice in Ephesians to put it on in 6 and 11. I just let you out there, buddy. So we're going to talk about this word rapture because that doesn't exist, like the word planet doesn't exist. So what do you know about rapture? You know what the word harpoza, or the calling up into the sky? Is that above your head? Well, brothers or mothers are sisters, and you have a father, and that's it. That's not aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews. And if your father is not your dad, in the Old Testament it says, honor thy father and thy mother. Mother is not your mom. Your dad's a Jezebel. Don't sup with vipers. Rebuke him. Don't sup or keep company with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before swine, low energy, people who are not, can't turn a goat into a sheep. That's possible. Carrying my Kershaw iridium today. Kershaw iridium. Huh, interesting. Isn't that a metal? Iridium. An element on the periodic table. Is it stable? Are you stable? If you were stable, you would die. You'd be a corpse or a statue. But don't worry, they already took care of that. They merchandised you. You're just at it. You've never taken over power of attorney. You must subrogate, exercise that right. Got to take that over. If you are not, you're a corporation. And they'll charge you under revised statutes. And you'll pay for your double stuffed Big Bob sandwich. Try to keep it a little more clean on this Harold and Kumar edition. These people like television and movies. That's what they relate. They do. It's what they see. Television. They tell it in movies, even B-rated. All the little things you see behind you in the background are all part of the show. The big, what is it? Dabu says, the world stage. You watch Dabu? Let's get some of you swine out of here. He casts the unclean truths, not demons. Man said he was legion. That's many. A demon is a Nephilim. A Nephilim is a liar or a bully. A demon is a liar who distributes fortunes to others. An idolater is one who distributes lies or fortunes to self. So, hallelujah for the aletheia. For the Greek, for the Testament, this new covenant he made. So don't try to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. The world, not planet. You don't live on a planet, earth not below your feet. Well, we have many. People they're bullies. They lie and distribute lies and fortunes. They're push their way around through lies. It's just what they do. And that's part of what we've all been there. And he tells us about that. He warns us of this meat suit, this flesh, and, be in it, but be not of it. Stay in the word. And he's inside us, so we don't need to worry what the world thinks of us. Shouldn't scare you at all. Why? That's the apocalypse. We've already seen the rider in the White House. I mean, white horse, the one who brings the corona. I mean, crown. I mean, toxon, bow, and arrow crowning moment. Mr. Warp Speed. I mean, Mr. Nimrod. That's the first one of the four. Welcome to the new age. This apocalypse, you worry about these horses. Red, death, old, rider, redemption, no hay. Black is judgments. Pale, are you getting sick? Green horse. Don't worry about it. You got a little time. Maybe how many riders have we seen so far? I think we've definitely seen the right. Welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the apocalypse. We've seen the rider in the white horse house. Horse. Rider, the first one with it. The one who brings, there's two riders on the white horse. Whoa. Two riders, two white horses. Remember, there's one who holds the inheritance to the church, the divider, the habrizo. Look at that. Gotta love that. Isn't that beautiful? Don't be afraid. Only fear the Lord. He said only those who fear their Lord will have their name written in the book of remembrance, because there's not two. Judgment's one, book of life two, but a third, or a book of remembrance. Don't talk about that book. I don't know if anybody talks about that book. Why don't you talk about that book? Heck yeah, man. Put it on. It says 2 times. Read Paul's writings in Ephesians. Wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. Remember? Principalities, powers. Remember, he starts that. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord with the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God. That armor is the word. It's our daily bread. It's our daily suffering. It's our crucifixion. We lie rest in the suffering. We sup, we sleep in suffering. It's a pushing. It's a theolobo. Now, from both sides. Hated by the world, hated by friends, hated by family. Like you said, you got Nephilims at work, man. But you got to go... Theolobos. Theolobo is to be pushed on both sides. Theolobos, so you'll pinch through that straight gate. Theolobos is that narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. Straight gate. Narrow. Hados, he said. I am the Hados. I am the Aletheia, and I am the Harizo. I'm the divider. I'm the separator. It's a pinching on both sides. It's the Greek word theolobos. The ellipsis is tribulation. We must go through, Paul said, his writings. Remember, they threw that man off a cliff backwards. Anybody want to throw you off a cliff? Now, he wasn't Christ, but he paid for teaching that gospel as he was a Pharisee and a mass murder of Christians. People don't know any scriptural records. They think it's 2025, and they go after this other Jesus. It's the religions that do it to them. So hallelujah for that, right? Supposed to be single. The eye is the lamp of the body, the vessel, not the commander. He's the commander who's steering your ship. Some of these people have taken over. It's like Titanic. I know, I've tried. I crash it every time. Like, take the wheel, Father. Just a background singer doing what he tells me to do. Share the light. Hope you're that light in that dark place. It's like in a harbor when people lose their way, their instrumentation goes. Remember, aviation, instrumentation. Interesting. He said, I am the Hados. They fly over a planet, and there's no such thing as a planet. All right. Let's not talk about that. We'll get into that lesson yet. A little advance for some of these religious idiots. But all right. Are you one of those? Are you religious? Tell me what religion you are. We have somebody who's claiming to be religion. This is not High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries is not religious. Although Brother Jim Brown calls himself a Christian, I am not Christian. nor am I of a denomination. I follow after me, he said in Matthew. I bring you to the gospel because he said I must share the light. He is the divider of that light. Predestination. I'm here, Brother Jim, at Grace and Truth. He did a live today. You really want a gift. You'd not get a better gift than Brother Jim Brown. Nope, go see him. You can call him. He'll send you the 4,000, if you'll stay in touch, CDs. And, his lesson on Revelation is 4.5 years. He hasn't finished it yet. So, hallelujah. The gospel's never been taught like Brother Jim Brown has taught it. So, if you love the gospel, and this is what gets us through the ellipsis, the tribulation, is Paul's writings, Ephesians, Corinthians, Thessalonians, all these. Pastor Brown is 87, I believe, years old now. 87. He's been 67 years or something. He's been on radio, television, now obviously with the graceandtruth.net. The internet was invented for Grace and Truth Ministries. That's Brother Jim Brown, because now it's a worldwide ministry like this High Desert Faith and Truth is as well. We have subscribers from all four corners of this rock, north, east, west, and south, and get with the news right here. Not too many places are they going to find that in a house made by hands. I don't know of any churches that are teaching this gospel. Brother Jim doesn't have a church. Remember, it's a classroom. I had to sit down on the whiteboard, stood up for 3.5 hours, sit down for a minute. So, Brother Jim stands up. He don't answer questions. You can call him personally, directly on the phone. You can speak with the live stream today. Again, I don't interact with the live stream over there at Grace and Truth because then I interrupt the lesson because I feel I have to talk to the people in the chat. And, it's enjoyable to watch people from here show up there. And obviously, I always plug it because it was the fellowship that Brother Jim told me, you're lacking, man. I don't care. Even if you tried out in the desert to rent out that community hall and no one came, you're still lacking fellowship. You're going to have to find a way to talk to people. Can't separate yourself away from people. I know what you've done. You're self-sufficient, and you've got a way to repurpose things, and you don't necessarily need society, but you need fellowship. You're going to leave that behind you. You're going to fall away from what you're doing. And he doesn't actually find. Brother Jim gets quite, not frustrated, but it's kind of funny. If people just go study he has 4,000 studies. Most of their questions could be answered if they'll just look into the studies. You can call Mike if you have a question on which kind of study, because he's kind of the one in all of them who put out the CDs. People wonder why, too, Brother Jim, I say people tie to his ministry $1 million it takes to run that ministry. 5 salaries. Brother Jim has to, he's a whatever, but they send CDs out all over this rock for no charge, right to your door or P.O. box or whatever. And if you'll stay in touch, they'll keep sending them. And it's beautiful that Mike and the rest of everybody there, they go send these out, and they have a pretty good order where you don't get duplicates, and they're good at making sure that, again, if you'll stay in touch with the ministry, they'll keep sending Brother Jim's lessons. And there's nothing more valuable than a Grace and Truth Ministries lesson, whether it's an old lesson. It's still predestination. It's still gospel. It's still gospel-based as I only mirror here. Again, we were playing a little bit on the board earlier with some stuff about, this stratosphere and these events, these things we can obviously see here physically, but he tells us that all these things that, we could be looking at, that he will reveal these things to us as we pass. All these things will be revealed, and we need to focus on the gospel and keep sharing the light and not get off on all this other, there's a lot of things out there that that aren't faith-based, and by only faith alone we are saved. So we need to keep it to that, and he'll instruct us through the gospel, and that's what the gospel does. It's a refiner's fire. It's like gold and silver. It presses us like clay. Again, Brother Jim's teaching on, when he was young, the whole, when he was a kid, he was the last one in class because everybody else had already shaped their thing into a bowl or a little, dog or whatever ashtray. I don't think they made ashtrays. I don't think Brother Jim's in an ashtray. Okay, but that was horrible. Brother Jim's still beating the snot out of his clay because the teacher had told him if there's any impurities, any air pockets or any impurities, that it would crack when put in the kiln. And fire under that would break. And that's obviously what Father is doing to us. We live in the age of clay. Hold on. The dog's on now. Hey, there, boy. We've been able to do such a beautiful decode here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries with their golden age when we're in the age of clay. You know what I'm saying? It's obviously with Daniel and all these ages we've already come through. The four swords, the lion, the leopard, the bear, and the beast with iron teeth. We've always, Rome, Persia, Greece, Babylon, all this working these things. You would be able to discern through this word where we're at now. Daniel and his discernment, and again, back to the clay where he beats us in the impurities. And if you look at, they're going to go through all of us, will be put through a seventh, seal, the final shofar, ram's horn shall sound. And that's that judgment, the book of judgments, where we will all, the dead will rise from the ashes in the dust. And that is the great and dreadful day of the Lord. It's great for oligos. Let me tell you, not many. That's how that word oligos. Good. Oligos and no mas. Thank you. No mas penny, no mas copper, no mas clip that bad boy, and nobody gives a. Pink, huh? Cancer. People are pretty sick. And they're twisted, froward, perverted, warped, and changed, and causing one to scatter the flock. So, good stuff, man. Thank you. So let's get back to this word rapture. This is not a scriptural word. There is a mass effect from this one word like Lucifer that does not exist in the original scriptures. Not only ever is it in now one time written like birth dates only two, these people can't concentrate enough to even focus on the word to realize scripturally, cultures, customs, older maps, and all these things. They don't understand the biblical or scriptural history of this text. And they turn it into religion, and they have, holy smoke, you want out, you want in. Man, I got two puppies that are like having, what's wrong? You just went out there. All right. He's back in the door. So, I got to get something in my belly here and eat some freaking pretzels. My puppies are so spoiled. I know the wind's blowing. You don't like the wind. You don't like the wind. I know. If it was wind, you would want to get out. Pretzel? Don't do too much people food. All right, only one. Yeah, puppy doesn't, because he don't eat people food. That's why he acts like that. We'll give him people food. So, no, your food's better than what I eat all day. No, I don't give you no people. You've already ate. You get one. You have one. All right, so rapture, again, is a word that doesn't exist. And I think they're gaming on this, brother, sister. I really do. They put it in movies and television and radio and, you know, Simpsons. Did he just say The Simpsons? I don't, never watched an episode, but you know, I think they're going to be able to pull this off with magnetics and the placebo effect, because people are so sky daddy lovers and think dead people go to the sky and they're going to go to the sky when they die. This whole rapture nonsense. Heaven's in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Heaven's doesn't have anything to do with above your head. It's the ruling class. The Most High, the Father, the one, the creator of all things, God, that you say is a title, it is not in the sky. He is light. He's the horizo. He's the divider of the day and the night, the dark of the light. Light and dark. Dark and light. I am the horizo. I'm the separator. Look up the definition. You might know what you're talking about. So, rapture is a thing of when he's the snare that lifts us out of here. It's repulsive. And I think they know that. What if something like that happened? All these religious idiots would be like, oh, I got left behind. I should laugh, but oh yeah, you're going to have to go through tribulation like everybody else. There's no rapture. There's no getting out of here early. He calls his elect up to the sky, but that is the wedding feast of the lambs. He puts 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on the sea. He says, time is no more. At the last, you will be changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last trump. Arrest my case. So, go see Brother Jim Brown. He'll help you with this too. Help you give him an understanding. Earth is the ruled. Earth is the rule. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. The people, this rock that we walk, you can call it the world, right? It's the world. The whole wide. North, east, west, south. Get with the news, man. Right? Heck yeah. We got 2,000 year slice of time that he can come back in. But there are such things as the rotation of Jupiter, where it comes to its rest at the tabernacle. Once again, that's already happened years ago. Or you can take the formation of Israel, whether it's a real nation or not. It's not a nation that's speaking of in scripture, but the formation of the 1948. How old would you be to see, you know, the formation of the nation? Obviously, this corporation came over here and genocided all these pagan Native Americans. They weren't native. They weren't indigenous. They came here over the ice bridge. They came here from the south. The Chinese here were here in the 14th century. We know Christopher Columbus did not discover America. People fall for anything. So again, we know that, remember all this Old Testament, brothers and sisters, forgotten that this old two houses, these two tribes, the Gentile nations, all this is talking about these places in Israel in the desert. But when it talks about in Israel now under this new covenant, it's all flesh, every single continent, not one place in the desert. That's pride, that's a heavens, that's a ruling class, that's a favorite, that's a special. He doesn't have, all flesh would be fulfilled under this covenant. Not everybody. And that's where this other religion pushes this. God loves everybody and you can just do what you want and it's okay. You can just ask for forgiveness. And it just is Humpty Dumpty, you know, sit on a Sunday, one day, fun day, Jesus on a church pew, you know, Catholicism, the rebranding of the deadly head wound that was healed in scripture at the time, you know, that was outlawed. The celebration of Roman sun god Mithra, the Baphomet worship of Jezebel that she went after when he married Ahab. She taught these children this Baphomet worship when he was off at work, and they couldn't, when he came back, speak the Agape. That's this sons of God coming into women of men story that people have made up fallen angels and aliens and giants. And it's not about any of those things. That's what television and religion will do to you. So I'm not sure, again, why people can't figure out that he doesn't love everybody, because most people don't have it figured out. And I'm not anything special I'm still learning the error, you know, of my ways. And that's why I always lead people back to Brother Jim Brown, because he is the best one that I've ever taught or been taught, you know, by his lessons about, you know, I've been able to unlearn and relearn my bad, lazy teachings of my own or others who just don't know what the abyss or hell, or that's what hell is, abyss, what the abyss they're talking about. Hell, there's knowledge. Hell is no knowledge. That's what hell is. Hell's not a place. Space isn't over your head. It's not what space is. There isn't. Where does it say space in scripture? Where does it say planet? Where does it say God? Where does it say devil? Where does it say Lucifer? Where does it say Easter bunny? Oh, it doesn't say none of those things, does it? It says Easter one time, but that's a Passover. That's a translation. And it's a horrible translation. They ate lamb, remember, at Passover, not little sugar bunnies or puffy bunnies with sugar or crackers and grape juice or Cadbury eggs. They ate lamb. He became the sacrificial lamb, the Last Supper, remember? All those dietary laws, all that's fulfilled. Celebration, sacrifice. Remember, you had to have your post of your headdress or your doorway, your address, your doorway marked in the sacrificial blood of the lamb. People try to still follow this Sunday, Sabbath, this. We're not under a celebration. He fulfilled all these things. So this is the lost of generations here, lost in space, farce, balls. They think God's in the sky. They did the same thing. He divorced his bride Israel for the same exact thing. God's in the sky. And now people, where do they think God's at? Walk down the street. Make your own blog. Do a man on the street video. You live in a city. Where's God at? Where's heaven at? There's nothing ever been above our head like that. Like there's nothing coming out of the clock, the firmament. But talks about stuff coming out from the rocks, but people don't want to talk about that. So, all glory. Thank you. So, Kiki's hairdo. Oh man, and then that was good. Thanks for spending the country minute here. So, talked about you were here before. Awesome. I think you were here on the last stream. Made a mention about doing haircuts or something. I gave everybody a bunch of free haircuts because I wanted to save them $1 or $3, you know, for. Anyway, it's a rewarding job, man. You can do a job every time people need a good haircut. And so, good stuff. Thanks for coming in. Maybe a few more of these. So, let's see what we got here. So, I think I put my other piece of silver over there. So, if the lights went out, how long would you make it? Are you in the right place? You got enough stuff from the Piggly Wiggly? Did you grow enough vegetables? Lights out? I mean, I don't do this because preparedness is a lifestyle. You don't just run down and buy everything from the vials of toilet paper, right? Nobody else could have any TP for their bunghole. Remember during the old Vidco, people look at you crazy if you bought a few extra things too, like especially toilet paper. So you might want to get all down there, down at the store before you can't push your buggy the right, oh, the Vidco won't get you if you push your buggy this. Hold on, I want to start going in on that. Now I'm going to look at that vid thing and just laugh at the generation of what they were able, and I don't mean to go there, what they were able to do to people. Just violate their rights. Had people showing up to Rapture, Indiana, thinking on April 8th of 2024, they were going to get raptured. So let's talk about that. Anybody think that's a possibility? Well, you polygamous, man? You need a bunch of females? I can't handle one. How do some of you guys handle more than one female? You guys are like, I don't know how you do it. I can't handle one. I don't even have one sitting next to me right now. What makes you think I can handle two? Some of you guys don't know how you do it, but all right. Well, the earth is ruled, but black, what do you mean? It was black. I don't know what black is. I don't see color, so I don't know what you're talking about. You got 4 females and 2 jobs. Uh-oh. I got 6 jobs. I don't get tired. I got 6 jobs. I don't get tired. All right. I can't deal with more than one female, man. I don't know. What do you got, a side chick or something? Is that what they call it? Or now or something like that? If you got a W-2, I rebuke you. You're an idiot. How much you make a year? You fill out a W-2? You work for this corporation. So, 4 females. That sounds like quantum computing to me. And that's not very, overly complicated, but you got to know what you're doing there, man. Wow. One more, you'd be like 5D chess, man. Maybe I'll get you another side bitch. Apologize. That's my dog. Remember, you treat a woman's body like you treat the church, brothers, sisters, under this covenant. Remember, you treat her body like you treat your own. So, I apologize for the 6 jobs thing. There was just sometimes the music comes to my head. Too much radio. Getting a radio check. Getting a mic check. 1, 2, 23. That's a really important number. My dad died on 12/23. It's an equinox date. Well, North and South Pole God. Nothing's happened. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. Monica. So we talk about black people. What the hell is black? Nobody's ever been called black or nobody's ever been called white. Where do these people come up with these terms? They're Americans. You know how I feel about that. One race, the human race. I don't see color, so we're all gonna be here together. We have definite, ethnicity, cultures, but we're not different races. I'm a rebuke rate. Remember, I throw people out here for being racist. So doesn't matter how much melanin a man has skin has, or the shape of your eye when somebody's got your six and got your back, does it? Especially when somebody try to blow your head off. But anyways, I thank Father for making me grow, be born in the concrete. I grew up as a minority. And white is like you're innocent, you can't even make a sin, and black is like you already guilty. So nobody was ever called black and nobody's ever called white. People are idiots. One race, the human race. People act with very little humanity, so not much humility either. So, no right. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. Father made vessels of wrath. A lot more evil in this world here we live in than this world was given unto Satan, the adversary. So you're going to find this is a test of your faith and your will. Hope it's God's will and not yours. That's self-will. That's pornea. He divorced his bride for that same exact thing. I don't believe in genetic. Well, yeah, we're obviously have different genetic between man and woman. One race, the human race, man and woman. That's what Father created. No transgender Jesus. Or Jesus with boobies. Yep. That's their pole god, Jesus. Remember? Sound like a strip club up in here. Up in here. All right. Let's try to keep the lyrics out of here. That's what we do here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. Can't be all business all the time. So I try, but whatever. Whatever. I don't need to be all business. I don't care about nothing. Jimmy crack corn. Don't put me on a clock. I'm not under fate. I'm under destiny. There's a difference. Fate is under the law. I'm not under the law. It was all fulfilled, blotted out in handwriting. It's the books of Colossians 2 and 14. So it's a covenant. It's all about a wedding to me, baby. An inheritance. The heirs to the throne of the kingdom of heaven, as Paul called it, is the ellipsis we must go through. What the ellipsis is? The ellipsis. Long suffering, he said. Long suffering. Not cracker Jesus, but boobies. Their image of the known homosexual pope who had a gay lover called Caesar Borgia. That's your image of Christ. You warned about imagery, idolatry. Idolatry is the word pornea. Pornea is idolatria. Latria is to serve. And idols are the little things of the dirt and big statues and 58-story towers. Nimrod's tower. No, it's not impossible to live off the grid. Shut up. The sun, wind, and the rain. Thank you for the rain. Never seen the rain. Hey, you listen to that tones and I. All right, I gotta get ready to stay on. I'm gonna probably get up here and get something to eat. Get something started for dinner. For supper. Slupper. You ever heard of brunch? They got breakfast and lunch. They got brunch. They got nothing between lunch and supper. Why they got no slupper? All right, who said that was some comedian? Stupid is as stupid does. That's I don't know where I came up with. That's a comedian. I told you I copped it, robbed it. Keep the faith. And yeah, you got to keep the faith, man. Faith is all we have. By faith alone, we are saved. Sozo is to be carried, lifted, beginning point, ending point, healed. He will heal all the hurt, and anybody who wronged you, he will right. He will pour out a just measure on all. Seek no vengeance off no man. This is the 7 times 7 gospel in here, the 490 gospel. They did not let the land lie fallow for 490 years. And here we are under this 490 gospel. We must turn our cheek. Meek, he said, not weak. So that's 490 times. 7 times 70. I'll do the math for you. Already did. 490 times. Hallelujah. This gospel is beautiful. It's the 7 times 70 gospel. The meek gospel. You got to have it until the end. You got to endure to the end to be saved. So faith is something that we must endure. He said to the end. Sozo, the Greek word carried, picked up, lifted once again. He's the one who heals us at that ending point. We must endure to the end to be saved. That's the aletheia, outlaw. Got to go through the suffering. Beat the clay. Remember Jim Brown, the age of clay? Well, no, he was talking about when he was a child, and he was the last one in class. Everybody had to form their little dog or little bull or whatever, and he was still out there, last one, just keep beating it. And they already had he want no impurities, because that's what Father's doing to us. He's beating us, because when he puts us through, when the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust, he puts us all through judgments. Can't have any of these impurities in us, brothers and sisters. Can't have any errors of our way. So we're in the age of error now. An age where the throne of God will be crowned, where the harper's harp will be heard, where the wedding feast of the lambs, where those names will be called out in that book of life. The Lamb. David declared him the Lamb, the Star of David. When he was from Bethlehem, so was Christ. That was the Star of Bethlehem. I hope you're paying attention. There are celestial markers that have been left for you. If you're celestially wise, if you have celestial eyes to see, not many. Many are called, but only Gas. That's the great and dreadful day of the Lord, our chosen brothers and sisters at that wedding. By self, their names will be blotted out of that book of life. They all will pass through the book of judgment. And only those who fear the Lord will have their names written in the book of remembrance. Try to remember that. Only those who fear the Lord. So, who's your daddy? All right, we'll take a pause here. What are you doing to get ready for the lights go out? It's not a burden, so you can help other people. You got to be able to help yourself to help others. Narcissism is when you bounce from one, relationship with issues or something or whatever, dust it off, behind you, we go to a new place. You got to get over this, What are you doing to help others? Service to self or service to others. Only 2 kinds of vessels: goats, wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world, and vessels of mercy. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. Those who will be gnashed teeth, sent to no knowledge, stripped of their bis. Just want to taste one jot to the aletheia. I'm sure those triple that I should have. It would be like an eternal falling, if you will, into Hades. They'll be TARDIS, if you will. They're like a bunch of TARDIS. Hey, it could be any one of us. He already chose it, so don't trip, man. He said, be not anxious. Fear is a good thing, not to live in fear, but be motivated up off your 4th point of contact. Oh, crap, I better do something about that. I did. Now I feel better. about that. Extra oil, if you will, for the long haul. So spiritual oil as well, right? Above all, spiritually girded in his service. He's inside you. He'll tell you what to do. He's like a snapback hat. It's like a one-size-fits-all personal trainer just for you. Oh, man. Remember Mr. Warp Speed said he's going to give you an mRNA jab in 48 hours. I think that was like Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, the movie. Was that who did that movie, 48 Hours? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that had Eddie Murphy in it. Is 48 hours where you say oxygen? Somebody help my hair. We're going on the the whack machine. Good stuff. I can do time machine. We'll go back to the future here in a moment. Like, we'll fill the flux capacitor full of trash and we'll go 88 gigawatts. 88 W, right? That's Mr. Chump's number. 828 in Gematria. Donald John. Or Donald Don. Old little kitty. Where'd he go? He's got a good home. This is my little orange kitten. It's not. Then the person's name is Mokos. You got Mokos in the cabeza. It's got some snot rocks going here. All right, guys, being quiet. What's on your radar? How long can you make it if the lights go out? Boom, this live stream goes off, your internet goes down, and you never get to go to the store again. They don't take cash. What's your plan? They obviously are not taking cards if they don't take cash. You've been put on pause. I can't call anybody. What's your plan? We have an electromagnetic pulse from some nefarious country. The sun whacks us with an X flare. What's your game plan? It's called game theory. What if? Oh, never mind. What are we gonna do? Get a bug in plan? What if you can't get out of the city? Maybe we need to spark this live stream here. Hold on. No, exactly. We're just being quiet. All right. Let me give a little tip for that day. Need it, Canadian prepper. He calls it Day X. Day X. When that day happens, if you're going to try to, you should already have your go bag in your truck or whatever your car. The fastest way out of town will be the slowest way out of town. And the slowest way out of town will be the fastest way out of town. Remember that. That's some freaking awesome preparedness right there. Everybody's going to go the easiest path of least resistance. The fastest way out of town will be the slowest. And the slowest will be the fastest. That's money right there, boys. That is freaking like a roll of lifesavers. I ain't trying to save anybody. I'm just trying to give you a little help here. I know. A little help from my friends. So, all right, I ain't here to do love our world, but got to give you a message early enough to get you to react soon enough, or I can't help you. And I ain't trying to like change the world or anything, but I've got candles, TV dinners. Huh. Like CC Top, baby. TV dinners. All right, nice. There may be is the average American. They're gonna watch the end of the whole world from their 50 million big inch screen TV or whatever they got there in their, and watch the whole collapse happen from their while eating popcorn in the comfort of the living room. Like, hey baby, we're gonna survive the apocalypse. We got top ramen and teepee. We're good, baby. We're good. Hey, friggin' Outlaw's got some candles and some booze. Well, hey, he got booze. Booze is a freaking money. Not like I'm like it, but booze is, that's money right there. That's a trading. That's always been an item you could trade during downtime. So, what is it, man? Ride all day on a horse out in the wide open. Now he get out the end of the day just one shot, man. Let me tell you, that's a good. So, all right, Stopers. That is disgusting, but that's okay. You're disgusting. But that's okay. It's 1,000 cal Salisbury steak, but that's all right. It's 1,000 cal steak. What I cook? Tacos and burritos. I eat more burritos than anything, but I do. I only eat burritos on days in, and why? No, I don't have a microwave. I threw my microwave away in 1991. Oh, the television went right near, right around that time. So no, I don't use a microwave. No, I don't radiate my food. Bruce, Doug. Oh, that's two first names. Yep, cell phone. Remember now, gotta have my tracking device, man. Just like you have for you, one of you. I'm not special. We're all gonna die. Oh, we're all gonna die. Isn't that awesome? No, I use propane heat. I mean, I wood stove. I heat up on my wood stove. Get that bad boy ripping. I'm in only state that equals 33 in gematria. I'm in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon, in Silver Lake. Off the grid. Higher than a government drone at 4,500 feet. Table Rock sits at over 6,000. Get with this over here at 8,000. We've got Summer Lake down here, and this outdoor paradise. Brown family. Not sure which brown that would be. Nice. Alaska. Used to live in Alaska. Sure. Alaska's a pretty amazing place. You ever get a chance to go to Alaska and spend some time living there, man. That makes you appreciate a lot of things. Very independent. Very many people off the grid out there too. The last frontier, boys. The state bird of Alaska is the mosquito. Awesome. Off the grid in Maine. Good to hear it on the other side of on the right coast. I'm on the left coast because I ain't right, but we're near. Heck yeah, where we are in Maine. Man, that's the dream though, guys. Having self-sufficiency and not being dependent on the system is a blessing. I'm not telling you to totally take your foot out of the system yet. It's still functioning, and you should at least get one foot out of the system, because if you don't like it, you can step out of it. That's what, self-sufficient could actually create your timeline frame mindset. So I had some massive dreams many years ago when I was dozen to build this huge homestead and have a whole bunch of people live off the grid and learn to live below the frost line and grow below the frost line and not have a heating or a cooling bill, because you can live at a core temperature and build a big outdoor kitchen and have, 5 or 6 or 8 people living out in independent cabins or, above ground little, again, ways to keep all their food, that not worry about freezing, and, have this source to provide all organic food grown by the people there at that community, and have then an abundance of time. After some time it would take to build up the community, but it could be where you could gain time. I often ask people, would you rather have time or would you rather have money? An abundance of time or an abundance of money? Let me see what we got. Oh. Oh. Well, that's what I found. I could train time for knowledge. Thanks for answering. But, everybody would do something different with that time, right? With time, you could go see the world. With time, you could go fishing every day. With time, you could stay with your wife. You can hang out with your aunt. There's so many things you could. So it's possible, though. I'm dying to get out of here, so I don't want more time. My day of death is already written. I don't have to worry about that. I'm under destination. So, not under the law of fate. My fate is not sealed by destiny. I'm chosen. Isn't that beautiful? My favorite song. Uh-oh. How do you pick a song? I like all music except for Constant Screamo. So how can I pick a favorite song? Faith, baby. Faith-based, JW. Heck yeah. Be not anxious, he says. It helps when you're spiritually prepared above all. Well, obviously I really truly like so much music. I just really wish people would be more diverse, because I used to get in fights over music. Like, how could you like Iron Maiden and Michael Jackson? Huh? So, Pat Benatar and Merle Haggard. I've done a lot of things. I had a job making a lot of money before I joined the military and got married and wanted more stability, and now I wanted to serve the Constitutional Republic, make sure nobody could ever shut me up. It would give me a voice if I defended the right of the people's oath to the freedom of speech. They could never, as long as I got an honorable discharge, I could never be told to shut up. Because people always tried to tell me to stop trying to save the world. And stop trying to figure everything out. You don't need the solution to every problem. There's not, and told me if I just would worry about myself more often, I probably wouldn't have the problems in my life, because I'm always worried about everybody else and try to fix everybody else's problems. I got told this from the time I was a teenager. I was Doogie Howser, or I was Inspector Gadget, or whatever. They gave me all these names, my brothers or whatever, because I wanted to fix things and help people, and just my nature. So at 17 years old, as a child, I joined the military. I told my family they can kiss my left, blood, and scored a high enough, obviously, to decide my own job. I wanted to reconstruct and go into aviation and fly away and disappear into the sky and never come back. But Father kept my feet on the ground because I didn't want to join the military for 8 years. I chose a 5-year path to reconstruction, becoming a pig, a war pig, 95 Bravo. And I learned that whole disgusting, filthy side, and served outside and did SWAT training and reconstructed in the Highway Patrol Academy in Oklahoma. Did all these things, and then got out and said, man, I can't survive but only 3 days without water. I got that backwards. Now I definitely know how to survive. I've got Arctic training and got my commercial license at the age of 21. Started doing things, driving, and went to work for Culligan International and learned how to do water. Became the Culligan. Hey, Culligan, what are you doing, girl? Oh, my girl wants to come in, I think. Oh, come in, sweetheart. You're going to want back out, I know it. Are you coming in? Coming in? Sweet pea. We better make us some dinner here soon, boys. What time we got? My little pea. Come here, my little sweetheart. My little sweetheart. My little sweetheart. This is our channel, Kitty Juniper. I'm Juniper, and I love my dad like the puppies. You're a good girl. I love my tittin' little girl. We've had her on the channel since she was just a tiny little thing. And she's a dad's girl. And she's a pretty girl. She's one of these half and half kitties. She's a half and halfer. You want to say hi? Say hi, sweetheart. Say hi. I love you, sweet baby. You're such a good girl. You're such a good girl. Dad loves the kittens. They do such a good job. We're getting lots of birds. I've been seeing birds. You bringing birds home for Dad, eating all the birds out here? You're a good girl. You're my little sweet pea. Boink. Man, you should see her tail. She has the best tail ever. There's water in there. Get a drink. That's going to get a drink. So I'm going to have to get something to eat here soon. What time is it? Oh, man, it's dinner time. Oh, Okay, I had to check my mess. Somebody contact me about that land again. What are we going to have for dinner, boys? Are we going to have some of the diamond lamb and rice? Oh, yes, Dad. They love the diamond lamb and rice. What are you doing? Trying to put your paws on me. Must my puppy dog. My dog. He's a good boy. It's 3 a.m. in England. On the other side of the pond, the other side of the drink. Wow. Lots going on over there. Definitely a very interesting time to be in the European nations right now. And thanks for joining us from, again, the other side of the pond, the drink. So we've got Mr. Warp Speed over here sanctioning Germany. What's up with that? Lots going on in this big world stage we're living on here. And what you doing, girl? Gee, I get some kitty hair in my eye. I'm betting her. Oh boy. What you doing, girl? Yeah, she's a good girl. Michigan. Uh-oh. Where are we in Warren? Warren, Michigan. That's where Campbell Ewald's at there. The largest marketing firm, longest existing marketing firm in the United Corporation of the Chevrolet. See the USA in a Chevrolet. Or all that. Boy, you're old. All right, moving on. So maybe it's like a rock. But anyways, I'm not sure which part of the, what is it? Detroit. Boy, you know what? That's a place I'd like to talk about if I could. Detroit is the most violent place to be on this rock right now because they have taken away the weapons of the people in Detroit. And that makes for easy pickings. And that is why people, well, there's people who make it there, but there's people who don't ask for the violence out there and are not trying to bang or be a part of this. Obviously, the government has a big hand in what goes on in these inner cities. But, you take the weapons away from people, people are going to just run over people. And that's why we see such a place that people don't want to talk about. Oh, girl, you got kitty hair in my mouth and my eyes. But no, you're incorrect by death, chill guy. You don't know the statistics. Actually, Mexico is the most violent country, but Chicago, Illinois is the most violent criminal place on this, and they're both been de-weaponized. So know what you're talking about before you speak up, please, or go somewhere else. You're chill guy. To be nice means to be stupid. So don't be stupid or nice in here, please. Like Polly Shore, like chill, like be chill for sure. Oh, never mind. No, that's Encino Man. But anyways, what I'm saying to you is this is a matter of death statistics, and it's by taking away their right to defend themselves. So people are going to come in and commit criminal acts at large numbers easily. This is why we see what we see in Chicago, Illinois. And, I give mad props. I was born in a massive, one of the largest concrete jungles on this rock. And, there's people make it in cities, but there's people, again, when you take all the weapons away from people, like, let me give you an example. If you going to go in and you're going to rob a bank and everybody in that bank standing in line has a gun, and all tellers have a gun, and the bank manager and the loan officer, and everybody has a gun in that bank, do you think you're going to have very much success in that bank? A heavily armed public is a polite public. But when you take the arms of people, people are going to prey on that. And that's what you see in Chicago, Illinois. Learn your statistics. Please stop being an idiot. This is happening. So I care about this country. I know what they're going to do to this country. And you just don't see what's happening in your own country. Many people don't, they're just busy going into the rat race to try to even make ends meet. Things are so freaking expensive all over this rock. China's collapsing. They shut off shipments from Amazon. The ports in America are closed. Or just people are like, yeah, Team America in this country. American, but that's all right. I'm just going to make sure I'm not be one of these silent majorities, meaning the majority that goes down in history like that. That's not I'm not trying to here to be famous or be liked. Maybe after I leave, they might say something about what was done, but that would be infamous. And there's a difference between famous, and all famous people go to hell. All rich people go to hell. So I stick to the word. He said, be charitable, and I care about everybody. Like I said, there's people in Chicago who are, because they're idiocracy, governors and elected officials chose to make these inner cities disarm. Is disgusting, and it makes for the most violent place on this rock. So, can act in a horror film. Mass. The Mass Effect, huh? So, but thanks for coming in from Chicago, and thanks for Michigan, and thanks for being over on the other end of the drink. This is a worldwide ministry, and I do appreciate those who, chime out where we're at. We're all in this rat race together, whether you like it on this world stage or not. We all come from source, one race, the human race, man. Grow up. Don't be a racist. I'll rebuke you. I don't see color. I grew up the minority. So, doesn't matter. I wouldn't change it for the world. Everybody hated me and loved me the same. Didn't matter how big or how small they were. So, I find that we all have these ways about us, but I can tell you there is a group of old white dudes that are really doing a good job at just crushing by governments. And old white isn't even a color, but we'll just use for a conversation. That's such a stupid Caucasian or whatever. Less or more melanated has nothing to do with anything. And the shape of our eyes was only because we were put closer or further away from the equator. I rebuke you. Don't make it race to me. I freaking don't I don't see color. I don't see race. There's only one race, human race. So we won't do that. I told you I'll throw you out of here for being racist. So I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. So I don't eat pork, and that has nothing to do with a religion. Why don't Muslims eat pork? That's stupid. What are they, from the house of Aaron or Levite? I don't. Muslims are Catholics. Well, Catholicism. Catholics wrote the Quran, so that explains the kitty touch in Muhammad, doesn't it? Doesn't explain the pork, but anyways, moving on. Gotta have it for conversation. Dialect is sake of the tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongues. So no such thing as aliens. No such thing as free will. No such thing as planets. Where do these people come up with these things? I'm not sure. They love to forward, add, twist, change, and warp and pervert is the word forward. Froward. They won't spell check or, well, no, we don't do that in here. There's no spelling, but they'll check not either any of their triplicate or duplicate or try to even source. They just hear it on the interweb, so it's true. I saw a thing that would say pigs fly, and pigs really do fly. It had a picture of this pilot, and beside him there in the co-pilot seat was a pig with goggles. It was pretty intriguing little meme. So you never know on the internet. You can see whatever you see. That's right. He who holds the food holds the power, and that's where we're good. And good stuff for you, Jeff, for pointing that out, because this is a food war, whether people realize this is a supply chain cutoff. For how many years did they set up this global, I want to call it that for conversation's sake, a ball, They set up this ball, this global supply chain for, all these. We sent out our source, and really it has been quite amazing how people has been able to get, in off seasons in many countries, especially like the United States. We're eating, star fruit and mangoes and avocado and avocados and, all these things that are southerly to our borders right in the middle of winter, ripe and ready to go. So most of it's plastic, but grown, some of it here, obviously in the U.S., they don't want it. In other countries, 30 countries or something that don't want our food. Yeah, that's pretty bad when you just eat food flavored, poison in box bags and cans. Like that person, I had some Salisbury, I had some 1,000-cal steak in a box or wrapped in plastic and in some coated in some, Salisbury, baby. Yeah, you made her beat your meat on your own there. Make some of your own with a mallet and not that kind of, something, dear guys. What's going on? You're make some, whatever. I'm more now thinking maybe I'm making some chicken fried steak or something, but you guys, come on. Who eats TV dinners? That's all right. Those are people that don't know any better, right? You are what you eat. I have to eat some pretzels, bread. Yuck. I'll get there someday. I'll get southern to the border in all Americas, and I won't ever have to eat anything out of a box, bag, or can again. It's 1,000-cal burger, Jeff. They already did a thing on that. It's 1,000-cal burger. You're not eating off of 1 cow in this lot, in this. You're eating all those cows. They just like a mulching machine. Whoa, it's 1,000 cal. What's your chances of getting sick there, huh? Boy, your odds have just been increased, haven't they? When you eat not just for 1 cow, when you eat 1,000-cal burger. So it's 1,000-cal steak, Salisbury. I guarantee you, that's a chipped and processed Salisbury. That ain't some beat your meat slab with some kind of chicken fried or no. I said it twice. I did it again. He did it again. Oh, whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's an adult-only stream, so it's not going to make or break us to pound on the steak. But isn't that disgusting? The food in this country is atrocious. They're going to look back at this again in one time in history and realize, how did these people let themselves just be completely poisoned? Well, they just decided they just pay for their own poisoning. Yeah, is it, like I said, they brought this stuff back to the laboratories. And a lot of times, this stuff, it's non-genetically modified, organic, bull crap. Now they've always changed these labeling, country of origin, born on dating. It's all been some of this, it's incredible what they've created. Remember, it's Monsanto, the leader of Monsanto who's the one who is head of the FDA, so they're allowing this to, all this food to be fluoridated and chloridated and sprayed with these glyphosades and Roundup ready and all these, you see these people. When I remember farmers growing up, they had coveralls and a piece of straw or hay in their mouth, some alfalfa, but, not wearing COVID suits, and NBC, nuclear biological out there doing, naked potatoes, McDonald's potatoes that are outgassing. And some of this stuff has just gone over the deep end, man. It's like, how are people just not dropping like flies? Oh, they're getting a lot of disease, because diet is a pretty big thing, whether people do understand it or not, It's pretty incredible how people, they just love their steak, 1,000 cal. Or they're like Dane. They got the man chowder breath because they're on the tube steak. I can't see his comment, so. I think it's a her. Oh, dang, yeah. It's a damsel in distress. Girl, don't go away, Mad. Just go away. Not very great, I can tell you that. So. All right, great again. Everything's awesome. Team America. All I do is win, right? So. I'm from the concrete jungle. Born in a hill in the Los Angeles. Born as a messenger in the city of messengers in the concrete jungle. So, North Carolina, right? Nice. Boy, that's a area that got crushed by that hurricane. Another one of these areas that nobody wants to talk about. So, Dane is a pole smoker, guys. This guy is on the man chowder. I told you he's got the breath of man chowder. He's a goo gobbler, and he can't get his hands off. He's a pole smoker. He's chooching on the meat cigarettes, and I'm not sure why he keeps talking about it. So, you ever listen to plug1life.com? He's chooching on the meat cigarettes, boys. So, Abby, are you one of those people that are affected? Or, again, that was unbelievable what happened during Helene. I still have never forgotten, and ever will I forget what happened. Some things I take to the dirt, so I'm not going to ever forget. I know that. I tried to point that out on this channel from the very beginning. They did it over lithium. They did it over batteries. All right, let me get rid of Dane. He's still trying to smoke pole over here. Hallelujah, Abby. I know there are so many people. There was some really shining moments during those times too, where I saw things that I haven't seen in this country in a long time that I do see in other countries, such as how in this country there's so much red tape. And normally in an emergency, in other countries, they just start pulling rubble off each other. They don't wait for this response that they did. This clown show that they pulled off was atrocious and should show you how this would be handled in future events tense. And see, that's what I don't think people understand. I don't mean to, these people in where you're from, their day, kind of their end of the world, and not like that, because some of it definitely was their demise, obviously, but people aren't ready for that. When there's something like that happens, that is their end of the world. Even if it isn't by death, it just destroyed. I've tried to explain to people how much that is an impossibility for, after spinning over your state, then rolling over Tennessee, and this rollover for 7.5 hours of an inland hurricane is not even possible. It is not what they did, and what they did there with this flooding of the hills. Who in the hell in the insurance in the hills has flood insurance? The people who live at the bottom of the hill have flood insurance. That was absolutely the water that came down some of those valleys. Literally, it ripped out, which it would take a near Manhattan project type of an event to repair. And I think they've just no media about it now. Everybody seems to have forgotten everything about that event, that's going to take some, I don't know, some of those things should ever be repaired. Like, so there was so much water, it's so much, it really, it ripped the sewer systems. out of most places that it did scrub clean. I mean, it literally scrubbed freaking, towns right off the map, and they covered it up. They didn't talk there. It's just, I just still, my heart every day thinks about it. So I want you to know, and I appreciate mention, coming in on me go off on this, but there's just a lot of things that were told, but there were people who pushed past these red tape lines and with their horses, and we seen even some, which I'm not into, some of these drivers, NASCAR brought in helicopters and saw that they didn't listen to this government and their red tape, and they went in there with risk of being arrested and still just did it anyways, man. And that was a beautiful thing to see at the time, that there were actually some, people said, I'm not listening to this, man. Humanity is more important than this. And they went in there on four-wheelers, horses, airplane, or helicopters, and we saw some silver lining during some of that really tough times, if that makes sense. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. I'm a veteran, and when I took an oath to this Constitution, it was for every state in this union, and I've been to all 50 of them, every single one of them. I've been to every major city, traveling in and outside the U.S. Being I'm a veteran, had a CDL that helped. Like I said, I had a chance to do some blessings, and I care a lot about humanity, and there's so many things that are left untold, and nobody's ever going to talk about it. They're just going to leave it alone. And there are people still to this day, which I'm so frustrated with this whole event, that even through their satellite imagery, they know where everybody's laying in the dirt to this day. Don't act like they don't have LiDAR, radar. They know exactly where every one of those people were at that time of that event. If you go look at those Doppler radars, if you go look at what they did to that actual, I'm not saying that hurricane didn't come off the Africas, didn't blow off, but there's never this whole duratio is hard to fathom. The duratio, but this inland hurricane spinning for 7.5 hours inland, 100 plus miles off, the Carolina, the coast that's not a natural event. They induced that and rolled that thing like they did over the Bahamas, years earlier, and rolled that thing. And this is the government's doing this, and nobody wants to talk about it. Team America, these are American people. Yet they're going to spend all this. Did you hear what they did at the time? And I'm not doing this Democrat or Republican. They were diverting donations to these Venezuelans. And I don't blame the Venezuelans. They're trying to relieve a hard time. We displace these people in other countries, brothers, sisters. These people are just trying to get a better living because what we do. Okay. But they were diverting. Like when FEMA came out there, they were slashing tires of trucks, and they were literally the flyby of that National Guard. They were literally, I forget what state, if it was Tennessee or North Carolina, where it didn't matter. That thing went from all the way from Florida, Georgia, up to Carolinas and through, spun again. The devastation is unreal. Still to this day, people just, I don't know, like I said, how people have forgotten of how many people are not going to be able to even ever build their house back there. And the disgusting thing they did went in with FEMA is they took these people and gave them these contracts where if they pay for this small amount, that they ended up losing their freaking properties out there too, guys. They pulled a very nasty thing because they want the resources that are in that area. I don't know. I've just studied this area. I know this area. I'm not going to, I'm speaking out of line. Abby's there. She can tell me, stop. That's not what's going on here. Boots on the ground. But I have studied these routes that this thing took. And there's these, minerals that they want. And these people are fighting these people, against this, like, no, we don't. And they don't care. They just push their way in there. And they did this through this, rolling 7.5 hour hurricane. And that cleared out their path. Like they do this. They did the same damn thing up the railway in California, to put in this, new system. All these new things are coming into this, country, whether people realize being put in place. This is a mineral, war. Remember Trump told, Ukraine, you give us your minerals and we'll make a deal. Well, how the hell are we getting Ukraine's minerals? So, I took an oath to the Constitution. and it was for all of these states, and it's not something that, no, I despise all presidents. They're all mass murderers, and I've been a veteran in mass murders in chief. They are over the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the UCMJ, Uniform Charlie, Mike, Juliet, hello. They are in charge of all the military, so they're the mass murder in chiefs. So, no, I don't do Democrat or Republican, okay? I don't play parties, sides, or bipartisan. That's nonsense. This was a constitutional republic. It wasn't a democracy. I took an oath to the Constitution, and the right of the people is covered under that constitutional right. I don't stop defending that. I'll defend that till they die. I die, and then I will die defending that right. I don't even have to be in this country to defend this country, obviously. But here I am now in this belly of this beast, and there are people who can't speak up. They're absolutely just petrified to even have a voice because they know they will be targeted. It's a near Nazi Germany in this country right now. Where's your papers? I need to see your license, proof of insurance, registration. Where are you coming from? I know I've been with these pigs. I've done this. I told you I was a military pig in the army. I've done these things. And so that's what gives me obviously a measure that I have to hold up to because I have this experience. I don't like this. The fact that our governments are not taking care of the people, such as Hurricane Helene. We're having, who now still probably the Carolinas and Georgia and Tennessee, still even Florida, is not going to be building these places back for decade. And so I told you, take a Manhattan Project in the Carolinas, in North Carolina, because it ripped out the sewer systems. It's not like you can go in there and just build on top. They got to come and scrub all that back out and be built from the ground below up, man. You don't know what happened to this place. You don't understand the amount of water that was dumped, induced on this place, and it's not being talked about. So, and then again, this funding and the sourcing of these people trying to bring in help for these people, and the government is diverting their funding. For example, the National Guard, one of the most disgusting things I've ever been a witness to in this country, and it just is because it's a veteran involved type of military. They had a National Guard, I don't remember exactly what it was, a Chinook, I think is what it was. I think it was a Chinook. They've got those multi-blades. They were getting all these donations, and a lot of this stuff was under like an easy up 10 by 10 tent. They're quick to set up. I've done a lot of events and festivals. That's a very widely used type of tent that they use. So they've got these temporary 10 by 10s and not, larger tents or whatever, but set up taking these donations. And the National Guard comes by and frickin' just, there's a term for that, when they fly right by and just blows all of that stuff. That is sick. That person should be put on, criminal trial and gone under investigation under, it's just unfathomable that could have ever taken place. It just, I don't seek vengeance. I just don't understand how this military, this government, they don't have the people here in this country's best interest in mind. And they suffer while we send all this money to other countries overseas and it just outsource everything. It's an apostasy. This is a corporation, and this is the tyrannical government that we were warned about. These banksters in our original founding writers of the Constitution warned us about. You know what I'm saying? This is obvious. We are here. These banksters have taken over these central banks. Trump just contacted the Treasury, and said, remember, stop minting the penny. They did this during World War I. They're doing the same sequence of events. A nickel is 14 cents. They're going to clip it next. They did this during World War II, brothers and sisters, in 42 to 45. They did the same They're following these same occultic rituals. They love doing this to the people because the people are absolutely lost. There's not too many pennies. Get out of here. You're an idiot. The pennies are all clad. They're junk. Anything 82 and older is copper, true copper, anything else. I remember my son showed me with this torch, and he held up one of these new pennies, and he was like, shit, it turned blue, and it was, oh. Then he sat there with that copper penny. It was like, wow, it's junk. You're junk. Get out of here. Yes, after the hurricane. Okay, known as the rotor wash. Yeah, that was filthy, man. Man, how do people get away with doing this? Somebody put these people up to it too. That's what I'm saying. People just be the legs of the system. I know I was one. I'm a war pig. I'm military police. We're the first ones in a battle, of the last ones. Prisoners of war. We know how to. I did with traffic reconstructionists, SWAT certified. All this disgusting, filthy, training that I'd received is not. It's just. I guess it's what helps me now to stand against it. Otherwise I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't know the things that I know. I wouldn't have the knowledge to even. Well, don't thank anybody for their service. We are an absolute war machine, and all we do is rape nations with 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. We got all these issues with our debt and all these. We were the largest creditor nation in 1973, and we are now the largest debtor nation. You could thank oil and oil wars for that, okay? And all this banksters that have just been robbing this, Yeah, this is if that truly is true, Drax. I apologize. I'm just beside myself at how that the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and that is who is running this country, whether people realize it or not. When Trump declared a national emergency, he steps down. Although he might act like a president, the Federal Emergency Management Agency takes over. This is how it works. You do not pay attention. Executive Order 11004. Go back to my Truth Viral television video I did 10 years ago that talked about these 923 executive orders, and that when these national emergencies are declared, the Congress can't go back 6 months, brothers and sisters. So whether you understand what's happening, he declared a national emergency day one. Day one, he declared a national emergency on this border war. All these, remember, he started sanctioning China in his 45th administration. 4 + 5 is 9, and 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11, whether you understand who he is or not, is doing this. He is going to collapse this country and hand it over to the beast, the dragon, as it says in Scripture. You're just not going to understand how it's going to work. The world's going to go on. It already ended as you know it. We're already in a new age. We already passed the age of deception. We are in Revelation, whether you understand the Scriptures or not. They're doing this by the script. MPs are trash. Yes, douchebags, the thing or two about tyranny. No wonder you talk so much about it. Yeah, remember the mud puppies, the Mike Papas, the 95 Bravos, not the Charlies. That's a prison guard or jail. We're the war machine. Somebody put a comment. They didn't let you, but I won't let you see what they said. But I'll make a response to their comment because we hold ourselves as an MP to a higher standard. We set the standard, God damn it. We don't meet the standard. We set the standard. See, that it creates this above, and there is such pride in the MP Corps. It's the same thing that in the military. If you're just some 11 Bravo or just, I'm not trying to hand it to anybody who didn't. We're all tyrants. Okay, it doesn't matter which part you serve. I don't care if you're a cook. I don't care if you went overseas or not. This B system is by $1 trillion debt every year. We have a larger military budget than all the other countries combined, and we have dying people on the streets of our own country. We have 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. So That's why I call this stuff out, brothers and sisters, because I've done this. The boot has been on the neck of the nations. The boot, I've been a pig, tyrant, jackboot, thug myself. So that's why I stand up to them. That's why I've been grenaded in the face. All my charges are against cops because I used to be one. What's your charges? Interfering with a pig cop, hindering a pig from doing their job, harassing the pig, and my newest charges, these are my 2 newest charges, 6 felonies I'm facing the rest of my life in jail, but that's all right. Everything will work out. Father's got a plan for me. And her menacing the police is that's about a 5-year prison sentence. So I'd be standing before the Lord one day and he'll judge me and say, you stood against those cops? Well, I sent my son. He did the same thing. All right, the halakha, the gata from a constitutional republic to a corporation. Oh, that's why they put you in jail. You're going to get a piggy in the blanket. Well, bad pigs should go to the pig pen. Don't you agree? The pig penitentiary, but they don't. A lot of them get away with it because 98.5% of cases in America can't. They take agreement to plea to take a gain for the bar under the corporation. There's not actually any crimes being committed in America. That's, crimes of commerce are what crimes are being committed. There's no criminal actual crimes being committed because they're not original Title 18 statutes. These are all revised statutes added when this was turned into a corporation. So all crimes in America are crimes of commerce. That sucks. That's the way it is. You just don't know what's going on. They changed this, the Act of 1871. You have been merchandised and your labor is sold on the stock exchange. Now a Tier 1 asset, gold, but bond and treasury were the only other Tier 1 asset. The most trusted, yes, the bond, the slave labor of your merchandise. You're a child and then taking it from you. Well, I'm in the country, I am a farmer, and although the birds and all the other animals we've taken away because they took my guns from me, I only have a First Amendment right. You guys all have these rights as Americans, but I don't anymore because they took them from me because I stand against the law. And they SWAT raided my house. If you'd like to see the live stream, we did it live, and they hit me in the face without any violence. They've excessive force, attempted murder. One day, that state trooper may face charges. I'm not sure. Father's controlled this case. It's been a whole year. So stroke and eye blast, my retina all screwed up and leaking blood. That was good. Trying to hide this stuff from you guys and start leaking blood out of my eyeballs and the leaking fluid in my lungs now from the 5 tear gas canisters as they try to get me come out and be some kind of violent, and they didn't get violence. Actually, me, my son, my daughter was kidnapped and she has now been released, but now missing. And son is missing. They say they know where he's at, but they don't get him, which is crazy because they SWAT raided the house, come get him to begin with, because I wouldn't let him arrest him. I have the right under the prosecution, the right of self-defense. I have that Fourth Amendment right. So does my son. I defended your right of this same right, which is the right of self-defense, which is affirmative defense. Excuse or justification defense justifies my actions in a civil or criminal trial. My civil and criminal liability is justified, excused, and therefore I have the right under the Fourth Amendment to protect myself. The right legal definition of affirmative defense is self-defense. Under the Fourth Amendment, I have that right to protect myself from illegal prosecution, which I was doing because they were trying to arrest my son without warrant. And then when they did issue a warrant, I said, no, you're not going to arrest him. I already told you I would arrest his body, would not let you get him. I already called the Lane County Sheriff's Office and said, well, he's about 3 hours away from me, and you've got a whole police department. I guarantee I'll arrest him in his wrist and his body before you can get the whole police department on him, because I'll get him. Your warrant is not warranted. You're going to throw him in a rape cage where he can get eaten have to eat cock meat sandwiches by Big Bob and eat double stuffed cock Oreo sandwiches and get double stuffed ass and face raped when I have the evidence. I'm not going to let you do that to my son. I would do it for anybody in this country. You ever heard of Big Bob cock meat sandwiches? You know what a double stuffed Oreos? They will double pump you like a fucking rocking horse at the Kmart, sticking a quarter in there, or a cock rocket ride. Remember that saying? It's either a rocket or a horse, but that is not going to happen to my son. You're not going to do that. Here's the evidence. You say he didn't do this. Here he did. Here's 5 people he did it with. Here's all the calls I made. They didn't want to listen up. They did wow, SWAT raid to this house. And whatever, I didn't mean to go off on this. But it is what it is. This is a country you live in, so you know they'll do this to anybody in the state of Oregon. This is a rogue gang thug. I know when I was a pig, prior police officer veteran, SWAT, trained, Highway Patrol Academy, Oklahoma City, Special Weapons Tactics. You can't hit somebody in the face with a grenade. Concussion, that's excessive force. Just stay away from Big Bob. No, I'm not going to allow my son to go into the rape cage. They'd already threw him in local county, and they were going to try to put him in prison for 7 years, and he'd already done all his time and got in trouble, and then did all his, community service. And he was the only one actually to go to jail at anybody. 5 guys all did the same exact thing. He's the only one who went to jail. Isn't that crazy? One guy spent a whole year in jail. Nobody else went to jail. Even a rapist was involved. My son didn't know he was a rapist, but he was. I found out and didn't want him hanging around my son. Even before my son got arrested, I told this county, get this dude away from my son. At the time, I didn't even know it was then. I said he was buying him cigarettes. I said, my son is not 21 years old. And this dude's hanging around other kids, a child, minor. I don't want him around my son. It took me forever to get him out of here. I went and contacted the parole office and get this dude away from my kid, my son. I know he's 19, but he's he's my son. 21 to buy him cigarettes, right? He shouldn't even be hanging around these people. I know this guy's a felon. He's not, good news. I can already tell him I don't want him. And then I did some background on him, come to find out he's a rapist. So this is why we make them SWAT raid, your brother, sister. When you point out they get paid for these people to come in your counties that they live in the poorest counties across the states, and they get funding. They don't convict these people. They convict these minors. That's what they are. Well, the one was a minor child. Everyone they were teenagers. It's a grown-ass man. Did 13 years in a Texas penitentiary. So, East Korea. Nice. Well, we don't do flags in here, but East Korea. Now, what part of East Korea is that? I know of North and South Korea. I don't mean to be like trying to be facetious here, but you can go and see the SWAT raid if you want to see it. It's on the channel if you want to see it. It's 16 minutes. It's all on the playlist. So you'll see there's thousands of hours on it. So it's over to the west. Oh, it's over to the west, says Jonathan. What part? East Korea. Well, it's over towards the west. I know there's north and south. So maybe I can't see those darn flags. Oh, okay. Well, cool. See, now, are you Kim Jong-un Korea, or are you? No, I shouldn't. That's not nice. But imagine being in that state right now, where we as military veterans on the DMZ, my brother, I was a military police. My younger brother in serve time. I didn't obviously go to Korea, but he, was. I was still tall enough. I didn't want to. Hey, Korea wouldn't have been that bad, but it is what it is. We have military police that go serve there on the DMZ between these demilitarized zone, between these two nations, where you should look at what happened and what we did over there. I'll give you an idea on how this country works. And those people got to live that stuff, guys, over there every day, with us right in the middle between the two of them. We're the freaking bully, man. We are the bully. We are the money changers of Scripture. For 50 years, we've gone around and forced every nation, brokering us off of the Bretton Woods Agreement, backing the dollar with gold. Now, 1973, all oil overnight priced in the U.S. dollar. If you don't pay, we will come kill you, your children. We will blow up your country. We will not build it back. We will take and we will blow up your children, and we will take your women and blow them up too. We don't care about the fighting age men. The fight is the fight. We're going to blow it all up unless you pay for oil. Pay or play, just like Trump said. This is what we've been doing for 50 years under the SWIFT system. It was called the Central. Well, we'll go to this. No, that's the SIPs. I forgot they've changed to that, huh? The Central International Payments. They've got a way around this now. But for 50 years, brothers and sisters, but there's no gold left. Oh, man, somebody's actually talking about something that makes money, nugs money. All right, so let's talk about this. In 1971, let's go back in history and time. Remember in 1945, put all the gold in Fort Knox? And then in 1971, the French came over here, France, and they came over with their boats, large boats, and said, hey, we want our gold back. You know that, don't you, there, nugs? Yeah. Yeah, and guess what? They didn't get the gold back that they put in there in 1945. What makes you think there's any gold in there today? That's the key, guys, too. I'm telling you, you better pay attention to that one. That's when you know this thing is going to rock the house. I'm telling you, when they announce there's no gold, just like money, Nugs money, is that what it said? But there's no gold. Yeah, Nugs money said. Now, I think they're going to say there's some in there. Look, they're going to say, they got to eat up some of this 36 trillion. Oh, how they got to eat up some of it. They got to reprice and look, here's how I think it's going to work, Nugs money. I think that's good for coming in. I wish I knew what this country was really about before joining the military. Nothing but a personal piggy bank and attack dog. For Israel, disgusting. Okay, so Outlaw knows what I'm talking about too. To do this, man. Let's see. There's why I'm not saying why 2 veterans every day after exiting the military decide these are the ones that are out. Not actually the highest suicide rate in the military is the military police corps too, guys. And I'm serious. It's not this, but look at 22 veterans every day put a bullet or take their life because of exactly what Outlaw just said. Outlaw Pistolero said, I wish I knew what this country was before. And I joined at 17 on the delayed entry program. And I was 17 when I joined. And that doesn't make it was a volunteer military. You and I, probably you're not a vet from Vietnam. And so we both joined a volunteer. Nobody made us. It was our choice, just something we got to live with what we did. So people don't realize that, and that puts a big burden. But he says, I wish I knew what this country was really bad before joining the military. Nothing but a personal piggy bank and an attack dog for Israel. See, that's what people don't realize is all this is. Thank you so much, man, Outlaw, for speaking the reality of the truth. There's a reason why 22 veterans every day take their life, brothers and sisters, because when you think you're going in to join to do one thing and you realize what you did was not what you originally were led to, either it was your own personal mistake or just this pride in this country, and you realized, hey, this ain't about what I thought this was about. People who serve a couple terms, like, Afghanistan and going and guarding some poppy field and then taking out that same field on the next, it's very taxing when you're just told to shut up about it, and you'll talk about it in the rear, and nobody ever talks about these things, and they get this, and then you get out, you end your TTS, you're out, and then you're holding all this crap in. And so do not, and I think hopefully maybe Outlaw might be Pistolero might be able to confirm this. Stop thanking veterans for their service. Stop thanking, just like ripping the scab off of what they did. And I know probably you don't want to hear that, the other ones that are not, and I'm not saying that you can't be a veteran. You don't even have to serve, in my eyes, in the United States military, whether it's any of the branches, to be a soldier, okay? I mean, this country has become very difficult for many people on the streets, have to go through a very militant life, regimented, and to just survive, and so this, like I said, we were talking about earlier, Chicago, Illinois, man, what a tough place to be, the most violent place on this rock. So I don't know if Outlaw agrees with me or not, but stop going around thanking veterans for their service. We're not happy about serving. If we are, we're a prideful soldier, and it's always a mistake to serve a country that goes out and rapes every nation with 1,000 military bases in 180 countries for 50 years and be okay with that. That is now starting to end in many ways. People used to be very intimidated. Remember Gaddafi? He was going to pay for oil with something other than the U.S. dollar. He was doing that country. Libya was an absolute, almost like a Garden of Eden, the way he had that country set in, growing sorghum on the interior, in the desert there, and bringing in to see the desalination machines and all those canals from the ocean, bringing that in, and like I said, the healthcare, we ain't having that. He wanted to pay for oil with something with the other than the dollar. They stripped him naked. They raped that man and then drug him around the streets to make an example. The Clintons did. It's filthy what we did to that man. They never did find any weapons of mass destruction. Okay, Saddam was a CIA. These people like Bin Laden. He was an oil tycoon. The Bin Ladens are oil tycoons. You guys are idiots. You don't know anything about these deserts, do you? About this oil wars and all what this. He did deals for over a decade with the Bushes. That family. See, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I thought he did 9/11. They call me the scapegoat Bin Laden, huh? Remember what was his brother or something they let out of here? I mean, you guys got to pay attention here. These things are. Don't thank veterans for their service. You're ripping the scabs, the wounds. You're opening up things they probably don't want to think about anymore. And you find some veteran that's proud to be a veteran. Tell everybody you know that's got a family member that's in the service right now. Stop. You're an apostasy to this New Testament. We're not supposed to have any border outside our borders. Oh, that's not what it says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. All God did require war, sacrifice, blood, ritual, fee, fine. Yes, he did. He had a heaven's ruling class, and he did require sacrifice and blood. But under this covenant, we have the right to protect ourselves. We could have a National Guard. We could protect our border. Maybe we would have so many problems in the U.S. if we bring back these 1,000+ military bases and stop spending $1 trillion. That's more money than every other country's military budget combined. That's sickening. $1 trillion. I came here, if an outlaw came here every day and I paid him $1 million, to take me 360,000 years to pay him off. That's not right, brothers and sisters. We got dying veterans in the streets of this country. You know what I'm saying? Children and women, and we're struggling at our border. Maybe we wouldn't have a border problem if we didn't have all our military outside these damn borders. And I don't have this issue with the border. That's all created too. I don't want to hear that. Let these people come in for 30, 40 years and now get the fuck out. This is crazy. Have you seen some of these videos? Taking people who have been here for 30 fucking years out of this country. This is disgusting. Seriously, I don't know if you've seen the videos. It is horrid what this government is doing right now. Fathers and mothers, and this is wrong. Just wrong. So as I got this off on this little thing about North Carolina, because it's not little. You know, I took an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to defend every single one of this people in the country, whether they like it or not. You don't stop being a soldier because you end your tour. Anybody's a real soldier, they'll know that. I had to remind soldiers I've served to that we didn't fight for freedom. We fought for these people's right to choose. And they've stripped this nation of that right. And so there ain't too many left. This country ain't right. I'll tell you what, it makes no sense. In that case, it makes not literally 1 penny anymore, not 1 cent. What the f is up with that? They did this right before, remember, World War II, because this is a war that we're in, that you don't realize. There's never been a single war in the America North started with a single ordnance bomb or, no, always with the tariff. And look how World War II started. Nagasaki, remember how that started? Never once was a war started with a bomb falling, and yet people think wars are started with bombs. They're idiots. Donald Trump sanctioned China as the 45th pretended and the mass murderer in chief, the selected president at the time. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11. You don't see it, do you? The man responsible for taking us into all these 7. The final was Iran, and here we are. Pretty intriguing. See this all come to fruition, but most people are Team America, and I American. I'm not going to stand with this apostate nation. I'm going to stand with the people. I'm going to stand with the Constitution. I will not tolerate this government's behavior. I'll call it out even if they throw me in prison. No, it wasn't Bush or Cheney. It was Donald John Trump. Stop fooling yourself. the man responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, the bankster himself, Mr. Warp Speed. Don't fool yourself, the dancing Israelis at the bottom of the towers. President 9, 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11. This house is decorated with Satan, Mithra, the sun god, the one of in the abyss pit, locked up in that Revelation 9:11. Mithra at the time of Rome. People are blinded by this Scrooge, Mr. Moneybags, Mr. Donald, right? DuckTales, your fairy tales is what you are. You fool yourself. All these Trumpsters and all these Bidens, they're all wings to the same dragon, cheeks to the same hole. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. Oh, play poker with my buddies so we can get rich still, and I'll put the Biden. Gotcha, didn't they? Greg, listen. What do you mean end times? That's the stupidest thing ever. I hear you. Every one of these events is the end of the world, man. Have you not tired? Remember Y2K? We're all going to die because the zeros weren't going to, the nines were going to turn zeros. I'll try to, everybody, you guys are the stupidest generation I think I've ever seen. In 2004, I'm like, if you let them take away your supersize, they'll take away all your rights. Look at us now, the supersize, like they give a rat's ass about your health and food. Fast food, get the out of here. 2004, that's been 21 years ago. I was the only one bitching about supersize and health. And if you let I was a veteran already, so you better hear me out. Yeah, I was tripping over supersize. Then old 2012, the old Mayan calendar. The Mayan, you don't know what the Mayan, you don't know nothing about Mayans. You don't know nothing about celestial markers in the firmament. You're an idiot. You think God's in the sky, and you think space is somewhere over your head, and you think there's such thing as aliens and planets. There is none of that. There's no alien. It's the word foreign. Like when I grew up, they came across the border illegally. They weren't naturalized. They didn't have a green card. They were called illegal aliens. But that's meant they were foreign, not that they were literal a being or alien is a word, not some kind of actual being. You're an idiot. Who told you that? Says I'm saying you've fallen for the space balls, our farce, haven't you? Come in my tent, let me rub on my ball. Crystal, let me tell you fortune's lies. That's the word demon. Or Nephilim. There's another one they love to screw up. Nephilim doesn't mean have any size or how inches tall a man or Nephilim is bully. Bully means bully. You have a lexicon, you own a dictionary, Webster, English, hello, Greek lexicon, Hebrew, Old Testament. They don't study any of these words by definition. They're translators. They go after a transgender Jesus with boobs. Father doesn't have flesh. Father doesn't have breasts. Father sent his son, and his son didn't have breast. It was Apollyon, the one that Trump has his house decorated with breasts. That's Jezebel. So, oh, get out of here. Burn that flag. Israel is not a place. In this book here, Revelation I have right here, it doesn't, as I am Revelation, does not say anything about Israel being a place. It's a spiritual Israel. You're an idiot. Stop speaking blasphemies. That country should put on genocide nation of Geneva Code conventions for genociding. Remember Gaza, they're just crushing these. It's like being stuck in a couple football fields and you can't get out. They are absolutely a genocide nation and performing war crimes and should be put on trial as Netanyahu and Trump because he's supporting all of it. So lock him up, lock him up. Yep. Remember his son went there and said, Kushner said, man, this will make great beachfront property, didn't he? Now he's going to buy Gaza. That's the Anunnaki. You're an idiot, not Nephilim. Giant means Anunnaki. They were the Anunnaki. Nephilim means bully. You're an idiot. You're bullying people with your unclean truths. You're a demon. So stop spreading lies. That's the word demon, a distributor of fortunes. Remember, come in my tent. Let me rub on my ball. I'll tell you crystal ball, tell you fortunes. Let me come read your palm. Or you can, an Arab demon is a genie. Maybe you want to rub on my lamp. I'll tell you some wishes. Or you could ask me for fortunes. rub on my balls or my on my lap. Hey, GD Arab Celtic demon is a fairy. Stop with your fairy tales. So all right, we're gonna move on. I wanted to see what you're gonna say. So, all right, let's move on here about this transgender Jesus with breasts, brothers, sisters. This is the image of the Bourget. Remember the known homosexual Pope who had a lover? Yes, Pope means Papa, Father, calling him my father. It says, honor thy father in the Old Testament. That's not your dad if he's a Jezebel. Honor thy mother. That's not your mom. Mom, you're going to have to tell mom we're not going to take her to the Outback anymore. Get her those roses. She's a pagan and a Satanist for celebrating anything. No Martin Luther King Day, no Labor Day, no celebration of self. That's the Greek word porneia. That's why he divorced his bride, Israel. Israel was a space place, used to be on this rock. I used to could, but now it's a spiritual Israel. So those were not Jews during World War II. Hitler didn't get any face alien technology. Alien is a foreign dialect. There's no such thing as aliens. Where the hell does it say the word planet in Scripture? Where do you guys come up with these words? Who the hell is Jesus? And God is a title. I'm a veteran. So what is God? There's no vowels in Hebrew. So what is God? Greek has vowels, but no, Hebrew does not. I'm not sure where you guys make up. It says don't add a jot. They created a planet. Where does it say the word planet? Planet. What's a planet? Where is this planet of the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil? What do you got? Planet of the apes is what you are. A bunch of monkeys, a barrel full of monkeys. These people are, hey, if there's no monkey fossils, why are there still, if man evolved from apes, why are there still apes? There's bones don't turn to oil, do they? A compression event. There must have been Stegosaurus. Oil wars, brothers, sisters. Remember Mr. Bath Oil? Diddy? Who paid for that was a big ass bed. That was a big ass party. Mr. Chump, Mr. Warbead. Yeah. He paid for the baby bath oil, too. He's Mr. Oil War. Dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes and blame it on his scapegoat, Bin Laden, his buddy. They're all part of the same team. Wings to the same dragon. So, 2 cheeks to the same hole, brothers and sisters. Uh-oh, we're getting some message here. We're getting messages. Here, let me see. Hey. All right, guys, take a pause for the cause here. I got some for sale on the internet here. I need to check this. I need to feed my dogs. Give me a minute. I got to check this message. I'm trying to come up with funding to pay for another location for the ministry. So where we can broadcast in town, and we'll do it live in town, and we'll have electric. It's electric. Not that we have got electric. We're off the grid out here, baby, but I need to be able to hook up a freeze dryer, and we can have some more space where people can come hang out here in the high desert. So we're working on the cabin rentals. I think tomorrow I got to get off this live stream so much, and we'll do it live, and we'll actually film some of the build outs like I'm doing the Rusty Dragon. All right, so for now, I'm gonna have to take a pause and check on this. Somebody's actually inquiring about. I shouldn't sell it, but I need to get the funding for the Forerunner. I shouldn't sell that Forerunner, but it is what it is. I have $7,000. Well, somebody chipped in 5 in the cash out, $1 and 4 together as one. Well, 2 separate, but so that brought it down from 7 to 69.95 to come up with by the 15th of June. So if you'll let me take a pause for the cause here, I'll go back and respond to this message and see what it is. They're trying to get me to go lower than I have it, and I have it at a very low price, but that's okay. I'm going to have to do it in pie slices. 4 slices is still a large pie to me. Half sliced of a pie is still it doesn't matter to me. It's 16 pieces. I'm going to have to get it done. So I got some more stuff. Actually, I showed on here earlier, I have some game systems, some Sega Game Gear. You know anybody's interested in a Sega Game Gear system? Sega Game Gear. I got these ones that's got the viewer and extra games. Some of the games were like Sonic and Hedgehog. Some of them were pretty a little different. So it's the Sega Game Gear, and I have 2 sets. You know, like I said, I'll show you real quick. And I got to get these dogs fed. So it's a pretty cool system. Because I know some of these people, they really want these systems. There's not a whole bunch of them left. Like this has got like the viewer, the extra battery, the wide battery, a bunch of extra games. It's got this thing that blows up the screen. I don't know if there's a second one in this or not. No, this one's only has one, but you know, all the covers there, like that's Mortal Kombat. I think that's one that's actually worth. Someone that was one of them they want. Yeah, Mortal Kombat. I'll trade for silver or gold because the guy said he would accept payment in silver and gold as well. So it's got like the extended battery here, so you can put the extra battery on it, big fat battery. Charge that bad boy up. Yeah, anyways, there's a grip load of games. I think some of these have the, maybe not this one. I have another set that's got 2 of them, and it's got a bunch more games, and it's got some of the, you could probably clean that case up too. It's the Sega Game Gear case for it. So this one actually has all the, you know, the pieces that go to this one. This is the one. This is a complete, actually is a very kind of a rare one that had the extended battery and then the viewer on it. So I know that, I remember I had this when I was younger. I don't know what all the games are. Tasmanian. Oh, I think I've seen that one. It was kind of a more popular one too. I don't know. Some of the games I know all can go for 20. Yeah, Sonic. I think this one is worth something with like 20 or 30 bucks a game for the right game. Some even a little bit more. Some of those Sonic ones when I look some of the stuff up, but I don't know. Sonic 2. Sonic the Hedgehog. So this is what I mean, that I'm going to have to end up just selling a bunch of this stuff in smaller increments instead of selling like pickups and some of these other things. So I know somebody's going to want some of this stuff, you know, like I said, and some of these are taken pretty good care of. All these games are really well taken care of, and, you know, it's not a beat up system. It's really well taken care of. So I don't know what it's worth, but I'm going to probably try to figure out a way, an avenue to list this where I can get, you know, hopefully somebody will know what it's worth and give me what, or close to what it's worth. I don't need every single NFL or whatever. I said it'll show all the games, but I'm not. But this actually is a pretty neat system. I remember this system here had a really advanced screen, really good graphics for being, you know, I'm not saying it's a. Well, here's another one. Another Sonic game. Another Sonic. Oh, Pac-Man. Pac-Man. I recognize that, right? That's Pac-Man. So anyways, let me get back to what I'm doing here and get these dogs fed. Answer this about this Forerunner. And I'll be back with you guys in 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. So it's a little dusty. I have to clean it off here, but anyway, it's got its own little handsome carrying case. Vanna here would just show them what they're going to get behind. Would you like what's in behind the curtain or what's in the box? Hey, well, that was Let's Make a Deal. Anybody remember that? Oh, I'll trade you you got a bobby pin in your, anybody got a bobby pin? Remember that one? I think that was Monty Python. Let's Make a Deal. Man, I'm getting old. So, Sega Game Gear. With the view extender, the extended battery, a rare actual version of this, some of them didn't come with all the extra pieces. Like this one's got all the bells and whistles. Got some good games. Somebody tell me what this thing's worth, which I listed for online. Nobody wanted to buy it. Somebody said they'd take it, but I don't know. I got Facebook Pay. I got Cash App. I got PayPal. As far as online payments, if somebody was interested. So give me a break for a minute, and I'm going to feed my animals, answer these questions that I have, and I'll be back with you guys in a little bit. So if you need to take a pause for the cause, go feed your dog, feed your cats, hang out with the wife for a minute. I will be back in a flash. So maybe you have a question for me or something you can think of when I get back. We'll finish up, or you guys just want to finish up here? Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll just finish up here and we'll come back in a little bit and I'll restart the stream and we'll come up with a new stream. We'll respike the algorithm because I don't want to keep you guys waiting. I might be 10 minutes or something. Like I said, I want to try to get wanting to get done out here with the puppies and the kids. About time for the... Oh, who's on the roof? The cat knows that someone. I'm going to have to go let her out. She sees and hears that. You want out, kitty? I'll have to go let this cat out. She hears there must be a bird up on the roof. I have a metal roof so she can hear it. Are you hear that up there? Don't you, girl? You pretty girl. All right, we'll go ahead. We'll end it here, guys. We'll end it here and we'll come back. Maybe ish, later ish. I don't know, ish. I like to leave myself a little wiggle room. Don't put me under no stopwatch. I'll see you tomorrow if you try to force me to do it today. Whatever, I don't like being under the gun. Jay Reeve is talking in a different language, speaking in a language that I do, a dialect, a tongue that I don't speak. I don't have a translator. I'll be needed a translator because I'm speaking in a foreign tongue, alien tongue. The OG or CG OG. Damn, eyeballs work. Man, this right eye is so screwed up. Damn it, darn it. I shouldn't say damn, but it's never going to be the same, guys. My eye is so freaking hair, screen, ball, sand, whatever they did to it. It's scarred. Limos. All right, you guys want to pause for the cause? Because I'm actually going to answer these things. I come back a little later-ish. I don't want to keep you guys because like I said, it might be 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. Should probably get myself something to eat too. So why don't you guys go get yourself something to eat? I'll respark the algorithm. I might, like I said, I might come back on here. So you might look and see. I don't know if the notifications are working. If I start another live stream, though, it should send you some kind of notification, I guess, right? I don't know if the notifications, they were working for a minute, but then they I don't know. Feels like this channel's getting going back under the shadow banning because we're talking about the things they don't want us talking about here. So it's part of the old YouTube algorithm. You say keywords and they bump you out of the flow of the rhythm, algo, rhythm and flow. Ooh, that was a Eternal Rhythm and Flow. That was a YouTube channel, I think, at one point in time. Does anybody ever remember the channel? Oh, come on. It was like an octagon sign. I'll have to try to remember it. What was it? It was, I was trying, it was right there in my, if I don't think about it, No, I don't have any court dates. No. I did it because I just needed some change. Yeah, definitely come to go. Hey, go see Brother Jim on Job. And obviously, Job was put through some very fiery trials, and Job's a lot of what it is to have faith and to have to be put through trial by family and fire and test. And um, so Father pours out a just measure, as he did on all, he did on Job. And that is part of what a lot of people who are in a really tough situation will be referred to the book of Job. So it's a good book to read if you're in a little bit of a struggle and you feel like your life is just, too much to bear. You might want to go into the book of Job and read that. All right. Okay. Let me wrap it up there, guys. Like I said, I have I have a $15,000 bill that I've entered into a contract, and maybe I shouldn't have put myself under this, dollars and cents, because I don't need to own any possessions. I've actually given this ministry here is for the ministry. It's not for me. It's $47,000, and now it's paid off, which is I'm very blessed to have that been able to be done now and not have that. Hanging over the head. If anything happened to me, this land could still service the ministry, which is awesome. But I have purchased another piece of land, and I do need to come through on that commitment that I made, because I made it to where if I don't pay, I lose all the money I put into it. So yeah, and about the little season, there's a blogger that's talking about that right now. I forget what her name is. She's been talking about. I don't necessarily align with what she's saying, but well, I'm a work in progress. They're random, and you're supposed to get better with age, like wine. But I don't know if that's happening or not. But every day's a tough walk, and it puts me one day closer to death, and I'm really excited about that. I'm ready to pass. So whenever Father has my death ready day certificate, I'm ready to punch that clock, baby. But not by myself will I do it, by my own will. I will rock this meat suit until he throws me in the dirt, and it is what it is. Life's not Burger King. We can't always have it our way. So we got to do what he tells us, right? We actually shouldn't do it our will by self, but we should live to his agape. 2 John and 6, love him. Only the bride, the disciples, will take up their cross daily, deny themselves daily. And he says, follow after me in Matthew, and Luke, follow. And he says, take up your cross. And Romans, Paul said, conform, those that conform to his image. So I hope you're doing what it is that he did. So get your stripes, go out there, earn your stripes. They striped him. Are you getting any stripes? Anybody want to put holes in you, put you and throw you in jail? You're not Christ-like unless they want to throw you in jail. Or, well, for standing up to their perversion law. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Rip your beard out of your face? That's a takeover. Extend. What I don't know what that is. So, all right. Stay in the word, brothers, sisters. Links are in the description. If you want to leave a monetary tithe, there's a Cash App or PayPal. Appreciate it. Somebody gave $50 super chat yesterday. That was a really big donation to the ministry. It kind of is a bummer that AdSense takes so much, but it's that's awesome. So all the donations are going to help towards this final, like I said, once again, paying where we can get a freeze dry out here and start getting an abundance amount of more birds and eggs and ducks and chicken eggs and vegetables and things, where we can give the extras to the community and maybe tie some out to the ministry as well. Get some addresses, get them sent out to some of the locals here. For the locals, what I call local, were the ones who hang out here at High Desert Faith and Truth, because tithing was food and not money. So I don't need your money unless you just have an abundance of it. So hit that thumbs up button, and leave a comment after the video, if you will. I'll talk to you guys on the next Predestination, former Predestined4light channel. That is the old channel name, and now we have this beautiful ministry at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. So we'll see you on the next live stream. We are in that last book of Revelation. If you were paying attention to the celestial firmament, it would tell you so. So welcome to the new age. Welcome to apocalypse. Whoa.